Hello. I suppose we're lying on this line. Hi, Lola. How are you, buddy? I'm no Ada.
Oh, you
I'm
know,
no
just
Ada.
having a hot mic and trying to get this game up and ready for everybody. You know, there's some things going on. Also,
It's always good fun.
because we've got this, running amok right now. Koji, I know you can hear me. You're gonna leave the lobby so I can remake it. That'd be super.
It's always good fun. It's always like the first day, isn't it? It's the most crazy day of all of them. But we do have ourselves an NRG versus Rogue on this one. And, well, according to us both, this should be NRG's to take. Now, a couple of quick stats for you all. In the whole of 2020, when these two teams have played against each other, Rogue have won none, NRG have won 6. It has been very
one-sided.
Yeah, been very one-sided as of late.
I mean, you can take that with a grain of salt, too. I mean, some of it has been because they've been playing with Corrupted G, and even though they've looked actually relatively good with Gabe on the roster, it's not the same as playing with the full side of it with Turnturo, as he was on vacation for 2 weeks. I know he missed out on quite a bit in the Brawl, and I think it was in Covert he ended up playing as well. So I'm excited to see. I mentioned this in the pre-show about how I'm happy how they're trending in the right direction. It does look like Rogue is finally getting their feet wet and is like, okay, we're pretty happy with our roster. There's a lot of mechanics to boot with it, so making sure that they continue on that path per se. But overall, it's been pretty solid, I think, for performance. It's just, can they do it consistently? That's always been the question with all these teams. How consistent can they be? So I'm excited to see on how it ends up playing out.
Yeah, this offseason has definitely been a much improved one for Rogue. This whole year has been a much improved time for Rogue, although they will look at the loss that they did have against Dominant as a major missed opportunity, because that was their chance to get themselves a grand final that did end up missing out for them. But the other side, it has been much improved performances. You can ignore 1 or 2 results that didn't go your way. Quite frankly, I think there's a lot of teams that will be very upset at their results against Domler over the BTS weekend. But on the other side for NRG, it just seems like another tournament for them to win, really, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to see if anybody can stop them at this point with their results, as we talked again in the pre-show. They've been absolutely dominant. To kind of update everybody in chat as well, matches, we're just making sure server and everything is good and all peachy. So the big thing to inform, we got to make sure that everybody readies up at the beginning, otherwise stuff goes down. So
good him.
Shogun, should we, I know I did this with CJ, we had a Sasquatch was our word. Is there a word that you would like?
The phrase I would like is Shogun ready up.
Okay, I can do that.
And if it gets really desperate,
if
like
I am also
30 seconds left, Shogun ready up.
Okay, now if I have not yet readied up, can you also please say Shogun ready up?
Shogun ready up.
That would be appreciated. So
I've missed working with you, Lola.
It's been a bit, man. It's always a pleasure to have you back. I know you haven't had any breaks, so glad I get to stick with you for a little bit here as we jump in here into game number 1. We're finally underway here for the ESPN Esports Rocket League Invitational. $25,000 on the line. NRG versus Rogue. Let's take it away, Shogi.
Absolutely. As we have got ourselves into this, has been very much an up period for Rogue lately, and they're going to look to try and continue it. A win against a red-hot NRG would certainly be the next step to do so. As it's going to be Justin just over the top. We don't have a game. Hi. I could go full radio broadcast.
Yeah, if you wanna start doing full radio.
Okay.
Are you guys are still in the part? No, you're not. Okay, let's try this again.
Okay.
Guys, things are going well.
Oh, we're gonna have to restart it. Okay.
We are not gonna restart.
All right, radio recap.
We are not gonna restart due to player integrity. I promise you that.
Oh,
we're gonna miss a minute of gameplay. It's much better than making all the players mad. I promise you.
Is that the players have done us a great favor and done literally nothing. If you want to know exactly what happened, they just played ping pong for a little while. They didn't, but it'll make you guys feel better that you didn't end up missing anything. But we have got it on the screen now, and we have got ourselves game 1. And of course, since we're now in here, we deserve a goal at the very least. Now, Justin was just on the board. Now, Lola, for the longest time, we have seen Justin with these ridiculous names, Justin in a slump, whatever. But what we saw from him in the Summer Shuffle and how ridiculous he was performing, especially on day 3, kind of showed us that, yeah, you know what? He might actually be in a slump when he says it is, because he's got a level beyond anyone else.
Yeah, his performance during BTS was actually pretty crazy, because we've been wondering, like, how's it going to fit in? I know there's a level of like camaraderie that's coming with it too. I know him and Squishy have been obviously OG buddies for a very long time, and have actually wanted to play competitively together for a bit too. And I think that's just kind of created this resurgence for Justin where he's, you know, wide people happy or whatever name he's going with. But today he's rocking the OG, man, the Just Incredible. That's a throwback as he throws it up to Squishy, almost putting it down. Yeah, man, I'm excited to see how it trends. I think this team has a lot of potential, and even with their performances and how stellar they've looked, they still feel that they can be better, and that's scary to think about.
Garrett said very recently that if any team is going to beat them, they are going to have to show up, and Turo managed to show up just on time to keep the ball out. Going to have to do that many more times, however. NRG always out on the warpath. Definitely seem more reserved lately, though. They've been, maybe more than any other team, very happy to just let the pressure go, retreat back to their own side of the field just to restart the angle of attack. Very much in control of the rotations so far. First killer back to the other corner. Going to need a second touch because Garrett will be waiting. You know he would have had an option on the far side should he chose to pass it. Oh dear, this is looking awkward now, and this is why you let other teams play out their own side of the field on occasion. Rogue looking like they could do their own damage. Although that is a huge bump. First killer will remove Garrett. And Kronovi has got the first goal of the Invitational.
That's one of the most brutal things here about Rocket League. Even though NRG can join the pace of the game, having absolute dominance on offense, there's nothing to show for it. All it takes is one opportunity for Rogue. They put it away off a bump play and go up by one. Great start here for Rogue, being patient, just waiting for that opportunity to occur. Now it's going to be up to NRG to have to respond as an early attack comes out here on the kickoff.
Oh, good chance, though. Pops into the middle. Garrett does not want to see another person coming in to bump him, but he's still stuck at the goal line, and Turo went looking. Would like to avoid that at all cost. Rogue, great start from them. Definitely hasn't had full control of the possession of the ball, but what they have had, boy, have they made use of it. And Turo is going to continue exactly that. Still got plenty of boost. Well played on the defensive side. Make sure the angle is not there for a block shot. Now Garen G is going to be able to take the ball to the other side of the field. Cleared long off the backboard. Justin, he's missed it. A rare miss. And Turo wasn't expecting it. Did run out of boost.
Could have been a huge opportunity for Rogue, but again, you have so much level of respect from all these players that you just have to assume Justin missing is not a thing. It's just not going to happen. So you don't even position yourself for that opportunity as it gets thrown off the backboard. An opportunity, a missed of a touch, and Squishy plays it high. Could have been a shot opportunity there. But again, the defenders still plenty on Rogue's half. Sprintero goes up top, ends up whiffing as well. An opportunity saved by First Killer.
Oh, First Killer has had a great performance so far, but he couldn't get it off Justin. Needed one more defensive strive, and they might have been on their way to a Game 1 victory. But Justin, as always, that is a difference maker of a player.
Just so composed by Justin. You see the ability to take that soft touch. He sets himself up for a play. And First Killer off the recovery. He does a good job. He gets in front of the face, but Justin creates some space for himself. He backs off, lets him make the fight. Brings it out as Justin up. It's good. Contested by Crow. It's going to play it downfield. Immediately cleared and pushed away. 25 seconds remaining here in game number 1. As we're at a tie, Squishy in the corner, sitting behind the ball. Going to take his time pushing this out. And you kind of love to see these teams understanding what they need to do in situations. Too many times the players want to boom away possession, but by just sitting behind it, building some time allows them to kind of compose back up as the pitch goes back towards the net to Kronovi.
Crow will look to play it out, but maybe one more bit of danger. Justin comes in, but he cannot find the touch that he was after. Always going to be very difficult to put that one on net. Still doesn't hit the floor, though, and NRG always dangerous in these positions. Squishy
no
looks
way.
like... Well, I think Crow had it covered anyway, but he will be desperate to see the ball hit the floor. They have kept this going for a while. We have overtime, and Rogue forced to really sweat it out at the end.
Yeah, really hoping if you're Rogue at this point that you can close it out, especially after their early fight. Hasn't been simple for NRG either. A lot of control, a lot of high pass plays, trying to go for the redirect up top. The defensive Rogue, a lot of people in that net, usually 2 at a time, able to push some of these away. As Kronovi making a couple of good touches to bring it downfield. Going to chase it down, and Garrett's going to let him have it. Just shadowing it, making sure that he's there in case he's needed. Even though he has no intention to go for the ball, Turnturo plays it over the corner. Easy for Justin to play it into the side. Dished right back into middle and away.
That is the danger if you are Rogue. You do not want to be putting this ball in a non-awkward position for NRG, otherwise they can just boom the ball long. And that is going to be your chance to score over. Toro over the top of one. Gonna leave it for Crow. And it's an incredible save. Keeps it out. Game 1 will continue.
God, I don't know if I can take this, man. It's only 1 game in. Oh, no, is that in? Oh, my goodness. What a dunk from Toro.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the ESPN Invitational. Hopefully, every game is as good as that one.
Oh, and nail-biter Shogun back and forth here. Rogue started off with a bump play, but on this one, it's just good efforts from the young gun in Turinturo. And they're able to get themselves a victory. And the first point on the board, obviously, these are, for anybody just joining us, best of 5s. But they do have to play every single other team as well. Top 3 are going to promote through. So a big match here and possibly an upset if they do take it. Obviously, looking way too far into the future. But that game primarily dictated, actually, by NRG. But Rogue sneaks out a win.
Very much. NRG seem to be struggling to connect with each other in the plays. They did a great job of spreading out and giving each other space and time, but they didn't give anyone options. So the option every single time was, hey, I've got to take it. I've got to beat all of these guys. And when you've got First Killer defending the way that he was, that is always going to be incredibly difficult. So well played by Rogue. They have got themselves the first game on the board. But I expect NRG to now start, really start connecting with each other on the passes.
Yeah, the hardest part is the passes were there. They did throw them upfield and they had a couple shots. Just the defense was able to push it away. And there was no sustainability to it. We just didn't get the follow-up after that initial shot. And it made it a little bit too easy for Rogue to kind of thwart the offense. So it'll be interesting to see if they can find that sustainability that they've been able to control so well over these past couple of months. But again, target has been on their back. It's a good shot on target, but it's just a little bit wide. Squishy goes for the second time to try and slow it down here.
So far, Rogue doing a decent job, but they've only got 1 defender back right now and did well to make life a little bit more difficult for Squishy. So Crow being very active on the way back. And this is where we've seen, on occasion, NRG have not been transitioning quite as quickly throughout this series. This is starting to catch them. Torrentoro could land on it, and he's just missed. What a goal that would have been.
At the same time, where's all of NRG's defense as a massive pinch comes out from Garrett to bring it down the other way. But actually on Garrett's perspective a little bit, just trying to see how his involvement's been. And he's definitely taking a really passive approach, allowing Squishy and Justin to kind of just gel together to the best of their abilities. And despite that, he finds himself in really awkward positions. Their defense hasn't been looking as clean as we've seen in the past.
No, they seem very slow on the defensive side, almost too happy to let people play, and you cannot do that against Turinturo.
No, it's just so difficult for Garrett here. He rotates back into net, and even when he turns around, he's got Crow in his face trying to go for a dodge. Even with Justin in support, it doesn't matter. Turinturo with a beautiful flick plays it past and puts him up by 1 again. A fantastic start here from Rogue again in game number 2.
They've got to keep this up, and they've got to hope that NRG continue to stall when it comes to defensive plays. They have been wide open targets when it comes to those bumps. It's what got them the first goal in the last game. It's what's got them the first goal in the second game. Now Crow might try for the reset. Instead, just chose to take the clean here over to Justin, who was bumped on the way to try and clear. Squishy powers the ball midfield, nobody around, and this is actually going to offer up a half volley for Crow. Would have liked to get more purchase on the ball that time around, but he instantly goes looking for Justin, and this keeps working for Rogue. They have got laser focus on the defenders.
I mean, credit to Rogue and their spacing right now and the ability to commit on offense. Kronovi just headhunts down Justin on the back end here, and it's because of the trust that he has behind him. That's something that they've been missing so much, is that third player, the ability to move up and make a play on a commitment on offense. That is super risky from Kronovi, but when you've got 2 guys behind you that you have the trust to go in for, you see what they can make from it, and again, they're rewarded.
Turinturo wants to make it free. Oh, he couldn't quite do so. It's the only shot he's not been able to hit has been those backboard double taps down. Of the performance that Rogue have had, that is hardly a criticism of them. But back to your point there, Lawler, about how confident they are. If they just set up their opponents, you cannot keep doing this, NRG. They just look completely disjointed when it comes to figuring out how to get rid of this ball.
has been a little bit awkward, as you've mentioned, as Turnturo again high flying going for these solo plays.
He's got to get it to work once.
At the same time, he really is already getting it to work. His accomplishment of that is drawing out one of these phenomenal defenders on NRG and brings it back to that 2v2. And if NRG's having a hard time following things up, it works out fantastic. A lot of players, I think, more and more recognizing that those mechanics and that solo play can do more than just get the goals. It can draw out so many other things. So with a team like Rogue, where they have two that are touted as some of the best, pretty easy to do just that. It's another play above and pushed away. But finally met in the midfield by NRG. Should allow them some offense here. Squishy goes around, tries to go for the bump, but Kronovi there to support. Kind of gets him out of trouble, but a pass inside. And perfect placement from Justin. Doesn't matter. Saved yet again. As they played up high, Squishy with the double. It's going to go straight down and easily cleared away by Rogue.
First killer will force a challenge. Brings Turnturo in, who was eliminated for his efforts, but that's still more time off the clock. 90 seconds now. Squishy lays up to Garrett, who slowed down on the approach. Meant that he didn't get there on time. Squishy's pass was phenomenal, but Garrett just needed to have that confidence to keep going at full pace. Now over to the corner again. Squishy just over to Crow, and Rogue will start to turtle up here. Only 70 seconds on the clock. The defense has been solid so far, at least when it comes to shot stopping. Maybe you've allowed one or two shots they wouldn't have liked to at least be on net. Crow back out. That's for first killer. Will lever it and hit it a little bit too hard. 50 seconds on the clock, Lawler. Rogue starting to look at that 2-0 in the series.
Hey, lever it was just that, man. A little bit too much on it as well as he skied it, but again, the pressure's still here for Rogue, not really feeling any pressure whatsoever. I mean, you're talking the difference in shots from NRG. In game one, I think they had 13. Right now, they're being held to 2. So again, a huge contrast here between game 1 and 2 and Rogue as they continue to get more and more aggressive. The confidence is just overwhelming. And NRG has no response for it yet. And at this point, going to find themselves on match point as this one, again, off the crossbar, could have been in, but with only 15 seconds left, it's kind of all she wrote already here, Shogun. So, I mean, focusing on NRG trying to move forward, they can't even get out of their own half at this point.
It has been a masterclass by Rogue in our first 2 games. Now we've got to try and figure out for one more. But this game 2 is going to end 2-0, and Lawler arguably could have been much more.
Yeah, with the way that Rogue's playing right now, just no hesitation whatsoever. They're trending in a direction to not only win challenges early, but at the same time, it's more so the support they apply to each of their teammates. There's been numerous times where it looks like NRG is going to make a play happen. I think primarily the one that comes to mind is Squishy coming across for that bump. He had a fantastic play to take off. I think it was first killer on the backboard, which sets it up for the next player in rotation. But then Kronovi's still there. Kronovi's ready to take it off and buy some time for his teammates, so it doesn't even matter. So it seems like Rogue has an answer for just about everything. And if, honestly, Shogun doesn't ready up, we're going to have a server reset.
Hey!
So, again, there's certain things that need to happen in this series to make sure that NRG can move forward.
And we were speaking earlier on about Kronovi's very aggressive rotation to try and get a hold of the bumps. We're seeing him do it twice now. It definitely seems like that is something that he, in particular, wants to go for. And when you look at the rotation behind him, let's say Turnturo is the next one to take the shot. Guess what that means you've got as your defender? If everything goes completely wrong, if your team ends up in the 2v1, who better on Rogue do you want to be facing that than first killer? He has faced it about 2 times now in this series, and he has beat it both times.
Rogue, without a doubt, has been playing well. I said with confidence that no one else has a chance against NRG, and as of right now, man, the more and more these young guns get, oh my god, what is this pass?
Rogue have stepped it up to a brand new level today. Turnturo drops it.
What?
Crow will finish it, and now they could just be 1 game away from finishing the series, which is something that nobody thought would be happening. Missed out on their opportunity to take on NRG in the Summer Shuffle Finals. They've got their chance here in the group stage, and they are making it count. After Turo, another phenomenal transition from one side to the other. NRG cannot keep them locked down. It is a call-off. First killer will miss, and this is going to give NRG their opportunity. Rogue will want to keep mistakes like that very low, especially as the ball skirts their net. Lucky to not see anyone from NRG moving forward to get a shot. First killer, midfield option. Going to put Garrett into a tough spot. Can't get too much on the ball. Choose to go for a shot on net. Squishy looking to follow. Pro didn't quite catch him the way he wanted to. The shot is low. Kronovi is equal to it. And Rogue have escaped. His turn already. Squishy actually is instantly turned, but that has dropped way too quickly for him to play off the ceiling.
Yeah, paying attention to Justin on this one. And it just seems like he's been having a really tough time of kind of finding a flow in this game. His rhythm has been definitely off. Every time I see him approaching as the third man, kind of just waiting for the play to develop. He's had to be a little bit hesitant. A pass like this could be an opportunity, though, as he puts it on target. It's a little bit wide. But the pressure is there, and then they throw it away. That's got to hit backboard so he can set up Garrett.
Into the midfield. Backboard, not quite there for them just yet. Midfield has not been there for them just yet. The only goal that they've scored has been off of Justin's solo play. Right now, they're going to need so much more than that. They're going to need a play that they can go to consistently. That pass is just not working. They have tried it 3 separate times now in the last minute. Every one of them insta-blocked.
In case in point, it's exactly what I think Rogue did so well, is to find that comfort. A lot of solo plays. And I think it's something that NRG could be doing as well, is you need to find a way to stop this rotation of Rogue, because they are looking extremely clean. No real overlap, just making sure that they always have the support there. But if you get one of these players on NRG to kind of go for that solo, it may open up some opportunities to create that kind of confusion. Rely on the mechanics that we know you all have, because as of right now, the pass plays have been read every single step of the way from Rogue. As another opportunity for First to go for a double. It's not there, but it doesn't matter. Turanturo puts it away.
Turanturo knows how it feels to not see his double taps go in this series. He's definitely ready for this one, however. Squishy and Justin both jump, both flail, and neither of them stood a chance. Now 2 goals to the better, and Rogue have gone from unlikely to you'd be disappointed to not see them finish this off now. NRG, this is a horrid start. This is not necessarily just us saying, oh, well, a team is about to win a game, as Garrett goes on through, looks to try and dart around the entire defense. But this isn't just a win anymore. Beating NRG throughout this offseason has become a trophy in itself. Only one team capable of doing it. That was Team NV, taking a 1-goal win in the Brawl Finals. Even that one went all the way to Game 7. That one was incredibly close. This one, however, has not even been remotely close. Rogue have dominated from the offset. Squishy can't quite pick up his own boost. That's going to hurt. And First Killer plays it around Kronovi, realizes that, hey, we don't need to keep this pressure on right now. We can go around the world. Pro will reset. They are starting to double commit, though. Rogue don't need to be making these sort of quick decisions and making huge mistakes. They've made it very difficult now for 90 seconds.
Finally, Shogun, the drought is over. NRG been trying relentlessly to get a goal, finding something, and a mistake finally comes out. They're able there to punish, but it feels like that's what Rocket League is, man. It's a constant passing of the torch. First it was G2 and NA, then it was NRG. Now I feel like it's anybody's game, especially with the way that, Garrett conducted that interview. You need to show up to every single match. And unfortunately for NRG, they've been struggling to do that here. As Rogue looks like they're firing, but a big mistake and a fantastic 50 from Squishy, willing his way to tie it up here in Game 3.
And Rogue have got themselves only to blame here. Tried to send Turo when he flips the wrong way. Ends up just pulling himself out of the direction of blocking the ball. That is 2 each. And Game 3 now back in the balance. NRG will look to capitalize on this new momentum. First Killer over the top. Gets the ceiling reset and a block on Squishy. Justin has got a good way to run at least onto the ball. Rogue will not want to be dropping this from here. Not after how well they played, but Kronovi just took far too much time. And that is a lead now for NRG.
Yeah, Kronovi had a really awkward one on this one. He's a little bit too far near post and with 0 boost, so he's watching this one go up, and then it hits that corner up top and drops straight back down. He's automatically in a really rough situation, plus he's facing the wrong way. It's just so many factors coupled together. Makes it a little bit too easy for Squishy. All the time in the world to put it away. So NRG just like that back on top. It's not over yet. And in typical Rocket League fashion, we go down to the last 40 seconds and ties it back up within a moment's notice. Again, Rocket League at its finest, Shogun, here at the ESPN Invitational.
And it's that backboard yet again. Bounces off it. Nobody around. NRG have been so determined just to make sure they've got players on the goal line that they've got no one that can really swoop in with that for that sort of shot with any sort of pace. And we have got ourselves back equal again. Garrett all the way up to the ceiling with first killer. Still couldn't get it over the top of him. Justin over to the far side. Be over to first. Might have a passing option. Garrett G did not want to find out whether or not the answer to that was yes. Up in the balance now. It's going to be on target. Oh, almost calamity again for Rogue. First killer. Forced to react incredibly quickly. Now off the backboard. Drops down. That's awkward. Oh, Torrentoro right over the top of it. That could have been the series. Instead, we have our second overtime.
Oh, I hope they're wearing their brown pants. Oh, that was close.
Over the top. First killer's got to get back. Does it incredibly acrobatically. He's going to drop down for Torrentoro. Has got Crow up in support. Might try and pinch it with him, as he does. First killer waits over the top. Zero boost. Can't quite follow. Squishy not getting the double touches that he wants. That will really pull his opponents out of position. Oh, it's actually in! First killer has got the overtime goal. And Rogue have given NRG their second defeat since Squishy Muffins joined the roster.
You can just see how disconjointed they are. Justin in the midfield. He wants to play that as a pass across, but he just throws possession, and it allows for I am so flabbergasted by what is happening in this series.
All right, so number one, absolutely congratulations, Rogue. That was some of the most consistent performances we have seen from them, and they definitely do seem like a roster that are building upon everything, and every single time we do get to actually see them play. On the other side, though, that was not the NRG we have got used to these last 2 months.
Yeah, I made some really bold claims about energy and then came back, as we start to see things trend. The number one thing with Rocket League is it all comes down to how do you play on the day? I still think we both agree. Energy is a very talented roster, has a lot of potential, but this was not the way to start. Luckily for them, we still have another 5 matches to go through where they'll be playing the other 2 rosters throughout the day to try to kind of round out their day. But again, energy, something's got to give at that point. And I hope Sizz can take it under his wing to remotivate these guys, because that was not a good look.
That was so strange, especially just with the backboard. They never figured it out. Continuously, the rebounds were completely open for Rogue. And at no point did NRG really make the adaptations required. That last goal especially, very strange that A, not see anyone up there challenging Torrentoro, and B, to see Justin so far forward that he's actually past the back post, meaning that he can't reach there anymore.
Yeah, it's just been weird. They just haven't really been able to find their footing. But again, not to discredit them in any way, Rogue played absolutely phenomenal. I think the rotations were super clean, very urgent to the ball. And even when they weren't in the best position, yes, there were some mistakes. I think the biggest credit, I think Kurnovi had a really good job of playing that follow-up, that support role that I think you and I both are really excited to see him kind of really mesh into, where he can take these 2 young guns under his wing and really allow them to thrive as he provides that kind of captain or veteran experience over the top. And we get a really good taste of it there. So credit to Rogue, man. That's a phenomenal performance. A 3-0 is going to look absolutely great on the resume. But again, many matches more to come here as we move forward.
Yeah, I think all the Rogue fans in the world, there's never a Rogue game. There's never time when you have Rogue playing really well and they just go, well, this is a nice, simple way all the way through. They decided to, jump 2 feet into the puddle towards the end with every player making some interesting mistakes, but certainly a good performance for them indeed.
That is going to do it here, though, for the first match, you guys, of the ESPN Invitational. Again, a lot of matches coming up next. You guys don't want to go anywhere. I'm trying to think of who we have after this one. I think it is Plot Twist versus Rats. So we're going to get to see the first emphasis of AXB on the roster. Don't go anywhere, you guys. It's the ESPN Invitational. Hey, welcome back, everybody, to the ESPN Invitational. Lawler here alongside Shogun, who is slowly working on some settings. We'll see how that goes. So,
it's probably horrible as always.
Yeah, we'll figure it out eventually. Just kind of dealing with some production stuff. So again, we appreciate you guys all being patient with us. We just wrapped up with our first match between NRG and Rogue, which was shocking to say the least, but very exciting at the same time. So that was a really fun one. We've got Rad Enterprises coming up with Plot Twist next. If you guys don't know the new roster for Rad Enterprises, they're going to be using AXB, and on the other side, it is going to be Plot Twist using Sosa, who they've been using recently and have been looking quite stellar, actually.
Yeah, Plot Twist have really seemingly refigured out what they want to do, remotivated, and I think it all comes back to that qualifying loss for the Brawl 10K, where they lost to Jamal Jabali, and we spent the entirety of the tournament when we had Jamal Jabali actually in it. We kind of didn't.
Can you say that name again for me?
Jamal Jabali.
Jamal Jabari?
Jamal Jabari? There we go. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Who's Jabali? Like Jabaited?
I don't know.
Like, are you baiting chat? Is that what's happening? Are you just like?
I don't know. I've been watching far too much fighting game stuff lately, clearly. But ever since then, there's been something that they have figured out. Their own losses lately: Envy, Space Station, NRG. That's not bad teams to go losing against. Everyone else that you would sort of expect them to be trading 50-50 with, they have ended up beating, including the ones that they're about to play against right now. They beat Rat Enterprises in the Summer Shuffle qualifiers, and they're going to look to do it again here.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting one to see how it ends up playing out. But yeah, a big match coming up next. This is the first time we actually get to see Rat Enterprises use AXB publicly. We have not seen this roster come to form or play at all yet. So I'm genuinely interested to see how it is going to factor into how the rotational style looks. I think overall, because we've seen so many different tastes of what the rosters have been with, I think Riddles, I think they had the most like skill potential, but it just didn't look as clean. I think Illusion was probably the best rotational they looked, but again, we've seen so many different looks with them that it's just been impossible to kind of get a like a clear level of consistency in any sort of factor. So
yeah,
I'm a little worried for them in that sense too, because I don't think they've had much practice with AXB. So I think I'm just genuinely interested to see how it's going to play out. I really don't know. It's hard to give a prediction.
Yeah, it's very easy to say that we definitely got the best results out of them when they had Wonder Mike. But it's hard to say whether or not the team looked really good or if Wonder Mike looked really good in those.
Seems how it goes now.
Yeah, pretty much. But they've got to figure this out somewhere. This has been a really poor off season for them. They have looked consistently like they are struggling. And as we mentioned, roster lock was 37 minutes ago. So this needs to look good today.
And if it doesn't, too bad.
Yeah, pretty much. You are with it now.
You know what else looks really good? You readying up.
Oh. Hey, you gave me like 5 seconds for that one, or so sort of a thing.
Gotta be quick, man. Gotta be quick.
Yeah, priorities.
Trying to get into the action for as quick as possible. So servers tested, people are good to go. Give these guys the A-OK, then we're ready to go into the action. So early thoughts, I guess, Shogun. Obviously, we haven't been able to look too much at this Rat Enterprises because we've never seen it. But how are you feeling about Plot Twist as we kind of get this game underway?
Plot Twist have only struggled in games where they have not set their own pace. Against Envy, they end up in a low-scoring game where it was up to defensive mistakes. Against Space Station Gaming, they just couldn't deal with the just pure chaos that was happening around them. But against Rat Enterprises, I think they'll be a lot more comfortable when it comes to setting their own pace, and they have done exactly that. Only took them 6 seconds for their first goal.
That one worked out pretty well for you, Shogi.
Yeah, no, it's nice when you've managed to just set everything up and they deliver.
Let's put it up and knock it down just like they do there with that pass play into the corner. Again, 6 seconds off the kickoff and a great start for them, and it looks like they're going to try to replicate that here. As a big thing I've been noticing a lot is just that third man as they come through. First in rotation, kind of working back on that rotation, just going for the demo on that big threat every single time. I think Liquid with Fruity was the first time that I really noticed it and how impactful it could be. But just seems to be a tried and true here for a lot of teams. It's a good pass play down to Sosa, shot on target, and they're going to put it away. Great start here for Plot Twist.
They have just put opportunity after opportunity on their plate, and they are putting away with them very simply. XB, this is not the way you wanted your Rat Enterprises career to start. That's what they're going to have to deal with, and they've got to try and figure out a way of dealing with plot twist here. Torment back out over to Sosa, who takes his time. Actually, he's allowed XB to play it. Not typically something you want to be doing too much. It's cleared to the midfield, and Torment wasn't expecting it to be that deep. And Sosa will score yet again, but it's a positional mistake from Torment that allows it.
Still a great decision here by Sosa. The way that he applies is he's actually really close to this ball, and immediately as soon as he sees that ball pop up, he's like, I have faith for you to get this to me. Beelines downfield and actually takes a wider angle of approach because he's so limited on boost that when he can turn into the play, it allows him to get some of that power with the shot, and even still, it has to do with the positioning and that mistake on the other end. Looked like it could have been pinched out, but Sosa's going to be rewarded here, having 3 now and a hat trick for himself. The new addition being an absolute stud for plot twist.
Oh, wow. This is just rough at the moment. They have not been able to figure out anything to go well for them. And that is number 4.
Well, Shogun. Things I didn't expect for 200, I guess. I mean, today has been interesting, to say the least. Oh, what the bump? You know, I made a pretty bold claim on a stream and just in general in videos and stuff lately about how a lot of these rosters, as savage or whatever you want to call it as it is, kind of skate by. And that's not to point out any one particular roster. There is a lot of people, though, that just, they're comfortable. You know, they've been able to play in the RLCS. They've been just kind of skating by and don't really understand, you know, the typicals that put in 120 hours every 2 weeks. You know, the guys that are truly grinders. And it leads for a lot of opportunities for these other teams like the RLRS and Bubble teams that are just hungry. This is a team like that. Plot Twist has just always been waiting for that opportunity, and now with everything being open qualifiers and the capability to be one of 32 teams to make it in, you are going to see some of these top-tier teams falter. They're going to have a very rough time, especially with the small trade window. So, again, it excites me, but I'm also nervous for a lot of these high-level players that have been in the scene for such a long time, as Gimmick finally gets one in a response here for Rad Enterprises.
I need you to keep talking for a second as I do a microphone swap. Just trust me.
I just monologued for like a minute, man.
I know. I should try and find the wire.
How much time do you need?
Oh, give me a second here.
Shogun's under his desk looking and glancing from the floor like as he's messing with cables. You know, do whatever you got to do, man, I guess, at this point. But yeah, pretty convincing start here to Plot Twist versus Rad Enterprises. Sosa should be able to put this one away pretty easily as he throws a double touch into the back of the net. And he makes it look simple, but it's really not. That's just a great touch and then good control. Making sure he flips around to slow himself down just a bit. And not a whole lot that can happen on defense. You've been doing pretty well off these kickoffs here, Shogun. Don't know if you're back. Blink twice if you are. That's not going to work.
I think I managed it.
Nice. It's a really, really loud blink. Thank you.
Okay, good. That was the ultimately loud blink. This is the lovely part about trying out new equipment lately. It has been a bit of a nightmare, and a continued nightmare for the boys over on Rat Enterprises. 7-1, and unfortunately for them, well, there's a lot of game left to play.
I mean, you're sitting here, man. All the space you could ever want in the midfield, and that's being coupled by a person who's just able to go downfield and be a bully. So at this point, man, I don't know what Rat's trying to accomplish, but I just don't see it at all. But good play from Gimmick here should relieve some of that pressure. Double demo coming out.
Might be another opportunity. Sosa is going to leave. Taroko ends up calling him off it. For Rat Enterprises, this is just the worst possible start. It really is. And for two players that have had the history that they do not want it to continue on like this. This is what happens, man. There's always going to be that hungry player waiting. Sosa has definitely been one of those. He has been outstanding since pretty much since that loss, really. Ever since they didn't qualify for the Brawl 10K. Ever since then, everything has just been phenomenal.
Now, I normally don't pay attention to chat too much while I cast, but there's one that caught my eye here. Corrupted G, coach of Rogue, they just kind of did pretty well. Had the ability to just say, guys, this isn't a ping test, this is live.
Ouch.
And,
ouch.
Oof, man.
Well, you know what? He is watching very one-sided game one. He's just got a win against the de facto #1 in the region. I think he's got every right now to be enjoying himself.
Just kind of eyeing up the competition, and should be an interesting one here. Obviously, still a lot of game to play. This game feels like it's been going on forever, partially due to the fact of how many goals have been scored as Gimmick trying to get another touch here to play wall, and it just can't land it.
I think we need to point out as well that this game is, you know, despite being the first one of the night, this game is hugely important to both teams. You know, Rogue are looking phenomenal. You already said that would be a difficult win for both Rat Enterprises and for Plot Twist. But now that Rogue are playing so well, and NRG have still, you know, even despite the fact that they took a loss, still are NRG, this could be the deciding matchup already.
Yeah, this could be a really big one. Obviously, I think we came in kind of assuming our top 3 with Rat most likely being the one kind of the out one out. And if Plot Twist is playing like this, I think it only solidifies it even more. But again, it's just game 1 in a best of 5, but a convincing one nonetheless. So going to be a tough one here for Rat to try to bounce back as they get almost the last second goal would have been if they had a little bit more time. But I mean, Plot Twist, convincing win, and a lot of it just starts with the kickoff, man. Their kickoff game was absolutely dominant.
I mean, their everything was really dominant. Let's do the count game.
Nice, man. I've been savage all day today.
I know. Let's do the counting game here. 17 shots to 5. That is a little one-sided.
A little bit.
A little bit. For Rat Enterprises, that was just a game that was so bad, it's very difficult to just sit down and just say, hey, do this, that, or the other better. They've just got to go into this next game completely fresh-minded and say, right, well, it's only up from here.
Yeah, it can't get much worse, being completely honest. But at the same time, on the opposite side, I mean, Plot Twist just they gave us everything we wanted, and sometimes the difficulty is trying to recreate that when you do have some sort of resistance from the other team. It does make it awkward trying to go for some of these pass plays that just felt so effortlessly a little bit ago. But I think the biggest thing to take from Plot Twist is lack of hesitation is definitely there. They're feeling confident. They're moving through. You don't see any double commits or overlap, which is always great. And their aggression on offense. I love the fact that they still work in those bump plays. Numerous times they send like Taroko to go in and go for a demo. And it's been paying a lot. So interested to see if they can keep that up, or if, you know, Rat Enterprises has an answer here as we get into game number 2.
Well, right now, they are automatically been put in a bad spot. They've, however, started off much better this time around, as it might take a little bit more here for Plot Twist to get a goal. As Gimmick will clear to Torment, looking to transition back over to AXB. Gimmick will be forced to just take it back into his own corner. Plot Twist, looking for more of the same, really. They have controlled the midfield boost across both games. They've started off doing very much the same thing. Mektos, just got the save. And if it was too far behind him, you did see Sosa hanging out towards the back post, so Plot Twist relatively comfortable saving that shot.
Already a much better start here for Rat Enterprise, especially at the beginning. They talked about those demos that they had to look out for. Well, Taroko and Sosa getting very much so involved on that. And they fended off and get it clear the other way. So fantastic start here for Rat in comparison to their previous. Seems to be a lot better with these touches as well. A little bit more control on the back end. And as I say that, unfortunately, Torment does lose possession. Luckily, AXB on the back end side, going to go for a demo of his own and opens it wide open. Great job by Rat Enterprises for the goal here.
Yeah, they've not had many opportunities, but they made this one count. Mektos would have wanted better from his own touch, though. Ends up leaving his defender wide open to get demoed. A much better start now for Rat Enterprises. This is more of what we expected. Definitely did not expect them to take the win here, but we definitely didn't expect them to get stomped either, and they are looking so strong, taking the opportunities as they come. Again, it's a really poor defensive effort.
Yeah, big double commit on the back end there too, as well as just dropping that straight down in the midfield. Not only do you have a player that's not there like they're supposed to be, but you're also just giving it to the other team. You can see it as it falls into Gimmick's lap. He's able to just put a shot on target. So
what is
again,
going
rough
on?
situation, big mistake, and here's another one. We're seeing the complete antithesis this game.
I mean, I feel like at least Plot Twist worked for some of their goals. They're handing these away. This has been generous of them, to say the very least, but Rat Enterprises will need to at least work harder for more of these. At least if you're Plot Twist, you want to try and make sure of it. Now 3 goals down. At least it's happened early. They've got time to try and fix this. And Mektos has managed to grab one.
Ends up coming into this one super aggressive. I'm curious to see what happened on the back end. Both, okay, AXB and Torment getting ready to move that downfield, and that's kind of that domino effect we talk about, where numerous times players just have the expectation where their teammate with possession is going to be able to play down, so they just confidently move back. Sometimes if they do have it go the other way, they get punished for it, and you see it just there. So again, good for Plot Twist to get back on the board. Not going to be such a drought like we saw last time. It's ball played in the midfield. A good challenge here by Torment, able to play it back into the corner where Taroko is already waiting. It's a flip reset from Sosa, tries to go for the dunk, almost has the read quite well, but able to be pushed aside here by the defense of Rat Enterprises. Trying to get another clear out. It's contested well here by Gimmick as it plays it in the midfield. So it's trying to play it a little bit slower, but the challenge is there. As the ball still feeds into the corner and played directly down into the mid. That could be a dangerous spot as Sosa plays it up high instead of a shot. I think it caught him off a little bit off guard. Wasn't able to get around it as pass played in the midfield. Again, read and intercepted by Rat Enterprises. Something that we didn't get much in game number 1, Shogun.
No, they don't need to set the pace anymore. They have very much got it, but they could do about letting these infield passes happen. Got lucky the bounce for Sosa was very awkward, so didn't quite lay it off the way you wanted to, but that is a player down, and that is also lights very much on right now to say that Plot Twist have to start throwing more at this. The ceiling, Torment might go the whole way, and he will.
Just clean with it at this point. That slight hesitation there, though, you can just tell it completely throws off. I think it was Taroko that came in for that one. But that subtle, like, little stutter that he has just throws off all the aggression coming through. And then at that point, he's got 2 people in defense. Just one of them needs to go up and challenge. With great control here from by Torment, showing he can do it as well. But almost a response immediately. Stomped out by Rat. They play it down. A good pass play. Shot on by Gimmick. Pushed away by Mektos. Minute 45 remaining here, and it looks like Red Enterprises has finally gotten their foothold, Shogun.
They have very much kicked in the door to at least make their entrance this series. And both teams will be looking at both these games so far and saying, okay, well, like one of them, didn't like the other. But with a 3-goal lead, this should be Rat Enterprises to finish off. Pass into the midfield, though. Sosa keeps that pressure on, only far as Torment. Oh, drops it down. Looks for AXB, who only figured it out a little bit late. Was always going to struggle to get there anyway.
And despite that, I mean, he still made something out of it, right? You know, he went to move
at the very least.
Yeah, he tried to move downfield and get that pass. Yeah, he read it a little bit late, but you know, he still comes in, applies a little bit of pressure just by being there, and he gets the boost tonight. So again, good sustainability and trying to make the most out of it while he can. And at this point, this game's kind of just neutralized back and forth in the midfield, just kind of waiting for the time to kick it down.
I mean, both teams are pretty aware of the situation. Not really too willing to go all in, and this is a good news as well for Rat Enterprises, knowing that they're not going to get pushed too much. We don't really get to have the stress test just yet. Sosa off the ceiling would at least like to get one highlight reel play. He did almost find the pass for it. Quick reminder about how lethal Plot Twist can be when the offense is clicking. But for game 2, held very quiet, only 1 goal. Also, Rat Enterprises stormed ahead to an early lead and did not let go of it.
Yeah, I mean, I touched on that just very briefly about the contrast of what we were going to see. You know, if Rat starts, you know, clean up some of their mistakes, there was quite a few just missed touches or just no touches in general. And then that got coupled with the fact that Plot Twist, again, was just kind of gifting away some of the goals in the beginning. So, you know, what seemed effortless, as I mentioned, in the way that they made the passes and the touches and the demos that they followed up with, they just weren't there this game. So it again provides that contrast that I'm talking about is, Rad Enterprises, now that they are kind of feeling like they're in this series, it's just a matter of who's going to make more mistakes. And that's kind of what it comes down to is the opportunities really haven't had to been made. You don't see the crazy pass plays, and some of them you do, but they're still not being scored. So again, I haven't seen anybody really take full advantage now that we've neutralized the series. Still anybody's match, and that's the exciting part here, compared to the very one-sided affair we got in our very first series of the day.
Absolutely. But what I want to hear, Lawler, is a game 3 where we get both teams playing well. That would be pretty much appreciated if we could get a little bit of that. I think we need to get the players back into this. We only got me, you, the admin, and Mektos at the moment. So
yeah. I'm not sure what ended up happening.
We lost them.
Yeah, it looks like I need you guys to leave so I can remake.
Yay.
Nope, maybe not.
Oh.
Come on back, Shuggy.
Okay. It's the private button, isn't it? There we go.
Yeah.
Easy. I don't get invited to many private matches. I would consider it maybe a poor social standing, but I could also think that maybe I'm just too good and that my mates don't want to play with me.
That's definitely it. We'll 1000% go with this. This is also a test just to make everybody aware. So for production, appreciate you guys showing these guys what goes on behind the scenes. Give it a cool little behind the scene effort. But
should have said, I think people have got very excited by Torment now starting to do flashy 360 shots.
All right, well, you guys get to see a little bit of the magic of what goes down. Now I gotta do this, and then we count down, and they're like, "Oh, crazy, you can do that?" And it's like, "Yeah, it's no." All right, we're gonna get the match underway, guys. Appreciate you guys all being patient. Sometimes this stuff happens, but
it's the joy. We've mentioned it a few times. It is the joy of the online tournament for everything world that we are currently in. It's just fantastic that we do get these events anyway, because these are very difficult for everyone to try and put together.
Yeah, it's something that we kind of take for granted. Obviously, with being, nerds and esportsers and stuff like that, it's just, while everything else kind of stands still, the fact that we're able to continuously put on events, and shout outs to obviously everybody involved with, Sonic's helping provide funding for prize pools. I mean, you're talking 300,000 plus across the community events that have all wrapped up. ESPN even going above and beyond to put on this and bring us along. Like, there's a lot of things that come into these to make these happen, so everybody can come in and tune in and watch and enjoy some high level competition. So.
Well, we've been so busy lately that almost just feels like the norm.
Yeah, it's like nothing. Yeah. I mean, that just kind of feels like
the standards are still. This is difficult to put together.
Yeah, I mean, even it's the same thing. Like, I've had relatives be like, "Yeah, like, how was pandemic? Like, how are you?" I'm like, literally nothing has changed.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm not flying to like events and stuff, but other than that, nothing has changed. I'm still sitting at home playing games and talking about Rocket League.
Oh, this is going to be an opportunity to start us off. So wants a good challenge, but XB is going to make sure that there is absolutely no challenge. So we have got ourselves game number 3 underway. This is a good start so far from Plot Twist. Can they get the goal for it? Torment will keep the shot out. And hopefully this is going to be that improved performance from both teams that I was hoping for. Not quite the shot Taroko wanted. And now it's the leftist teammate in a 2v1. XB squeezes it around. Well played defensively to make yourself as big of a target as possible between the bump and the block. Gimmick and the rest of Rat Enterprises do not want to give this up, but instead he's just really pulled himself out of position for a little while longer. That's where the trying to hold the midfield can be a detriment when you don't really need to do it. You can pull 3 players back. You can make sure you've confirmed all the boosts. And that is going to be a continued amount of pressure from Plot Twist. Drop it down to Mektos, who will get the goal.
Yeah, it looked like there was going to be a glimpse of hope there. When that ball played over to the left corner for the blue side, XP made some heroic efforts, got up early and made a couple touches to play it out. But again, that midfield rotation coming in through Plot Twist, able to push it right back in. So everything at that point kind of expended people out of rotation. They're just able to punish. So Plot Twist going to be first on the board here as we approach a minute and a half in. XP on the other side trying to see if he can get some goals for his team. The Torment plays this high off the ceiling. Unfortunately, a little bit too far for Gimmick. And the difficulty with a lot of these touches, it just seems like everything is kind of panicky, where rather than having a good position behind the ball is a fantastic save by AXB. it seems like they're just kind of doing it in passing. AXB particularly just doesn't seem to be able to kind of position himself directly behind the ball. So when he does hit it, it's a powerful clear downfield. It just feels kind of lackluster and still settles in their half. So having a hard time, and part of the reason why is just these touches just aren't quite there yet.
AXB now tries to force the challenge. Taroko happy to oblige. Mektos' pass would have been for Sosa. Didn't make contact though. This is good continued pressure from Plot Twist. Will drop down. Sosa had boost. You could definitely tell he was going to be the one on it, but I think he needs to back out of this now. He's stuck around for way too long. He's still on 0 boost. Will steal the 100. Question is, what did they really gain out of that? What they've gained is a Torment one-on-one who couldn't beat Taroko.
Yeah, a little bit dangerous on that one. You talked about the overextension from Sosa, and you know, of course, as soon as you say it, he gets rewarded with boosts in the corner, but again, it left his teammate in a really tough predicament. But that's part of that trust we were talking about at the beginning of the series, Shogun, where these guys just confident to move forward on offense and defense. And yes, it puts them in some pretty precarious positions. Overall, they're able to handle it. So again, just taking those risks, seeing if it rewards them as a big clear, end up being just a little bit wide. Could have been an open goal opportunity. Plot Twist again finds himself back on defense.
It's one of those ones that always looks terrifying from literally every perspective on the field except for AXB's, who was just like, yeah, got this. Oh, they don't have that though. Rat Enterprises, they're supposed to be the ones going looking for the goal. Instead, they almost put themselves down by 2. Plot Twist continuing to almost do the exact same as what Kronovi was earlier on. Take their shots, play off the backboard, and then immediately use the same player to hook around the face of the goal and see if you can remove a defender. Well played from Gimmick. He's underneath 1. AXB can move in. He's against Sosa. Doesn't get the challenge he needed, and instead it's going to be an awkward angle, but Torment can find it.
Just really good follow-up play, and it all starts with Gimmick just going for that fake initially to get past 1, and then for AXB, positioning on that is just superb. He goes to the left-hand side and makes sure to put all of his power to push it back in midfield. And it's just up to the cleanup man, and Torment able to come back around. And taking some notes here from the Fireburner, the golden strike we've seen time and time again, but again, Gimmick gonna take it on a solo play.
And just like that, the fortunes have been very much reversed. Gimmick does the flying nothing, and it was more than enough. Completely threw off Plot Twist. And what was that? About 5 in-game seconds? Not even that?
The scary thing here about Rocket League, and it looks like Gimmick just starting to get into that feeling, going for a lot of these fakes and a lot of these mechanical touches. He actually ended up like fly swatting it above with a flip reset. Almost had the dunk on one, but again, as soon as I say that,
oh no.
Oh man.
Why? That's all I've got to ask.
I'm here for the people to give us a close nail-biting game, all right?
But like, don't make it obvious. At least get a touch on the challenge. I think Gimmick went over it.
Yeah, all those fakes, man.
Yeah.
Threw in another one.
Throw in another one. Took out his own team this time around, and we might get another immediate goal. 45 seconds on the clock. Whoever wins this moves on to match point. As we mentioned, crucially important series for both teams. Whoever loses this is going to have to try and pull off an upset against either NRG or Rogue just to stand a chance. And that's before we even hit tiebreakers.
Yeah, still a lot of action go, even in this series as we drop down to the last 20 seconds. Tied 2 apiece here in the third game. This one going to be putting a team on match point. Is a big demo here from Gimmick. Shot on target, saved and pushed away by Mektos. But Gimmick's actually there. He goes for another bump. Could be an opportunity for AXB. Shot on target, saved again by Mektos. So we get down to the last 5 seconds. Ball hung up in the air, pushed into the corner by Taroko. Played back down by Gimmick. Nobody there for a shot. It's going to be a big clear. At this point, Rat Enterprise is seeing what they can do to just push this one down. Maybe not, as it's a big pinch. Plays in the corner. What is that? All the way over to the corner. It's still kept alive.
Big pinch almost sounded like a challenge. What a hit. They've got ourselves overtime. Next goal moves on to match point. And Gimmick would love to be the goal scorer. He's got time to set up. Flicks over the top. Was looking for Torment. Instead, it's AXB's opportunity. Lays it off to Torment again, both times. They wanted to find the Season 6 LAN MVP. And both times, he was covered.
Yeah, really good idea to play that down to a teammate. Also had one on the other side.
This time was Torment's opportunity. Well, you can definitely see that the plan that Rat Enterprises want to go for so far unable to get the finish. Everyone committed. Sosa hands it straight over to Torment, who chooses the bang long, and he's banged it into the net.
Something about Torment and just not getting anybody challenging his touches. The second one here, just a big clear, and you can just tell nobody back, not even a demo to show for it. Just caught out on the rotation. Again, this is where Plot Twist can definitely get punished. Having that trust to move forward, be aggressive. All it takes is a big clear, and Rad Enterprises gets rewarded. So Rad Enterprises, after a really rough start, now find themselves on match point, and now that they've cleaned things up, other than a couple mistakes, obviously Gimmick working in those fakes, whether it be beneficial or not, they're working in the pass plays on offense. And I think that's the big thing I want to note is every single time they're going for these shots, rather than taking the direct approach, which hasn't really worked yet, they're starting to dish them down to a teammate. And it's been exciting to see some of those things develop. It's just a matter of can they get the shot with it. So far, Plot Twist has been able to block a majority of them.
Rat Enterprises have been very happy to, and I don't know if you guys have got the term over in the States, full send. Yeah, is what we call it. All three players. I'm going to pass to you. Third man, go and bump something. Almost worked on a couple of occasions. Plot Twist were only able to avoid it by the fact that they did manage to get their spare player in front of the oncoming shot. They're not going to have a chance to get anyone in front of this one. Another mistake, and it will be AXB's to score.
Yeah, just a rough touch here from Taroko, trying to play that up the wall. If he gets a pinch, I might go the other way, but because he's on top of it to the right, it ends up pinching back towards his own net, leaves it wide open. So XP pretty much being gifted one here. 6 seconds looks familiar to our first game here in the series as AXB up high, has the ability to go for a flip reset. He's actually just going to go for a super clean air dribble. Unfortunately, goes a little bit too high on the top left, not going to go in as this one skates by. He's going to pass that back to his teammate. Pass in the midfield and read by Mekto. So far, so good here from Rat Enterprises. They apply even more pressure. But other than the mistake, just haven't been able to find the back of the net.
And it has so far been all Rat Enterprises. Good flick, though, from Mektos. XB just stretches his car to make sure that the transition wasn't going to be too quick for his opponents. There is Sosa on the fast side. Taroko couldn't find him. Mektos can't win his challenge either. Frustrating exchange for Plot Twist. 2 different times it wanted to break through. 2 different times it was stuffed out. Now Gimmick. Good control of his first touch. Going to look to try and set up. Mektos there early. Next B just realizing that he was the last man back. Chooses to buy a little bit of time. It's amazing how different this suddenly feels for Rat Enterprises. Ever since that game 1, something seems to have switched in them. And they have been furious. There are demos scattering the field.
It's almost as if they shook off the dust on this one, and it's been looking good. Obviously, Brazil in the first game and having a rough time with it, but a lot of that was just due to mistakes, things where they were making touches or just weren't in general. As another pass play comes out here and almost a bump. But since that moment, really a lot of attention put towards Gimmick. Just his ability to kind of create some of these opportunities, whether it be with the solo plays and the fakes, or just some of these pass plays and demos. There's a great pass play develops here, pushed away by Sosa on the defensive half of Plot Twist. And another mistake pushes it into midfield. Nobody there for the shot, but still, Red Enterprise is going to get possession out of it.
It's great defense from Plot Twist that have meant that this is only a 1-0 deficit that they currently face. Given the shots they have been up against, this could easily have been 2, maybe even 3. That could very well spell the end of the series. Now pass over to Mektos. He cannot outpace AXB. And there is yet another demo, this time working out for Plot Twist. Over to Mektos, tries to keep the pressure on. Couldn't find enough pace. It's cleared over to Torment. Will try take it by himself. Might have been better off to go for the 1-2. But with all field control at the moment, Rat Enterprises will be very happy with how this has been played so far. And it is another open net. That AXB scores with some style.
Yeah, it's just a really good 50 again, set up by Gimmick, and Torment just waiting and waiting. He's waiting for this play to develop, sitting right behind us, that support player. And I think that's been kind of a coupling factors to the Rat Enterprises team. Is not only is Torment, I think, feeling a little bit more comfortable in the rotation now, where it feels like an actual member of it rather than just having to play cleanup. But he's actually going for some solo stuff as well. There's been numerous times where rather than what's automatically going to feel like an immediate shot from Torment or a pass to a teammate, he's been going for a couple of the solo plays, going for some of the air dribbles, and has been rewarded graciously for it. So I think it's just another threat that you have to pay attention to on Rad Enterprises. And as they get more informed with it, pass play coming down here from XB over to Gimmick. Not going to show up, but a pass going down, trying to sneak this one in. And again, the defense from Plot Twist just barely holding on.
These demos have run roughshod on the Plot Twist defense and just their rotation in general. They had a pass off that they wanted to go up for earlier on. Player they wanted to give it over to wasn't on the field anymore. Rat Enterprises, I would say they've controlled the pace, but they've been the only players on the field to control the pace.
Yeah, been quite a bit of demos taking one out of the Plot Twist book, and that's something that I think Plot Twist has been having a hard time. They're playing so much defense, they're not able to play that aggressive and demo-heavy playstyle that just overwhelms offenses. And this one going to pitch in the midfield, an opportunity here for Sosa, puts a good shot on target. He's going to be rewarded.
And they finally get their opportunity to give one back to Rat Enterprises. Take a look at Gimmick. He is just hounded. I don't really think there was too many ways he was getting to that one. He jumps for it. He is getting clipped by the other car. And now, maybe an opportunity here for Plot Twist. Need a better shot than that, though, in the future. They've basically handed it over to Torment, who they'll be thankful to see is out of boost. Gimmick needs to get contact. He missed it. And Plot Twist are back to 2 each.
Just like that, Shogun. Every time we think things are going to trend in one direction and it looks like, okay, it's all she wrote, the other team immediately comes back into it. And it's just been back and forth an affair in this series. And it's fantastic for us to watch. But again, makes it scary coming down to the last 45 seconds here. Rad Enterprises is on match point. But it looks like Plot Twist starting to play a bit more aggressive. And part of the reason why Sosa been taking a lot of risk, overstaying is welcome a lot, but it's applying that pressure and allowing them to win some of these challenges. So again, easily punished, but when it works out well.
Oh, Sosa went all in. He was the last one back. And Taroko scrambles there to help out prior to that goal going in. Rat Enterprises were out shooting Plot Twist 12-3. They have been in thorough control, but don't have the result currently to show for it. AXB wanted the backboard, couldn't quite find it. Another demo, why not? I feel like my camera is just constantly switching to anyone that has still at least got a car chassis still on the field. But this is now key for Plot Twist. They have got to get a goal here, or they lose one of their more key matchups in the group stage.
Well, their credit has been usually on the kickoffs when they've been getting the wins, and they do win one here as it plays into the midfield. Good 50s coming out. But handled extremely well on the back end by Rad Enterprises. Plays into the corner. XB is up for the block. Gimmick there in support, so they clear that downfield. Gimmick trying to go up for this very quickly. But he's not able to. Luckily, can deny the boost in the corner. So Mektos on the back end, if they do catch him in a tough position. Still plenty to work with. Played into the midfield. Big clear here by Gimmick into the midfield. Trying to go for the follow-up. It's not there. Torment in behind. So Plot Twist doing a good job challenging in the midfield instead of playing on their back half. Able to play it into the corner, up on offense. Pass across. Gimmick there, played away again by Rad Enterprises. No real shots, though, in most of this, Shogun. It's been a lot of back and forth, but haven't seen anything really on target.
Gimmick was trying to find the final defender. Couldn't quite get it, especially without a setup really happening quick enough for Rat Enterprises. This could be interesting indeed. Sosa chose to stay back, and that was the right decision. XB couldn't quite see it, was expecting a challenge. Now Sosa, ceiling reset maybe, no back out. Torment.
Oh, again, Torment?
Coast to coast, and Gimmick will finish off the series. A much-needed win for Rat Enterprises.
It's a good challenge in the midfield by Torment to make that pass awkward, but Gimmick gets all the credit. Sitting on that backboard and just a massive clear again. Numerous times Rat Enterprises do it, and what started just absolutely horrid, they're able to turn it around and get the victory. So a big win here for Rat Enterprises. We talked about, well, this could be one of the teams that does not have the winning record against these rosters, and this could ultimately be the one that determines who goes forward or not, and it's going to be Rat Enterprises on top. So congrats to them. A very tough-fought series, but still a lot to be desired, I think, from both ends.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Rat Enterprises will be very happy, actually. I think they should be very happy with. And I know the game 2 performance was by far their biggest win, but I think the game 3 and 4 performance are actually their best ones, the more replicatable ones that you'd want to see them build upon going forward. So those 2 games, absolutely phenomenal. For plot twist, the question becomes, how many times can a ball go from the opponent's final third into your goal before you start to fix it? They have got to get that figured out against Rogue and NRG.
Yeah, it's something that I think a lot of the rival series teams promoting forward are really going to benefit from as they start to play more of these experienced rosters where every single touch can be punished. Anytime you make a mistake, anytime that you're not in the right position, you will get it thrown back at you. And it's something that a lot of people have a hard time adjusting to at the very beginning, where every single one of these RLCS players, does not matter who it is on the field, even though if they aren't the most mechanical player, they have the fundamentals down very sound. So again, case in point, on the back wall, it's an immediate clear numerous times, and they get punished for it. So again, Rad Enterprises take advantage of the opportunities, going to get the victory here moving forward.
Absolutely. And when we come back from a short break, we are going to be kicking off round number 2 of the Group A action.
That I wanna see, will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things. Yeah, that I wanna see, will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things. That I wanna see, will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things. That I wanna see, will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. Yeah, 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 I put that on me. Yeah, I put that on me. Yeah, I put that on me. I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. Yeah, yeah, I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. Yeah, I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things. Yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I am no regular citizen. Do you understand what you're witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions so I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving, they offer me. Just do it and stop at I'm talking G. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one stunner, don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up.
Welcome back to the ESPN Invitational. I am Shogun, joined as always by the brilliant Lola. And up next, we have got ourselves Plot Twist, who need to bounce back after just losing to Rat Enterprises against a red-hot Rogue. I think, Lola, if there was ever a time to be playing against Rogue, today, right now, not it.
Again, as we've seen, though, as much credit we want to give to Rogue for their performances, can they replicate that? I think based upon their results, it's going to be a hard balance back and forth as we take a look at the results so far for Group A. Rogue and Rat on top, while Energy and Plot Twist on the bottom. Not sure if we would have been agreeing with that as we came into the day, but again, Rogue looking very stellar, and I think that's where the focus is going to be, is can Rogue replicate the high-flying, super aggressive passes on all their touches were just superb, and I think a lot of it starts again with those solo plays. You saw Turnturo try to just force it in, I don't know how many times, and ended up paying off.
And we were saying that some of those results could have been much larger victories for Rogue. All it takes is those ridiculously difficult mechanical plays to actually start working out for them, and we could see Rogue scoring an awful lot more. For Plot Twist, what do you want to see differently out of them compared to what we got in the previous matchup?
I think it needs to be a combination of two things. The first thing it needs to be is stop with the counterattacks. You guys are getting punished really heavily for it by playing almost too aggressive. And I think that starts with Sosa. Sosa has been kind of overextending with his play where he is chasing down for the demos. I mean, the ball will play across field to the left. And rather than just rotating down mid and getting out of the play so his teammate can come in and make that challenge, he sticks with it and stays on them the whole way. So yes, it applies that consistent pressure, but it's definitely more of like a twos mentality rather than three. So I think it's leaving them susceptible to those counters, but cleaning that up. Otherwise, the things I do like that they're doing is the aggressive play. When they are on offense, when they do see those opportunities, they're not afraid to go and move for the demos or take that person out of positioning and really commit to it. So I think there is some positives that they've really been able to capitalize on, but overall just clean up that back end because they're getting punished for it a little bit too heavily on it.
Yeah, especially looking at the players, especially with how quickly, actually, I'm not going to talk about the players, I'm just going to talk about how quickly Rogue were transitioning from defense to offense earlier on. It was lightning fast. NRG had no control over the midfield whatsoever. And partially that was NRG's fault, but at the same time, Rogue knew exactly where to lay the pass off to.
Yeah, it's been an interesting one. And overall, I think Rogue they've got that hot hand right now, man. Like, they looked really good. I think just even in contrast, the speed of it all was just total difference. I don't know if it was just the atmosphere from being on Urban Central or what, but that first game just had so much energy to it from Rogue coming out. So we'll be interested to see how it plays. We're just waiting on who's the culprit here? Turnturo to join in. Yeah, Turo to join in. So once we get him, we'll be ready to go and get the game ready and the action underway.
Never believe me when I say that. We get into these games as quickly as we can. It's just we have to be like sheepdogs, trying to get a hold of the our own little player sheep to get them actually into the lobby. So it's usually quite fun, but once we've got them, we will be underway. I would ask you for a prediction here, Lola. I think I know what the prediction is, though.
Yeah, pretty convincing. But again, it's a different matchup. It's a different play style. So maybe Plot Twist will rise to the occasion. I think there is some teams that definitely play up to their competition. And I think Plot Twist is definitely one of those teams where when they play the kind of fast, aggressive play style, I think it suits them more. While at first it was a Rat Enterprises playing a little bit slower, a little bit more neutral in the game. And then out of nowhere, they're like, okay, we're going to turn it on. We're going to go for demos and do what you guys are doing. And it just overwhelms. So I think if they just go out of the gate really aggressive, that'll actually suit Plot Twist and allow them to kind of hang with the big dogs for a little bit better. So I'm just going to see how it plays out. So looking forward to it.
The way that Plot Twist were playing wasn't really all that bad. They've just got to make that decision quicker on, do I stay or do I leave? And that decision in this game has always got to be the right one, because if you don't make the right decision, if you don't read how the play is going very well, then it is going to be your team that end up conceding, as we have got ourselves game one underway. I believe this is live, although...
This is 1,000% live.
There we go. First killer. It's going to start us off with Rogue on offense. Crow and the rest of Rogue would like to continue where they were. That's the fun part about one-day groups, is that you have got to try and make sure that you can at least reset. Because you are going to take losses, and you are going to take, on occasion, bad losses. That's what Plot Twist have been tasked with. Toro can turn. It's down for Crow. Wants to try and take the shot. Instead puts it up high. Removes Toroka from the defensive side. That's now 2 players committed. I wouldn't expect to see Rogue go all out on this first game. They didn't against NRG previous on. So they waited for about 2.5 minutes and then started to realize, okay, we're not getting pressured all that much. Now we can launch.
Yeah, and it seems to be the smarter approach definitely in game one. You know, there's not as much on the line. You can take a little bit more passive approach. I trust these guys to play defense, so you can see it here already. I mean, as soon as that ball goes down, nobody commits. Both Turo and First and Crow all sitting back. They let one move forward. The other two sit even behind the midfield. So, you know, that is an opportunity for Plot Twist if they do find a way to control the ball or trap the ball on their half and move it downfield. They're going to have a lot of space to work with. But again, a good play here from Turo trying to go up around the wall. Off the corner and played inside. But again, defensive play. Nobody there. First killer back on defense, and glad he is. As the shot comes out, he's able to save it. Goes to play on the top side. But First killer's aggressiveness and speediness to the ball, using those mechanics to get up, should be relatively okay for a clear here.
Yeah, First killer's defensive style, very much. He is very capable of stopping shots as they come in, but he will do anything he can to prevent that from being the case. Likes to be very proactive on the defensive side. If any Plot Twist fans out there, they will not want to see the ball hitting the backboard. Instead, Toroko will find an awkward angle, and he's managed to get it to work. Poor touch from Crow.
Yeah, Kronobi wanted to play this one nice and soft so he could trap it and start moving it downfield, but it just hit that perfect angle for Plot Twist where it ended up pinching out a little bit heavier. And that possession goes the other way. They're there to capitalize, and just like that, 2 minutes in, Plot Twist on the board and on top. So, again, a lot of people in chat obviously supporting everybody. We greatly appreciate you guys here, but I'm curious to see what chat has to say. If you guys want to spam for your favorite, if you guys got Rogue or if you got Plot Twist take the win, feel free to make your voice heard.
Back to the point I was going to try and make before Crow sort of caught me and pretty much his own team out with that, is that if you're Plot Twist, the last thing you want to see is your backboard undefended. That was where we saw NRG really falter against Rogue earlier on, and they were definitely punished for it. Got to keep someone around there at all times. Gonna be
especially in today's day and age in Rocket League, man.
It's amazing. Backboard has just been so critical to Rocket League ever since pretty much Weedham Girls started to really popularize it. And then it comes back in. On occasion, First killer will take one player out, but that's the reason why you've got the second head of the Hydra. But, you know, it's definitely much better defended than it was, 100%, but there are teams that are very good at stretching you out. And always using the fact that you've got to commit someone to that backboard nowadays to their own advantage, because that's when they can start going solo or maybe even passing the ball infield.
Yeah, the other thing, obviously, that we've seen popularized probably in the past season and a half is pretty much using the ceiling as another backboard. Just to be able to play it straight up to yourself and have it drop down in your lap. And yes, it takes a fair amount of boost and mechanical ability to take that read, but again, it's just another surface that these guys are able to play off of. Plus coupling that with, you know, the flip resets and everything else they can do. It's just, guy's really the limit, or ceiling's the limit, I guess, at this point. As these players get more and more comfortable, man. It's been wild.
So when you do see them do that, it's typically coupled in with, all right, well, I'm already up here. Might as well get a ceiling reset. It's just, they just add thing on top of thing on top of thing. Be very difficult as a defender to keep reading what the potential threats are. But so far, Rogue have not really put too much of a threat onto this net. They've got 50 seconds left to do it. Best shot they had was a demo first killer, but was covered well. A shot, Crow will pass it back out to Mektos, and Crow is having an awkward time today when he's got too much time to think defensively.
Honestly, should have been punished for that one. That shot just getting lucky on it, hitting the post and going back out, but a lot of the control has definitely been because of Plot Twist controlling the midfield boost. Been able to keep that aggressive game, but a demo here might open something up. A big pinch here on the back end. Unfortunately, going all the way across. First killer is there. Good save by Sosa. Well, it could have been an opportunity for Rogue. Was going to get saved and pushed away by Plot Twist as we drop down to the last 8 seconds. Turns up top. Good bump by Crow. Not there. Played into the corner and probably going to settle last second here. Can't keep it up, and it's going to go down. Plot Twist with only 1 goal. Going to be rewarded in our first match. Starting off on a strong foot, so good bounce back from them after their loss last game.
And it's the same thing for Rogue. As good as the win was against NRG, that last game was questionable with the way that they conceded 3 goals. There was not a single one of them that Rogue didn't directly or indirectly help their opponents out with. And very much the same case here, where just dropped it straight over to Taroko, who isn't going to miss those. You can't give him that for free. And almost having a second time as well.
Yeah, the thing, I mean, to take away from it, I guess the positives for Rogue is, yes, very defensive on the approach at the beginning where they weren't really sending people past midfield. And that's an easy fix. But on the other half, the only goal came off of 1 mistouch. You know, it's not like they were like a ton of goals that they were letting in. You know, it's an easy cleanup. So again, I don't think it swings any one way or the other. Plot Twist did do a good job of finally moving that offense up a little bit after they realized how much space was being given. But again, maybe that's what Rogue wants. Maybe Rogue wants to take more of a defensive approach so they can get those counterattack goals that work so well for Rad Enterprises. Again, different approaches. The big addition here of Corrupted G coming in as a coach. I know he's trying to apply some of his own efforts based upon what he sees. I know him and Kronovi have gotten along for a long time, over many years. So curious to see on what his addition can bring to this new Rogue roster, as they looked absolutely fantastic earlier today. First killer has a solo play, going to play this one up top off the backboard. It's met by Plot Twist on defense.
Taroko will want to keep this one going. He's actually got a passing option far side. First killer, as always, very quick to deal with it. And now a defensive mistake from Mektos leaves him only on 10. Crow comes in to wipe him out. It's going to make his efforts back even slower. First killer will want to try and move in off the touch from Turantoro. Much more possession first approach so far from Rogue. See what they can do with it though. Kronovi can't get on the inside of the ball. So the launch to the midfield wasn't really there. Taroko still around. Will pass it straight down. What a pass it is. But Sosa was a little bit too far forwards. Couldn't run onto the ball properly.
Yeah, I think that's the issue too with Plot Twist here, is they have that great setup, right? Shot's not there because of that. You've committed 2 players to it. So for Mektos to just throw that across mid, like nobody's going to be there to receive it. Those are the ones that you want to slow down and buy a little bit of time for your team, especially when you have possession up in that corner for free. So things to learn here and ways to really capitalize as a pass play goes the other way. First killer almost having a scoop here, played across, but luckily able to get it on the backboard. It's just going to fall into the lap, but unfortunately a little bit too far for Kronovi, and it pops the other way. Good aggression here from Plot Twist. Mektos already up and he played off the back wall. It's going to be there and pushed away by First Killer. You talked about that proactive defense from First Killer, and you're seeing it in full action, in full swing as they go back the other way.
Oh, it's going to drop down. Kronovi's shot is blocked, and this is a horrible position for Rogue, and that should have been in. And somehow, it's still 0-0. No idea how the rebound was not available, but it took a bit longer, Lawler. But Taroko will get the first goal for Plot Twist. Just these long balls seem to be working for Plot Twist this time around rather than against them.
Yeah, a little bit weird on that one. Taroko's on his back half as well, and he picks up that corner boost as he's watching this play develop. And just a self-pass up top, and, you know, kind of a whiff on defense ends up opening it up into having it fall just right in front for him. But again, able to bring it full field. He's up on the back wall here, just kind of sit behind us, just baiting the 50. Does a really good job. But I think that's Plot Twist's biggest asset, is that follow-up again. Gets the initial play immediately within stride. You have Sosa sweep in. Pushes the other way, but Rogue doing a much better job here pressuring in the midfield. See First Killer just awkwardly flailing about until he gets that trap. As I'm getting bumped out of the way, it's going to fall into the hands of the other team, but luckily Turturo there this time. Very similar to the goal that they let in last game to Plot Twist. As it goes over the top, and Sosa there to smash it in.
Now 3 goals unanswered. Taroko, what a setup though. Did all the work for Sosa, who just had to be there, really. But you can feel the wave of confidence that came from beating NRG is starting to drain now. It has been 8 minutes, no goals for Rogue.
It's the hardest thing too. I mean, when you have, talking about the psychological standpoint to it, I know you have a degree in sports coaching, right? So
yep.
The concept
looking at me.
Yeah. I mean, I can't. You're also very young, so that doesn't help. But the concept of like having that such huge endorphin rush, right, is you're at such a high. You just beat NRG. Nobody expects you to win that upset, and then you come back and all of a sudden you lose the first game, and it's just you're on the complete opposite feeling of it. It's really tough to bounce back, and it's something that a lot of these players are going to have to try to do is bouncing back here for Kronovi. Having mistakes. This could be the start. Made a mistake, gave up that first goal, and now here gets involved and gets a goal for it. So having to find a way to balance that out, having the highs and the lows is not an easy thing. And the best way to do that is with a coach or having the players with their communication. Just making sure they kind of reassure each other. It's not something we talk about enough, I think, in the game, even though it's so important, is the mental game that comes along with it.
It's not a series that you'd want to be dropping if you're Rogue, because then you put another team up to 1-1, put yourself down, and then you start getting stuck into maybe you might be hit by a tiebreaker if you can't overcome Rat Enterprises later on. And Rat Enterprises are a big question mark for every team right now. We have,
dude, at every point from what I'm seeing, everybody's a big question mark, man. Like, I have not seen one team that's like, okay, you're gonna make it through. Like, it is up in the air for everybody. And I guess that's kind of a positive thing too, is for any of these teams that are at a loss right now. Just knowing that it is still fair game for everybody. A lot of games still play. We're here in our third series of the day. We got 3 more to go, and Leaf and Sleek are going to be joining us on the tail end. So again, we appreciate you guys being here for the ESPN Esports Invitational. A whole lot of you in chat rooting on Rogue from what I saw, but there's still a couple fans here. From Plot Twist says First Killer just going to be a bully. Could have been an opportunity for Turinturo, but just can't put it away.
Oh, Turinturo is trying to figure out, is this going to be passed to me, or is it just going to keep dropping where it was? He tried to make his decision and didn't get the right one. First Killer keeps it going. 2 touches to take it over the top of one player. Couldn't quite get the last one. And if it stays as it is going to be Plot Twist with 3 match points. Crow to First Killer. First Killer back to the far side. Turinturo cannot make it to that one. One final opportunity. You can see Kronovi is up with First Killer. Will First Killer look to drop it? Instead, hit by Toroko for Sosa, who hasn't got enough boost to take it again. Be desperate to see the ball down to the ground. And it will do that. Plot Twist looking to bounce back with a sweep over Rogue. 1 game away from doing so.
Really big deal here for Plot Twist, and that's the confidence that they need. And I think it's only going to double down in their playstyle, which, again, as long as they're mindful, be careful of the counterattacks, which we haven't seen yet. You are starting to see Sosa be a little bit less aggressive with the way that they're rotating through. A little bit smarter approach. So I'm glad to see that Plot Twist is able to kind of learn from these factors, and that's what makes these teams so dangerous, is now that they're being exposed to the top tier, they're only going to get better. As for Rogue, kind of a complete opposite trend. They started coming in super aggressive, a lot of pass plays. And the thing that I haven't seen really is the solo plays. I haven't seen something been brought up on the wall and forcing someone on defense out of that rotation. They're not getting that respect that they did so much against NRG. So hopefully we see them work it in a little bit here as we move forward into our next game. With Plot Twist being on match point, they've got to work out something. And I think trusting these guys, especially someone like Turinturo, who's just barely missed out on some of these goals, to go for some of those solo plays, it could be the answer.
Really, sometimes when it comes to Rocket League analysis, we can sort of overdo it, but I have to agree with that sentence right there, Lola. This one seems like we've just got to get Rogue executing on some of their plays a little bit more often, especially they've gone solo a few times. They have beaten numerous players, they've got to figure out what comes out after that. Are they going straight for net? Are they going to get the follow-up? If they can get that answer correct, we should be able to see more goals from them. But right now, they've got to keep this out of their own side of the field. Mektos will fall on it. Sosa choosing to stay back. Much improved performance from him this time around. Has been very mature with the decisions he's been making when it comes to sticking around in offense or heading back for defense.
Yeah, it's been a really good adjustment here early on. It's paying off as this one going to fall into the lap of First Killer, able to slow it down in perfect trap here. Using those one mechanics, and one of the players that I enjoy watching the most, not just because of the way that he understands the game sense of the game, but his approach on the ball. A lot of times he'll play the player rather than the ball itself, going for those bumps to push somebody off, because he's aware of how much space he has to work with. Obviously in ones, a little bit more time to do that, but in threes it still applies with his defensive play. He's not afraid to just sit in net and wait for the play to develop. As you see it happen again here, big play into the midfield from Mektos, going to be cleared and pushed away by Kronovi. The plot twist starting to pressure upfield, trying to be a little bit more active on offense. As that one can go straight down, falls into the lap of First Killer. Can he try to force this one in? No, he ends up getting bumped by, I think, his teammate Turo. Not even if he had the angle or not, but still able to have this play kind of lead to anything. But they do still find themselves on the offensive half. As Kronovi and the rest trying to get a flip reset here, might be able to make something happen, at least gets a 50 for it.
And credit to Plot Twist, so many times that ball has been dropping down on their goal line. And so many times they get someone back just in time to stop it from going in. Turo looks for Crow on the far side. 2 minutes played here. Now 12 minutes of gameplay gone. Still only one goal for Rogue. Not quite the numbers they want to be seeing here. First Killer will keep the pressure. Has been all Rogue so far when it comes to territory. Into the midfield, Torrentoro sets himself up a bit of angle. I think that first touch needed to go slightly wider, and he would have been available to at least play the ball afterwards. Instead, because he put it straight down the middle, makes it a lot easier for defenses to work with.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to get a pause from one of the teams having some difficulties. Don't know what's going on exactly. Going to try to keep you guys up to date on this one. But yeah, for the biggest thing that I've been noticing on the back end too is that the number one thing that I think Rogue is having a really hard time with is, yes, they have a lot of offense, but the best part, and I think my favorite half to this, is that they are constantly moving and making it very difficult for Rogue to pick up demos. They've been trying for it. You see numerous times these players kind of sweep in on attack and just haven't been able to find anything. So again, big credit to them. I've been absolutely loving the fact that they're staying active in that defense and moving consistently so they don't get the demos. And it's actually been a lot of the reason why you say, like, they always have someone last second, no matter what, to kind of push it away and keep them alive in this. So it's been exciting.
It's been interesting because on even the occasions where they have had the demos work, there's someone else there. It's not been a fun time for Rogue. And I think almost what they might have to do here is actually sort of let Plot Twist out of their own side of the field a little bit. When all three players are back, they've been perfectly comfortable. Even against Rat Enterprises earlier on, they were still perfectly comfortable when they were playing all-out defense. Their mistakes came when it was more of a rotation neutral game. So if you're Rogue, the actual best option might be relax the pressure. Go and control the midfield boost. See if you can find some gaps, because right now it is a very condensed area that you've got all three cars in, and you've got to find a very small gap out of those three to put the ball into.
Just trying to figure out what's going on. Sosa's been dealing with some internet issues. They're agreeing to a pause. So everybody in the lobby, we just kind of sorted it out just to keep you guys up to date. We're going to be remaking the server, making sure everything's fresh. We're going to be resetting the time back to 3 minutes and 30 seconds from a neutral kickoff. Everybody agreed to the time. Everybody's good with that. So luckily, nobody has scored. It looks like that air dribble is going to get stopped anyway. So glad to see the players coming to a gentleman's agreement to start it up. So going to remake that lobby, and then we'll get back into the action for everybody.
So coming up next as well, Lawler, whilst we wait to get into this one, we've got to keep you guys reminded that this is only halfway through the broadcast. We've still got the other round 2 matchup to play. And, you know, if Plot Twist end up taking this one, we are going to go into that final round with so many questions about who is going to be jumping into that final spot, because we will have, you know, 2 teams at least on 1-1. And we could, if the other roster is able to pick up their win, if NRG beat Rat Enterprises, which,
you would still expect we could be heading into round 3, all teams 1 each.
Which would be wild to think about, because coming into today, I would have not have seen that. I need everybody to leave this server so I can remake it for people.
I am outie.
Yep. Just kind of being patient. Again, trying to do what we can for you guys here. We appreciate you guys staying patient. But yeah, I mean, coming in today,
to find out who it was. I know who it was. I'm not. Do you want me to name and shame?
What are we doing?
I jumped back into the lobby to see who was still in it.
No, we don't need to throw one of them.
I was very curious. Oh, come on. The bus is coming over right now. I could throw them right under it.
Shit, man. I was like, okay, guys, I need everybody to leave. One player goes for an air dribble, keeps playing. It's like, come on, man, get out. Like, we got something to go on.
You just got to keep on playing away. So, as you mentioned, Lola, 3 minutes 30 on the clock. 0-0.
Yep.
I think I remember. It's the weirdest thing about casting. I gotta mention this. Whenever you're casting, it feels like you can get 3 minutes after the match and you cast. Someone asks you, so what do you think about that? You go, I don't remember anything.
It's kind of
very
weird.
zoned on the moment.
There's definitely some moments too when you like focus on the gameplay where you remember specific moments due to maps, like you associate plays and stuff to maps, and that's the easiest way to kind of pick it apart. But if you want to ask me after a full day of casting, like 3, 4, 5 series, and then it's like 6 minutes or 6 hours later, it doesn't matter. I don't remember most of any of it unless it's like a really crazy highlight play. It's totally escaped me unless I like go back and like actively think about it and sit down and look at the scores. It's
always
so
the best
tough
things.
to retain. Yeah.
It's always the best things when you go from casting straight to doing like desk work.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I've got to break this down. I don't know, man.
Yeah, when you're actively watching like in game, it's a little bit harder than just kind of sitting back at the desk and just kind of watching everything from the spectator
But
client.
you don't have time for notes either. You're just like, okay, mental note. I don't remember any of it. But that's the reason why we love our job. As we wait to get the server test done. Hugely important game here. Plot twist still with 3 match points to their name. For Rogue, only 1 goal across the 2 games that we have played, but sort of going back to what you were talking about earlier on as well, how it can be difficult sometimes to, this is going to sound somewhat disrespectful, but at the same time, it's NRG we're talking about. It is a downgrade in terms of who they are playing up against. So sometimes when you do get that win against the top dog, you sort of look at it and just say, well, we beat them. So a team that is, 8th through to 12th in the region, we should be able to beat quite handily. And it doesn't work that way. You've got to show up on the field and you've got to perform and you've got to treat each team very differently. And so far, they have not been able to crack the puzzle that is plot twist.
Yeah, it's been a weird one. And anytime you get a new look at a lot of these rosters, for a long time, obviously, RLCS teams have never really taken the time to scrim the bubble in the ones that are approaching because they want to make sure that they're competing only against the best of the best. And there's been, I guess, conversations on both halves of it of, do we want to play a team that is considered quote unquote lower just so we have the exposure to a different style and different approach? The issue being that it can develop into poor habits. A team like in the RLRS has always been notorious for just being crazy ball chase, just go after the ball, challenge everything. And that's just not the way you want to play. But sometimes with the way that they play, you have to find yourself susceptible to doing that. Otherwise, you can't compete with it, even though it's not the ideal route. So it'll be interesting to see on how the meta in general and just Rocket League in general shifts moving forward with all these open qualifiers. I mean, you're talking every regional event is essentially like another DreamHack, which I love. I love so much. Because it's not just a DreamHack. It's like it's 32 teams for just North America, 32 teams for just Europe. Like it's so many teams that are coming out to compete. It's going to be interesting to see the divide that gets created that we get to see come together. Hopefully, an international major. At the end of it all. So
I think what we'll end up seeing as well is a lot more. I mean, we already know Rocket League is very much play styles are minute in terms of the differences between team to team. Yes, they are there, but it's more tendencies about what certain players like to do compared to, oh, well, this player is definitely a defender. This player is definitely this, that, or the other. But I think with so many teams around, and now that we're going to get these high level teams who can't hold themselves in that bubble anymore, which what it was, you had an 8 to 10 team bubble, you kept playing against them and you're perfectly happy because everyone was sort of developing the same way. Now you're going to have to take a look at probably opening that up to about 16 to 20 teams at the very least, because if you don't do that, you're going to get caught out by play styles that realistically you should be able to beat, but were just that little bit gimmicky that you weren't expecting. So that should lead to interesting developments for each team as to how they plan on progressing over the next year or so.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see on how this one develops. And again, everybody in chat, we appreciate you guys being patient, just dealing with some server issues and some internet issues. So it looks like we've got a server everybody's happy with. Once I get the A-OK from one of the other teams, I just need that confirmation, which for some reason they can play the game, but they can't type in chat. It's a wild concept to me. So thank you, Kronovi. Thank you, Kronovi. Appreciate that response.
Yes. Quick chat. That's the only way it's ever going to work out. We would save so much time.
So as a reminder, everybody, it was 0-0. We're about 2:42. Players have agreed we're resetting from a neutral kickoff at 3:30. And with that, let's get it underway. If everybody wants to jump into the game, I'm going to hit on pause. I'm going to get back into the action. Again, we appreciate you guys about being patient here. Just making sure competitive integrity is here and to the utmost importance. So we are good to go. If we want to throw back into the game, this is me talking to you, Mr. Spectator Mans and production. Let's do it.
Boom. Oh, nailed that. Sponsors out there, we are available for the Shogun and Lawler audio podcast. Just going to throw that out there. Send me an email.
I'm down, man.
That's what we just did for the last, I think that was like 10 minutes or so.
Thought we do, man. Thought we do.
That's what we do.
Were you on the desk? No, I don't think you were on the desk for that. When we had, wow, what a shot from Kronovi.
We went back in time. We needed the DeLorean on the field.
Pass play, man.
I mean, you know a pass is good when the shot is right down the middle. Yeah. And it still works. Yes, he got plenty of height on it. Yes, it was just under the crossbar. But that's where you want to see it if you're a defender, and you still couldn't get to it because the pass was that good.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you were involved in, oh my gosh.
They're not going to let us.
We can let me say it, please.
Oh, you know, it's not important anymore. They've tripled their goal tally in negative 20 seconds, negative 40 seconds.
Absolutely wild, man. Maybe that's what Rogue needed, is for Sosa to have a better internet connection. I got nothing. I don't know.
What was it? Interventora that wanted that thing as well. There.
I'm gonna speed run this statement.
Go.
Two lands ago, there was a time where we had to fill for 35 minutes on a Latin American team or on a South American team because their USB cables weren't working. We had to fill for 35 minutes.
Oh, I remember that one. I was doing the viewing party.
Yeah, with Schmacko and stuff. Wild.
Yep.
That was our first game of the day, and the reason it didn't happen is because their USB cables weren't working, so their controllers wouldn't connect.
Oh dear. Well, maybe Mektos can connect with his ceiling reset. First kill up to Torrentoro. Pass was a little high, but Toro's managed to catch it. Might even hit the whole three. My goodness, Torrentoro was forced to react to a pass that was slightly higher than he wanted it, and he almost made gold out of the play.
Almost had the capability here, but when going under, Torrentoro able to hold on. No boost on him, so it could be dangerous. He's going to back off, and luckily he's got first killer going headhunting up top. Gonna buy plenty of time to get that corner boost and play it down midfield. Almost goes for the musty, but it's challenged well in the midfield. Played over the top by Taroko, trying to go for a pass down below, but Torrentoro's not going to fall for it this time. And this is finally what I think Rogue has been looking for. A little bit more speed on the play and getting demos to follow. They were just unable to find just about anything. And a big counterattack, and unfortunately back to normal here as it plays in the midfield. That's a beautiful pass play by First Killer.
Well, the play definitely looked like it was dead after Toro couldn't find the net. Instead, First Killer just drags it straight back in front of Toro and says, all right, you get a better shot here. Well played. And this was something that I think should have been something that we should have pointed out, which is, yes, plot twist defensively so good. Very solid when they've got all three players on the net. But that doesn't matter when you're a few goals down. You've got to go out. You've got to leave your turtle shell. And this is what's been happening, although they've got one back. 1 minute 23 on the clock. Still lots of work.
Yeah, it's just good consistent pressure, attacking from multiple angles. It's forcing Rogue to go up and try to make these challenges, but every single touch is still right above their net, so they're not really relieving any of that pressure by putting it into corner. Makes it easy for Plot Twist to sneak one in. We got 1 minute 23 left here still in game number 3. Plot Twist was on the verge of getting a full sweep, but now Rogue looks like they've come alive with a little bit of that stall. I'm back to the drawing board as pass play over top. First Killer there to play it over to the corner, but should give possession back to Plot Twist. As Toroko just puts that high and an easy clear. Team play coming out. But nothing really to show for it. It's going to go back again the other way. Shot on target saved by First Killer, but Sosa somehow able to get a touch on that. Could be dangerous, and it goes and pings off the post.
How costly is that miss going to be? Mektos wants to try and make sure it's not very at all. 2 players committed. Rogue can have a little bit of calamity on defense, especially in these last few moments. Off the backboard, Crow has missed it, and Mektos will score.
Again, just a big mistake here. First Killer just trying to play that into the midfield. I think it's just because he wants to play it around Sosa, who's challenging, but ends up setting it up perfectly for Mektos for these guys to pop it back up. And with 37 seconds left, back within 1, an opportunity here for Plot Twist to get the sweep. Could be a huge deal after how Rogue played against NRG, neutralizing pretty much all of our matches here early on. Turnturo going to pop this one up high, take it solo. A big play, puts it top right, but Sosa's there for the save. Coming down to the last 20 seconds, over the top on the midfield. Kronovi there into the corner, plays it with First Killer, able to pinch it past, and a big touch in the midfield. The pressure is there, and everybody on Rogue just waiting for this to develop, Shogun.
Yeah, but they're not the ones that need this. They have got Plot Twist pegged back. Might have an opportunity. That's a great touch from Mektos. Pulls in Taroko. First Killer can stick around in the midfield. And here's a miss from Mektos. Tried desperately to find the angle to get to a teammate. And it was scary again for Rogue. But they have got their first game of the series. Now they can try and build back into it.
Yeah, usually it is game 3 that you start to see that adjustment. And what was a super neutral beginning of the game, we've basically got 2 in this point, and a podcast in between. But yeah, with the way that it was approached, it was a super neutral game. And I think it was just that recognition from Rogue of being like, okay, if we make a mistake here, we're done. And that transition, as soon as they got that first goal, they're like, no, we are the better team. Let's play fast. Let's play aggressive. Let's get in their face. And you started seeing those goals, but you can just see how quickly they become reserved again once it starts to get into that we might be eliminated kind of feeling. So I hope Rogue continues to recognize, like, when they control the pace of the game, that's when they look their best.
Yeah.
And they need to find a way to keep Plot Twist back on defense, because it's only a matter of time that one of these pass plays is going to go perfectly into mid, and they're going to get a beautiful shot right down the middle. So we'll see how it develops.
Just like when they were playing well against NRG, the goals they conceded were their own fault. But one incredible flip reset I think we saw earlier on. I think that was by Taroko to set up. It is very much Rogue do the damage to themselves. When they can keep that very low, then they are a very difficult team to play against.
Yeah, I think it doubles down with the concept that you talked about earlier on in the series with First Killer playing that active defense. When that active defense is in the midfield, I think you really get to see what he's truly capable of, how quick he can get up for the ball, how fast he can make this approach and attack as an easy 1-2. They end up missing it. That could have been a goal opportunity, but unfortunately it ends up going top right. It's going to go the other way for Plot Twist. Luckily on the backboard is Turnturo. They play it the other way. Kronovi with a double touch opportunity and a mistake on defense. It's going to leave it wide open. Kronovi gets rewarded.
And this is the first double tap I think they've actually got today. They've gone for it multiple times, and Crow will be the one to grab it.
Doesn't count. Hit the ground. Doesn't count.
Okay. Are we going for the... To be fair, wouldn't let you have it on the majority of training packs. So it is 0 to 0.7. I'm going to give him 0.7 of a goal, because at least there was an explosion.
That's what constitutes a goal. Explosion.
Yeah.
So is that a goal? First Killer just got a goal. I saw an explosion.
0 to 0.8. 10 demos equal 1 goal.
Don't tell it the sledge.
Talk about change that the pros would absolutely hate.
Virtuoso is just sitting there rubbing his hands together like, yes, finally it's my time.
Just about to number 1 and number 2.
We get to see Space Station tomorrow with both Arsenal and Reynolds on a team, man. Oh, no.
No, we don't. We don't. There's going to be too much smoke on the field for us to see anything.
Looking forward to that one, obviously, guys. Tomorrow's going to be Group B. A whole lot of action, a whole lot of different rosters that we get to see come out and play. And again, we appreciate you guys being in here for today. We're only halfway roughly through today. A bunch of matches to come with Leaf and Sleegy. So again, we appreciate you guys sit back and enjoy. As another shot opportunity for Kronovi, pushed aside by Taroko. Pretty good pass up, it looked like. Turnturo played a little bit too far behind First Killer. They're going to get punished for it. A good challenge in the midfield. Sosa's able to put it away. Yeah,
it was just a poor decision from Rogue. Just the idea of putting that to First Killer wasn't the right one. Taroko had already spotted it, intercepted, and had already done the work for his teammate. Very well played, though, from Plot Twist to actively go after and spot the play. Can be very difficult to do at times. Oh, that's going to drop so dangerously. First Killer aware of his surroundings. Realized nobody was around. For his team, that was almost the exact same thing with the net, as it will go in. Mektos puts his team up. And it is Sosa again who just wants to go hunting, but Turo needed to stay back.
Yeah, a really rough one there for Turo, and a lot of it, again, Sosa just not being afraid to go and apply that pressure. Even if he doesn't make a redirect on it, he's just having to respect the fact that he's there and has that capability. So, again, that aggressive play being rewarded for Plot Twist, but it does leave them susceptible. But if they can make it awkward for Rogue, we've seen the mistakes that come out. Both these teams kind of just fighting their own demons here as we go back and forth. A big clear to the midfield. Mektos with a shot, has the ability for a double touch, but stopped by First Killer. Could have been a great opportunity there for Plot Twist. They find themselves back on defense, and a big clear here into the corner. Easily read by Rogue, put and drop down. Right into the lap of Sosa to see what he does with it.
Chooses to try and make life awkward for Toro. Didn't have any follow-up. I do like this from Plot Twist. You know, it would be very easy for them to try and play defensively, as that could have really gone anywhere off the challenge. But they seem like a team that are very happy to say, okay, we lost, but we lost trying to play our game. And especially when we are coming up on an RLCS season, that's the sort of results you want to be taking. You need to be able to see what your team looks like when you're playing your style, rather than you accommodating your style to someone else's. It's going to be an opportunity off the post. First Killer couldn't turn it in. Second shot is saved by Mektos. Rogue piling on the pressure.
Those are the ones that you have to put away, but at least at this point, they're able to sustain it. You can just see Rogue immediately going for that boost clear and the bumps on the backboard. That's been a lot of what it's been successful for. First Killer's another one. Goes and bounces out, just so close every time for Rogue, but they just can't put it away. As a shot blocked by Mektos.
He has been phenomenal so far. First Killer drops it over to Crow. A reminder, Rogue need to win this game, otherwise they will be dropping down to 1 each. And will be sharing that scoreline with their current opponents as it almost gets turned in. An opportunity for Plot Twist. Mekto chooses to play it slow, wants his teammate back into the rotation. First Killer still holding the midfield. 2 players out. Toro has got an open net, and he won't miss it.
Great effort here by First Killer. Even if he whiffs, he still draws 2 defenders with him, and that's the double touch that he could have had. He could have pushed that past anyway, but because 2 players commit, it doesn't even matter. Just falls into the lap in a wide open net. Again, gifting a goal away could be dangerous with 45 seconds here. Again, match point for Plot Twist. Can they put it away here? The follow-up from Taroko, and it goes high. Everybody hitting that crossbar.
He had to try and play around his teammate. Couldn't quite do exactly that. He's going to drop Taroko against First Killer. You'd bet on First Killer most of the time, but that is so difficult to work with. Instead, First Killer retreated back to his backboard to make his life easier. Cleared long. This is what caught out Plot Twist earlier. Sosa has missed it, and it's a shot that it will not be saved. Plot Twist, the same as Rat Enterprises, have been caught by the long clear.
Even with someone on the backboard this time to get the touch, he just barely misses it out. That could be the game. 15 seconds remaining. Rogue has a chance to bring this to game 5. And after a really rough start, have come alive, but it's been on the mistakes. Both teams again trying to clean up the mistakes. 5 seconds left. Kronovi with possession, just going to try to slow this one down. Gets touched in the midfield, and what could have been a goal, but First Killer's going to back off. We've got a game 5 here between Plot Twist and Rogue.
And it was looking so difficult for Rogue. And ever since we've got on the new server, it's looked like a new team. This has been chaotic, definitely, but a heck of a lot of fun. My goodness. Plot Twist, on the other hand, just how many more times can they get caught by the same thing?
You know, it's crazy that you say that as you ready up here. Way to beat me to it.
I was ahead of you.
I was going to transition into that so well, but I saw the green go. I'm like, oh man.
Now who feels silly?
Chat.
Definitely chat.
Nailed it.
Yeah. bad people.
I don't know, man. Every time that a big clear like that comes off the backboard now, going back towards plot twist half, I'm nervous for them.
Yeah.
I don't know how they just continue to fall susceptible to it that many times, man.
And it is something that is costing them games, costing them series. And if they lose this, they've only got NRG left to play. That could cost them their spot in the ESPN Invitational. Cannot understate just how important this game is now for Plot Twist.
The midfield, good challenge by Kronovi. Ends up getting bumped and playing it back towards his own net. Luckily, he's got that active defender. First killer going to play this one up high and played across. So luckily for them, able to get a demo and pair this the other way. Kronovi's going to back off. Great no challenge from Kronovi, able to get the boost as well as played it in the midfield. Even though they do find themselves on defense, it's still enough to break out on the other half. Good pass from First Killer, going to play that horizontally, gets the play on the side. Possibly looking for a demo on the way back. Plot Twist does find some sustained offense here. Good pass played into middle, but unfortunately unable to get around it. Gonna let this one settle for Turo as they keep it back in the midfield. Soft touch in the middle, shot opportunity not there. Pushed away again by Turo. The rope holds on.
Booming clear. Just waiting to see if there's any mistakes. And they can work with this one, actually. Mektos gets a good block. Can't get a follow-up just yet. That's what they are wanting. Just try and force Rogue into a worse and worse position. But crowding everyone over in that side of the field definitely was not going to help. Turo wants the wall. Toroko recognizes the danger, doesn't want to deal with any of that. Instead, pops the ball up, and Crow will take back control of the defense. But Plot Twist having the more positive approach so far in Game 5. But First Killer, he doesn't need too many chances. Instead, went for the setup. Sosa reads the play well. And now it's Rogue's opportunity to try and put some plays together.
Yeah, it's been a lot of boom ball here.
Yeah, Crow just gave it up, though.
Yeah, it just seems to be the initial touch does get past that first defender, but then as soon as they hit it across, it just goes straight to the other team. There's really no follow-up, and a lot of that happens, too, in Game 5s when it's neck and neck. This is kind of similar to what we saw before we had to do that server reset. You know, coming down to the wire, 242, almost the exact same time. Very neutral game, back and forth with possession, but nothing to show for it. So essentially, we're getting a remake here of Game 3. Ball plays across. First Killer, he's actually going to end up backing out, taking the defensive approach here. He goes up, has the ability to play it across. Nobody there, as a bully from Turnturo almost gets away with it as well. Shot from First Killer, pushed away. This could be a big counterattack from Plot Twist.
Couldn't quite grab it though for Mektos. Toroko will start Mektos downfield. Couldn't run onto it. Instead, Toro will take over, and Sosa started to creep forward again. Cannot afford to go back into that habit. He has got to read the game. He's got to figure out when his team is going to be fast and when his team isn't. Right now, it's going to be up to him to be faster. Crow will spot him and will remove him. Mektos try to make himself a passing option instead. It's over the First Killer off the backboard. No follow-up available. Not for a while anyway. As Crow will keep the pressure on for his team. And Toro would have been better served by aiming for a block shot. Oh, what a pinch. And right back to their inside the field. At least they got Toroko in a good spot.
Yeah, it was a really good play as well by Kronovi. He talked about his challenge to keep that pressure on. That's what you need to see from a lot of these teams, is that third player in rotation not being hesitant to go up and create that challenge. Because that's what creates that sustain on offense. It allows them to continue that boost and eventually get to a goal. But at this point, to commit, really rough spot, ends up going the other way. So they're getting away with it. But man, could that have been a big mistake.
Oh, that felt flashy, but unnecessary in terms of difficulty. Oh, wait, it worked. And it worked pretty well. Could have even unleashed them. Right into the midfield again. Torrentoro off the ceiling for Toroko. First cut. He's managed to find Crow. These infield passing plays have been executed well so far. That is a shot saved by Toroko. But it feels like every time Rogue are doing it, it's been too obvious, and their opponents have managed to get there as the woodwork for what feels like the umpteenth time has prevented Rogue from scoring.
Yeah, to your credit, and I do agree, Plot Twist has been doing a really good job of reading these pass plays and seeing how they develop. And part of that is just having to spend so much time on defense in this game. Rogue has definitely made an adjustment to how they want to play it, but these pre-jumps from First Killer allows them to get to the ball first, but it's like with how much boost you're expending, is it really worth it as they overlap here on the rotation out? Could be a dangerous one, but Crow left kind of able to breathe alone as we get to the last 10 seconds. Venturo, Soul Play going to be able to play it off the ceiling pass one, and a shot over to the side. Could be a pass play. First Killer sets up for it. He's in the midfield. Can he get it to him? And it's going to drop down. So we have overtime here in game 5, and a crucial one at that.
Let's get into it then. Taroko, he's got the better kickoff, but it's straight to First Killer.
So you thought.
Yeah, apparently so. It just took a little bit of body blocking. And maybe that is something that we'll be seeing more from Rogue in this overtime. They haven't quite found the demos that they had earlier on, as we see Sosa troubling Crow over in the far corner. Infield pass for Sosa, almost found the net. Remember, Plot Twist need this, otherwise they will drop to 0-2. Sosa can't find it. He would prefer the double tap to really give himself a chance. He's coming up on the ball again, and it's off the crossbar. Plot Twist having chance after chance, haven't been able to finish it, and now they're going to have to give up an opportunity. Mektos will not be there, and First Killer, one shot, one goal, and it is Rogue up to 2-0 in the standings.
Just great effort by First Killer, able to play that all the way down, and because the team on Plot Twist is rotating back to net, he's able to get another touch and then just threads it between two. And in Rogue's fashion, you thought they were out, they were down, and are able to reverse sweep here in our third match of the day. Congrats to them, and able to hold on to a 2-0 victory and a 2-0 lead here in the group stage, which pretty much guarantees their spot moving forward. So well done by Rogue, and a great way to do it on a game that, you know, we're trying to see how are you guys going to trend moving forward? What is your direction you're taking? And even with tough matches, they're able to pull it out.
And again, it feels like every time that something's going wrong for Rogue, it is their own doing. Really, it sounds like a criticism, but it's something that is easily fixed. It's just moment-to-moment decision-making, making sure you're playing on top form when those mistakes happen. If those go away, Rogue are suddenly looking at so much more dangerous. I mean, they already look so much more dangerous than they have done for the last few years or so. But Mike, this might actually be a championship contender sitting in that pack behind NRG.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a team that just continues to get better and better. And I've been talking about it so much. I really want this team to really apply pressure in kind of that top 3 that we always assume is going to be there. I don't think it's that simple anymore. I think there's going to be a lot of difficulties with trying to remain consistent with the grind that these guys are about to face. And I'm happy that, you know, ESPN Invitational has come to see, so we can get our first kind of look before we really dive into that next season with the grid and the field and everything else going on, plus the regional events. I mean, you're talking what? There's 22 events for the year. You've got 27 weekly tournaments. Like, it is going to be so much Rocket League that really takes these guys kind of to the chisel and the brimstone to see how they develop. And I think Rogue is a team that has the core fundamentals to what can allow them to be successful in the future. And we're getting very brief glimpses at it. I think NRG was kind of when we're like, okay, this is what our expectation is at a high. Recreate that consistently, and you guys will find victories pretty heavily.
And for Rogue, it is a continuation of what has been a very good off-season for them so far. Like we said earlier on, you get the feeling that they should have made it to the Summer Shuffle Finals, but could not overcome Omelette. But this time around, they take one win here against Rat Enterprises. They will already find themselves in the semifinals. They will already have secured themselves a top 4. Ask Rogue fans 2 or 3 months ago whether or not they would take that. They would rip your arm off for that. I guarantee you. It has been up and up for the team, and I think we've still got more to see from them as well.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting one here. Obviously, on the opposite side of Plot Twist. Unfortunately for them, going down 0-2 puts them in a really rough matchup. They'll be playing NRG 2 games from now, and a warmed-up NRG at that. But at the same time, still a lot of opportunities, a lot of potential from Plot Twist. It's just a couple mistakes here and there. Getting caught on the counterattacks has been their big flaw. So back to the drawing board they go. They had a really rough first game, second game, looking better here, but still a lot of potential. And obviously, I know they would love to get a win over NRG if they could. So not out of it just yet, but going to have an uphill battle. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for Plot Twist, there is a lot to do, but we don't know how NRG are going to look. We can talk so much about how good NRG actually are, but today they haven't seen it. And if Plot Twist are going to make it, they're going to need NRG to look just as vulnerable as they were only a few hours ago. But we're going to be able to get an answer to that very soon, because coming up after a break, we have got NRG against Rat Enterprises.
here for the heart. Y'all came here for the game. I came here for the sport. Y'all came here for the fame. I came here for the heart. Y'all came here for the game. I came here for the sport. Yeah. Run it, run it. We gon' stay 100. Run it, run it. Give it all or nothing. Run it, run it. We gon' stay 100. Run it, run it. Give it all or nothing. We on a conquest. Came a long way. Look at the progress. I see no competition. It ain't no contest. You ain't in discussion. Not even a prospect. Yeah, you better go and get to meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Might as well call the league up. Tell them put the trophy on reservation. Been going up, that's elevation. No holding back, no preservation. Treat off season like postseason. No days off, this dedication.
Game time, don't expect us to play nice. We got plans to take every record home. One thing you should know is how to.
Yeah, you better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, no holding back, no preservation, no off days, this dedication. Game time, get out the way, we coming through. Check the hang time, been on top, ain't nothing new. A lot of talk, whole lot of noise, but ain't cutting through. Word on roll, you got a couple L's, you'll have another soon, don't sweat. Whole lot of sacrifice, no regrets. Whole lot of dubs, but ain't done yet. Say you the one, but ain't one yet. Running the game, ain't take one step. Hold up. Yeah, all emotions aside. There's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when the game on the line?
Game time, don't expect us to play nice. We got plans to take every record home. One thing you should know is how to.
Yeah, you better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when the game on the line? Came for the dirt, but it ain't no shame. Had to put the work in, grind day by day. All the blood, sweat, tears, no pain, no gain. I was ready for the moment and it came my way. Where the spotlight shine, where they say my name. It's the life I chose, the price I paid. A lot of sacrifices every day I prayed. Hope it all pays off in the end. I'll play, I wanna win. Seen a lot of things, ain't been the same since. Worked too hard for this year, I'm convinced. Been on the brink, yeah, been on the fence. Now I'm this close to the win-win-win. When the chance came, now I didn't turn back. Loyal to the city, put the team on the map. Pedal to the floor, start running up stats. Yeah, that's facts. Yeah, you better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when the game on the line?
till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look.
You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Coming to take what's mine.
Can't stop, won't stop, going. If you really want it, gotta own it. Blood, sweat, tears, liquor,
If you take us down, keep fighting.
off day, gotta bounce back. Might've took a L, we don't count that though. Remember back, we was down bad. Now the way we looking, gotta doubt that. I know you see the way we moving, giving game. Better listen like a student. Don't talk about it, be about it, do it. Look here, really ain't nothing to it. I got proof for you like tenfold. Always down for the team, 10 toes. You been hater, we been on. Won't quit till I'm in the end zone. Won't stop till I hit the goal line. Never been the one to need a cosign. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this bedtime. Look.
You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Coming to take what's mine.
Can't stop, won't stop, going. If you really want it, gotta own it. Blood, sweat, tears, liquor,
If you take us down, keep fighting. At the end, I'll be there waiting for the rest. I don't take pity on the man who couldn't keep up with my best. No contest, no. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Coming to take what's mine.
Can't stop, won't stop, going. If you really want it, gotta own it. Blood, sweat, tears, liquor,
If you take us down, keep fighting.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
You ready to rock? You ready to roll? I'm checking the clock. Just got in my zone. You ready to rock? You ready to roll? I'm checking the clock. Just got in my zone. You ready to rock? You ready to roll? I'm checking the clock. Just got in my zone. You ready to rock? You ready to roll? I'm checking the clock. Just got in my zone. You ready to rock? I'm ready to rock with you. Ready to roll? I'm ready to work with a ring. Time is a valuable thing, and you cannot stop the machine. I'm ready to rock with you. I'm ready to work with a ring. Time is a valuable thing, and you cannot stop the regime. You ready to rock? You ready to roll? I'm checking the clock. Just got in my zone. You ready to rock? You ready to roll? I'm checking the clock. Just got in my zone. You ready to rock? I'm ready to rock with you. Ready to roll? I'm ready to work with a ring.
All right, I think we're good to go here, Leaf, and we're going to be jumping into this one pretty quickly because the players are just, I think, ready to get onto the field and get started with this.
Yeah. I think it's been confusing trying to set these up. I don't have special powers like Lawler for all this admin stuff, so we've been trying to sort it out. So they're doing a lightning show for us. Obviously, while it gets into it, we can obviously preemptively talk about it until the game appears on screen for you guys. NRG versus Rat Enterprises. We've already, of course, seen all these teams play, or both these teams play today. Sleeky, early impressions on what we've seen from every team. Obviously, the NRG sweep for Rogue earlier was a little unexpected.
Yeah, I think really just sort of overall, we've been seeing some surprising play on display. A lot of these teams maybe taking a little bit to get warmed up, taking a little bit to get like really into the groove, because it's been some results I think we haven't really been expecting. I mean, we saw in that last game, Rogue, I thought was just down and out. They're able to bring it back in. We see NRG get swept earlier. It's just been a really crazy day so far.
Yeah, I think for me, the greatest thing I've seen is, again, NRG didn't look bad. It just looked like Rogue there was a little flaw to NRG's play earlier. They're a little bit slow. I feel like they can step it up. Some of the positioning for Justin just felt a little bit off sometimes. But Rogue was cutting off a lot of those passing plays. Even though NRG was looking for them, Rogue was cutting them off. And that just doesn't work when you're trying to get a passing play and there's an opponent in the way there. But on the side of Rat Enterprises, they started off really slow, pretty bad. But then they've stepped it up. Torment was the big question mark for me. I think AXB was expecting, he's used to really fast players, right? Arsenal and Sypical are fast players. So I think for him, he was looking for some more faster plays that weren't happening. Torment started speeding up a lot. Gimmick was was doing his crazy offense like he usually does. Gimmick was playing great, but once I think Torment sped it up a bit, the team started clicking a lot better.
Yeah, and I think really that's part of the huge thing going into these games. It's just getting into that speed and then staying there. We've seen at different points, especially with that NRG game early on, where it just felt like they were getting left in the dust. And so hopefully coming into this game, they understand that and they can come in and just hit the ground running, because it's going to be incredibly important for them to do so against this Rad Enterprises team, who I think are going to be able to sort of come out here and really give them a challenge to start things out.
All right, I'm going to tell them to go now because they're getting impatient. So hopefully production's ready. They're yelling at me. This is not me. They joined the lobby, so I'm calling the player. They joined the lobby. That's a. I'm not taking this one. I try to get through it quick. We don't like Rocket League as much as chat doesn't like Rocket League. We like to watch some Rocket League, and we're gonna get into it. Best of 5. Rad Enterprises versus NRG. We're gonna see if NRG's fixed up a bit of that passiveness that we saw from them earlier, if that momentum's going to carry through for Rad Enterprises, Sleepy.
That we certainly will, and it started off with some pretty decent possession from NRG so far as they work their way down the field. That's actually an open pass from Torment, though, straight into Gim, and my goodness, right after I said that, it's going to be Rad Enterprises getting on the board first.
Yeah, one of the things I like to see out of NRG are those short passes, and we know that Garrett and Squishy love those passes too. That was a wide pass. That was an easy intercept. That wasn't even something that Rad Enterprises had to take control of. So keeping those passes nice and short, or if they are long passes, make sure that it's something that's benefiting your team. That seemed to just go right into the hands of Rat. I hope I don't see stuff like that anymore from them.
Yeah, especially because it came off the back of some good early pressure from NRG as we're seeing them trying to mount it again right here. Going to be a drop into the corner from Torment. Squishy pass over to Justin. Great touch there from Gimmick. He's able to clear it away. Torment back down in the corner, straight into Garrett, looking to connect with Squishy. Justin sitting a bit far back, waiting for this to come off the backboard. Be straight down to Garrett again, and a good clear from Torment the other way. It's just Garrett G back at the fence. Squishy finally able to get the back post. Justin rounding out inside a goal. Squishy now able to get it over one. Torment back post. Squishy able to get the demo, but not on target.
AXB, what a clutch save. He got in behind. He knew the Squishy was going for that demo, and he had to get behind that ball because his teammate was not going to be existent for much longer.
It was an excellent play. Just needed to get it a little bit farther over. That clear from Justin going to do well to set Squishy up potentially here. He's up in the air, but off the backboard it goes. No one in support. It'll be AXB moving it back downfield. Justin going to get a drop down. Torment should have this pickup. He's got 1-2 to beat, not able to clear it away, but AXB has time to recover this. Good clear from Garrett, but Torment pick up quickly, straight back into AXB. Looks to take it a bit slow, is able to get it around one, but some confusion there from Rad Enterprises. They try and decide who's going to go for it.
Well, NRG didn't know what was going either. I think the issue was that a bit of a high touch from Torment at midfield caused AXB to use himself a lot more boost than he wanted to. And a missed touch there on defense. AXB has been playing so well, but that's not what we want to see from him.
And this is just a really quick play from Garrett. He sees the drop, pounces on it. AXB has no time to respond. And so that's exactly what NRG needed. The one quick little hole to find its way through, and they're able to capitalize and put this game back level. Now it's just a matter of time to see if it can go back the other way or if NRG will sort of move this momentum forward. We're close to the halfway point, and it's been NRG pressing a lot as Torment looks to clear it back down the other way. XB in the corner. Justin, good stop. A Gimmick should have. He does. It's slow, though. It's not the greatest of touches. Squishy went for it. Garrett back on top. Justin on this right side. It's clear from Torment back to AXB in the midfield. Should be slow enough for Justin. It is. So look to get it in the corner again. And that's one thing I've really been noticing from Rad Enterprises so far is they're looking more for those passing plays than really just all-out pressure in the NRG half.
I think they need to. I mean, like, those solo plays are maybe going to work for Gimmick, but the other two, again, aren't too much on that. AXB's known to be that third man that comes in and cleans up. He lets his teammates do some work. He's used to that team-oriented feel, so I think that's what they're looking for, and I like to see it.
That's a soft touch from AXB. Could be an opportunity for Garrett as he gets it around one off the post. Out Gimmick able to clear it away. Was an opportunity here for NRG as Justin unable to touch that one. So Garrett all the way back in his own half, has to try and clear this away down the left side. Justin, last one back, it's straight in the Torment shot taken. Squishy able to pick up that save, and NRG's got to be careful about giving opportunities like that to Rat Enterprises.
Yeah, again, it comes back to what I said before this series started very quickly as we rushed into this, is that Justin just felt like mechanically all right, but just a little bit off on some of the decision makings, and that almost resulted in a goal there too. Thankfully, had Squishy to back him up though.
Well, 60 seconds left in game number 1. It's been really back and forth. NRG has seemed to have more pressure, but it really feels like Rat has had more control in this match. We see AXB able to get it over 1. Justin on the return. Gimmick not able to make it, but the return shot from Garrett off target. It's time now becoming a critical factor. It'll be Justin off the sidewall. Torment coming down, able to get that save. Garrett right there, shot on towards net, but just off. We're really still seeing Rat Enterprises try and slow it down. They do not want to give NRG space to take a sort of crazy mechanical shot on goal.
Yeah, even past the 4.5 minutes in, I still feel like we're seeing an NRG that's paced back a little bit. We're still not seeing that full speed NRG. So at full force, I reckon this series is theirs. But right now, all that matters is that it's pretty even, and Rat has a chance to take NRG down in this series.
That they do, and they're just going to opt to let it drop. Overtime in game number 1. NRG and Rat both tied at 1, so it'll be this next one to decide it as AXB right off the kickoff. Starts with a powerful shot onto target. Justin credited with the save. It's cleared away by Garrett. AXB really only one in defense right now. Torment coming around. NRG maintaining possession for now. It'll be off the back wall. Gimmick no touch. Garrett will look to pressure this. Squishy waiting in the midfield. It's a good pop-up. Blocked by Torment, but Squishy back around. It's a powerful clear, but again, no one really in support to be able to help them out there. And it feels like they're getting these powerful touches, these clears across field, but they're not positioned in quite the right way to take full advantage of it.
Yeah, again, I think for me the biggest thing is having Justin feel full force right now, because AXB's just playing smart. He's just watching for any mistakes, missed touches from Justin or NRG as a whole, and he just takes control of it again. So that's why we see this back and forth, just downfield one, someone tries, downfield the other, someone tries.
Whoa, that was an opportunity and a half for AXB. Not quite able to get the touch, and so NRG actually going to be giving away possession there. They had another opportunity. It feels like they're still trying to get their bearings in this game. Garrett with clear downfield. Squishy going to pop it up straight back down. Garrett, but it's blocked by AXB. Good positioning from him. Justin gets a touch. Squishy getting a slight bump on Torment. Justin wasn't ready for it. It's AXB again taking it across field. NRG trying to maintain possession here, looking for holes, but they cannot find them. Torment getting in front of that one, and it is such a back and forth game in this overtime right now.
I got to give credit to Torment again. I started this series, I was watching earlier, or the day, sorry, when this group started, and I was not happy with Gimmick, but he stepped up huge, even back there. Great positioning defensively. He's found himself in a good spot with this team right now, and that's all three of these players are holding them together.
That they are, and as we cross over into the second minute of overtime, we're still trying to decide who is going to take this game one. Gimmick getting another powerful clear, but it's straight back into Justin. Oh, just almost able to get that one over Torment. It'll be Garrett trying again. He gets the flip reset, but can't catch up. It falls back into this side, Squishy into the corner. Justin coming around, will look to play this off the back wall. Was going for a bump on Gimmick, but a good jump there from him. Is now back into the NRG half. Rat Enterprises go as they look to try and secure it. It's right there on the line. Justin clearing it away. Torment looking to center it again, but doesn't have that follow-up touch. And this could be trouble for Rat Enterprises. Justin looking to drop it down. Garrett right there. And what a save from Torment.
I just talked about this, man. He is on fire right now. What an incredible read and a follow-through as well, holding Rat Enterprises in this series.
Excellent defensive stand from Rat Enterprises as this overtime continues to drag on. That's a miss from Gimmick, but Justin too far back in the midfield to take advantage. Pass to Garrett, but it's high. As Rat Enterprises, if they're not getting saves, they're getting unfortunate with the positioning. AXB shot going to be off the corner on the line, and Garrett going to be able to get the clear.
What incredible chance there for NRG. You thought that was in. AXB, a great flick, top cheese, but it doesn't finish. And a dunk. Justin turns it around on the counterplay and drops in 3.5 minutes overtime. Game 1 to NRG.
What a way to start off this series. Justin plays that beautifully, gimmick just ever so slightly too high to take advantage. And, you know, I got to give it to both of these teams. Incredible saves on either side of the field in that overtime to keep it out, especially that one from NRG was about 60% of the way through, and they're able to clear it away.
Yeah, let's just talk about Torment right now. Again, I was watching this earlier, talking with people. I was on him. I'm like, man, Torment is the one that just is sometimes feeling like he's fallen off. But right now, he is showing up. He is showing his team that and the rest of the world right now that he knows what's up. And he's kicking butt right now. So Torment is on fire defensively. Obviously, they want those goals to go in. AXB on offense is looking good. That flick was great. It just unfortunately hit the post in a way that it didn't roll into the net. And there was a save, and that they weren't ready for that counterattack because they did commit to that offense. So right now, honestly, I'm impressed with both teams. Like, Rat Enterprise is looking good. I will say, like, I want more from NRG. I do think that they can deliver more. I've talked about what I think their issues were. Still kind of curious on some of the touches coming out from NRG. It looks like they're working on it. It's better than what we saw earlier today, but I do absolutely feel we can see more. I'm still happy with NRG because, like, that was still a really good series, but we can get more. But as is right now, Rat's in a good place to keep this series very close.
I mean, yeah, and they really proved that with how they started things off. They grabbed that first initial goal. NRG, of course, a little bit later on, able to get things level. But I feel like that was a really close game as far as how both teams were performing out there on the field. And it's really, honestly, just more than anything else, a little unfortunate that Rat Enterprises don't take that in overtime. It's right there on the line. It pings off the corner. NRG gets a last-second clear, and after all the defending that Rat Enterprises was putting on display, I will not be surprised in the slightest if they come out into this game ready to just start swinging instantly.
We just had a server go down, so we're just getting them in the new one. They all seem like it seems good, so we're gonna tell them to go because in this series, I just want to see some more of that. That was super close. They're good. Sorry, I'm just letting them know they're good. That was a great start. In all honesty, I'm awake now. That was intense. Yeah. I love that we saw again. I'm sure NRG fans are there saying, "Wish we could have a bit more."
It looks like we may be having ping issues.
Okay, maybe this one isn't good. They don't like.
So we're going to go ahead and get that server reset again. And then once, because we just want to make sure we get one where everyone is sort of feeling good, right?
Garrett, you don't want. Garrett moved to the moon. He had 400 ping.
Yeah, it was just, he's over there like, 400 might work, but I think we might try and get a different server up and running for you. But,
yeah, they're pulling a Sandrock Gaming. We can do it. No problem. 300 ping, what's that?
I mean, imagine if you win with 400 ping, though, right? Like, I mean, that's bragging rights for as long as you want, and be like, I could be at 400 ping, and we could still take you down.
But yeah, no, I don't know if you mimic how I'm feeling about these teams right now. I feel like it's close. I still would have the edge if NRG steps it up to NRG. I still feel like they're the team that has a bit more established potential right now. Whereas Rat Enterprises is looking really good. I just don't think if both teams are at peak that Rat will take the series.
No, I mean, I'm right there with you. Looking back at that last game, it really felt like Rat was playing very well. And on the flip side of that, it felt like NRG was lagging behind in some areas. And so I'm really in perfect harmony with you on this, where I think if NRG is able to start being in the positions they need to be to capitalize on the spaces that they're getting when they pull through with the passes, is when we're going to start seeing them propel forward. And I'm really curious that if that starts to happen, if Rat Enterprises starts to change up how they're playing a little bit.
Well, we're going to find out once we find out if this lobby was good, how it's going to go in game 2. Because again, that AXB on the goal line, that absolutely could have been Rat Enterprises' game. They could be up in this series in this best of 5, 1-0 right now over NRG. Had that gone in. But again, post OP, it's too strong. It's usually the best teammate for your opponent. and it showed up again today in game number.
That it did. So, Rat Enterprises tasked with trying to get this series back level. What a shot from Gimmick. I would have loved for it to go in just to see how fast it was rocketing towards goal on that one. So we're seeing them push very quickly here again. It's Garrett having to clear that off the line. Justin finally getting some breathing space, but 2 quick opportunities for Rat Enterprises early in this game. As you can tell, they are hungry to try and get off to another lead here, except I think they're going to be a lot more focused on trying to keep it this time. It's going to be a drop from Torment. Squishy takes control. AXB is a soft shot, but he's able to get back underneath it. Justin will be up for this one, and great save from Torment. It's another great pass, and what a shot from Justin. And those are the plays that we've been waiting to see from NRG.
That's hard. Yeah, Torment left the net just a little bit here. He tried to get back, but he came in just low off the post. Gimmick did his best to get that big old Dominus body in the way to just cut down the angles, but it went just out of reach of him. And Torment coming off the side a little too low to make that save. Great placement and great speed there from NRG to put that one away.
That's the Justin Squishy combination that we've seen so many times. They do so well at getting these plays towards each other as Justin looking to try and finagle that around. It wasn't quite enough. This one for Garrett, blocked by Torment. It's Gimmick now wrapping around the corner. He's gonna be able to maintain control back out in the midfield. AXB gonna play it over to Gimmick, redirect off target. Torment gonna be close, but it pings off the post. And now back down the other way, Justin puts this off the backboard. Garrett was up for it, but so was AXB, who saw how that play was developing. And it really feels like NRG, even though they're not quite at 100% yet, they are getting up there quickly.
Let's see if Rat can answer. They're getting stuck in their own end right now. It feels like the speed's just pumped up huge for NRG. That midfield's being controlled very nicely.
It's another good pop-up. Justin on top quickly to make sure no one takes advantage. We see Garrett be wrapping around reverse field. AXB and Justin near it. Gimmick now looks to get the second touch, finds it. Torment in the air, redirect is wide. Powerful clear from Justin back down the other way. Is Gimmick not able to find that touch? It's AXB that's got to get the beat to it. Gimmick finally wrapping back around, and it's still a 1-0 lead for NRG. And it was close to being a tie game there. Touch at the last second, just keeping it out of reach of the defender.
Bit of a weird play there from Gimmick. Those bumps didn't come out. That could have been a goal opportunity, scoring chance for NRG. But a bit of confusion leads to another chance for Rat Enterprises.
They cannot keep wasting these chances when they get them, because NRG, the longer that they play this game, the more comfortable they're going to become. And when that starts to happen, these chances are going to get fewer and far in between. As Garrett going to look to take control of this one. Torment last one back, and he reads it beautifully, able to stay in front.
Yeah, I think speed is a big thing. You talked about it, just a bit of momentum there. Right now, it's hugely in favor of NRG. They have the speed, they have the proper rotations, allow them to just keep grabbing boosts, keep that speed up. And that's dangerous for Rat Enterprises. They need to shut that down and kill the momentum from NRG.
It's another clear here from Justin as he's trying to create space for his team. Squishy unable to corral that one back in, and so Garrett will look back in their own half as Justin back over to Squishy. Leaves it back for Justin. Going to be a clear from Torment. AXB and Squishy both up. As Gimmick looks to play it back. It might have been a bit too quick for Torment, who has to take an awkward touch on this one. It's a kill from Garrett, AXB, and Torment. Trying to decide who's going to take it here. Fortunately, there was no one on NRG that was just ready to try and shoot that one through.
Oh my God, you could see all the AXB's brains working there. He's just wiggled back and forth. Do I go? Do I not go? Do I go? Do I not go? Yeah, that was hectic and scary. Good thing they didn't have pressure on them. Otherwise, NRG could have punished. They got to make sure they don't end up in a situation like that again. But I feel like NRG, again, is putting them in those spots. They're, as you saw, getting all these boost steals. They're forcing them onto that defensive end with the speed, putting them in weird spots. NRG has control of this game still.
Yeah, they really do. And especially with only 30 seconds left. Squishy shot on target. AXB screaming through to get the touch. And now he'll look to connect with Gimmick. Bit too powerful, except Gimmick was still able to get that shot off. Squishy back down the other way, and time really running thin for Rat Enterprises here. They have to try and find something, otherwise they are going to be in a really bad spot, because if they can't get something through now, NRG is going to be setting themselves up on series point.
And that's exactly it right now. It doesn't feel that way. It doesn't feel like it's already match point for NRG. But chat, I gotta let you know it absolutely is. Right now, NRG is one win away from winning the series, and that's really good for them, because right now they're at a loss. They lost in a sweep 0-3 to Rogue earlier today. So that hurt them pretty badly. They're even at the same game differential as Plot Twist right now, who's at 0-2. Right? So it's not looking good for them. Sweeps always hurt you. So a win here is absolutely critical. That'll bring them back to a 0 game differential, which is just, again, they need this sweep back just to show themselves, the fans, that that was just a flaw. We started a bit slow. We're in it now. Because they still have another game after this one against Plot Twist too. So a win here is important for NRG. Rad already has a win. Obviously, you want to get 2. That puts you in a good spot. But a 1-1 isn't bad, especially with Plot Twist at 0-2. So with top 3 making it out, they're still in an okay spot. But I'm sure Rat really wants to make sure that they're getting a win here if possible, or at least giving their best. But NRG looks like they're in position, even though they're not at full, to take this series.
Yeah, no, I mean, NRG, they looked to stumble a little bit at the beginning of game 1, but ever since then, we've just seen constant improvement, not only in their positioning, but in their speed as well. And Rad Enterprises, as good as they may play in these situations, they've really got to finish the opportunities when they come their way. Series point here in game number 3. Rad Enterprises are going to have their backs against the wall as they try and get things back in their favor. It starts with some early pressure in this game, a shot that was wide and a passing play that looked promising but fell through at the final moments. Garrett looks to get this one through. Good play by Torment. XB a bit slow on getting around, and now it'll be Justin back with control. Gets the flick over one. It's not enough to beat Gimmick, and then Justin going to get sent back to his own side there. Garrett looks looking for the Doomsday dish on that one. Came close. He found the touch. It was trying to wrap around to get it on target. It was a solid opportunity. And it really feels like right now Rat Enterprise is giving NRG a lot of space to work with.
And that's the problem. Again, I think they're probably a bit scared. You want to kill that momentum. It's a brand new game. Don't let that momentum carry over. And right now, it looks like they let them in the first minute there. They're starting to kind of take control back. Rat Enterprises get in on the ball a bit quicker now. But again, NRG was looking to carry that momentum over.
Well, that shot saved by AXB. He'll pick up that boost and look to get it around Squishy here. Good touch, but it's right into the waiting arms of Garrett G. Excellent pass from Squishy. Forces Torment to jump. Justin's there on target. Nothing AXB can do. And that is going to be brutal for Rad Enterprises as they go down 1-0 minute and a half into this game.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Torment was looking to get that ball a bit more to the side, or at least softly off the backboard. He wanted to land on the backboard, follow it up. You see a couple mechanical players do really good at that. Torment was just a little bit slow to touching that, and he couldn't jump off and get in the way of it. So XB did his best to get that ball out, but Squishy, great offensive mindset to him to make sure that ball stayed on offense.
Straight down in front of goal, but no one there. From Rad, it'll be Squishy looking to get it through. Gimmick, another great read. He's been doing such a good job at figuring out what the offense of NRG is trying to do and getting back on these defensive plays. But they've really got to start making some offense of your own. As you've been mentioning, it's going to be another kill here from Gimmick. Flip up over one, but that's straight back into Justin again. The positioning and spacing from NRG right now is exactly what it needs to be to continue to counter these Rat Enterprises attacks. Squishy, another kill. Gimmick unable to find the touch. Will be back in NRG's control. AXB going to get bumped away. It'll be Justin getting a soft little touch back over to Squishy, who takes a strong touch. Double touch and through. And Squishy making it look like it's easy out there.
That was just clean off the wall. The follow. Look how fast he got forward. The flip canceled to get himself in front of the net and be in control. Beautiful double touch. Super clean. What else do you expect from Squishy, though? Just perfect.
And you know, I got to give credit to Justin on that one as well. It was a perfect pass, just soft enough to make it, but right where it needed to be for Squishy to just power shot it through. And then, of course, Squishy with an excellent follow-through to send it in. And that turns the situation from bad to worst for Rat Enterprises, who it feels are just getting left in the dust as NRG finally getting the speed I think everyone watching has been expecting them to do all day.
Cross pass, AXB, that's what we like to see too, though. We didn't want Rat to be out yet. We liked what we saw in game number 1. Game number 2 was just as close. I was hoping Rat would keep it here too.
Yeah, and that's just a product of an excellent quick pass. 129 kilometers to slam that through from AXB.
Banger.
So 2:02 left in regulation, and Red Enterprise is not giving up just yet. They are not letting these early goals affect them in that sort of way. They try and claw their way back here. Garrett, on the other hand, looking to claw his way through the defense. It'll be Red Enterprises doing well to make space downfield. Near goal, Justin with the clear. Be Garrett. Soft touch as he looks to follow. Torment back on top as Gimmick clears it back down the other way. AXB shot taken. It was on target. Garrett just able to get in the way in time. Now Squishy with possession. A dangerous sight indeed with how this game's been going for Rat Enterprises, but they handle that pressure well.
Yeah, it was a good stop from Torment. Just put his big old Octane in the way. Body blocked it, allowed his teammates to get there, but there's no one home, and they commit a little bit too much. Justin with the cheeky steal, he's sitting on the goal line. That's scary, because I would have saved that by accident for sure.
I mean, yeah, if that had been me out there, that would have been bar out.
Yeah.
But Justin, I mean, how is he even back there with no one in defense?
No, yeah, he was
not even on that side of the field.
He was playing better defense for Rat than they were.
It puts them in a more precarious position here, though, as 60 seconds is going to be all that's left on the clock. And with a 2-goal deficit against an NRG team that is really picking up the pace, it's going to have to take an extra effort here from Rat Enterprises to not get swept. And that's another open net. It's slow enough for AXB to get around, but it really feels like in their desperation to try and score, they're leaving far too much space in the back half behind them.
Well, I think they're going to have to at this point. Match point with only 30 seconds left, down 2 goals. You got to put a little bit extra into offense. With 2-on-1, this might be their chance. A demo, a bump. AXP can force it through. There's one down, 30 seconds left. Now they can play a little bit smarter, but it's still going to be a rush.
This is really good teamwork. Torment throwing Justin off just enough to give AXB the space he needed to slide it through. And so now 29 seconds, 1 goal. And then this is absolutely within Rat Enterprises' ability. They just have to really focus up here. A goal for NRG could be deadly as Justin comes close. 20 seconds back down the other way. Squishy just going to look to clear it. NRG trying to waste as much time as possible in the final part of this game. It's another intercept.
Their best bet's going to be to keep it close, or that's going to happen. You look, they saw that far pass. They tried to get it to AXB. Of course, that's going to get intercepted. The high-flying players of NRG, they're going to take it back to your end. They had to keep it close, and they didn't. And that's going to be the downfall. 8 seconds left. A miracle can save them, but I doubt it's going to come.
Well, it's not a great kickoff for a miracle. They'd have to score at least 1 second, and that is not going to happen with that miss. So NRG going to be securing the 3-0 sweep, making up for their earlier sweep in full, as they'll be looking to play Plot Twist next, and a game that's going to be very important for them.
Yeah, no, this was a ramp up for sure. They started this series with less gusto than they finished it with. It was definitely looking like I was still going to question them, seeing that sweep earlier. They weren't playing at the best. Rogue was playing good. I'm not going to take it away from them. They were intercepting a lot of those passes, but NRG was definitely a bit slower than we expect. They started this series a bit slower than we expect as well, and Rat Enterprises was trying to capitalize on that. They kept the series close. They kept those first 2 games relatively close, with a 1-goal difference on both of those games. So Rat was playing well, but NRG started to step it up huge at the end. They saw the flaws. They knew the desperation that was going to come out in those final minutes, and they have that experience. Someone like Garrett that's seen so many these plays and high-level plays. Well, all 3 of these guys, they knew what was going to happen to Rat Enterprises. They knew that it was going to get a little bit edgy at the end, and they just threw someone in the middle, finished it off. So I expect to see that momentum to carry through into their match against Plot Twist.
Yeah, I do as well. And again, Rat still one final game as well after this next one against Rogue. So there's still plenty of opportunities, but we're going to go ahead and cut to a quick break. Stay right where you are. When we come back, we're going to have NRG versus Plot Twist, and you're not going to want to miss a second of it. Welcome back, everybody, to the ESPN Invitational as we get ready to get things underway with NRG and Plot Twist. And Leaf, we just saw NRG pull a 3-0 sweep against Rat Enterprises. And this is a game that is just as important for them as it is for Plot Twist, who desperately need a win.
Yeah, no, NRG needed that as well, too. I mean, at the beginning, I was getting a bit worried for NRG, and I'm sure some of the fans were, too, because Rat was looking good. Rat looked like they could take the series, but that obviously changed. If you missed that last series or only caught the end, you only saw them going full force. You didn't see the beginning where they were a little bit slower. So I was worried at the beginning, but I'm not anymore. I'm fairly certain they can take this one. Plot Twist has been showing themselves to be a formidable opponent, though. I mean, you saw Rogue take down NRG 3-0, but then Plot Twist go to Game 5 against them. So Plot Twist definitely is a contender here. There's a reason that they're here and they're invited. So it's a contender. NRG looking the way they looked at the end of that last game, though. I will have to say NRG's momentum, if they can carry it through, especially since the break's not going to be that big, that momentum might carry through and catch Plot Twist off guard in this early in the series.
Yeah, that's one of the big benefits for NRG coming into this game is just they're going to be warmed up. They're going to be ready to hit the ground running. And Plot Twist having a little bit of time off might come in cold, but they might come in fresh and ready to respond. So I really think we're going to get a solid idea of how this series is going to look based off the first couple of minutes of this opening match. I really think that if NRG is able to get things going early on with the momentum on their side, with the speed similar to what we saw at the end of that last series, that it's going to be a difficult ask for Plot Twist to really start to try and recapture that momentum, because they're going up against a team like NRG, who is obviously one of the top teams in the world, and just knowing that can affect your mentality approaching these games.
Sorry, I'm a bad admin, so I forgot to change the name, so I'm trying to get that ready right now.
No, it's all
right
good.
now for all of them, so I'm getting the info. I can't think and talk at the same time. I'm useless, so.
Nah.
I'll pose you with a question.
All right.
What is Rat Enterprises going to come out with based off what we saw earlier today? Is that momentum going to be stopped for NRG? Are they going to be able to shut it down? Or is this a GG? Sorry, for Plot Twist.
I think so. Again, it really depends on how NRG is able to get started, but I don't think it's necessarily a GG just yet for Plot Twist. If they lose this game 1, I really see it going to potentially a sweep for NRG. But if they're able to build enough momentum to take a win early on here, they have a solid chance of going toe-to-toe. But it really is going to depend on NRG not allowing them to take the victory here in this opening match. That's really what it's going to boil down to.
Well, it's going to be hard because not sure what's going on, but right now it's a 3v1. It is Justin, though, so I think he can do it.
He might be able to pull it off on his own.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what
decided not to show up.
Yeah, I don't know where they went. They just disappeared.
So we'll get that figured out. We'll get everyone in here where we can get ready to go and play. But, looking ahead just a little bit farther past this game as well, is we're going to see NRG twice in a row with this one. But then going into next game, we're going to see Rat Enterprises going up against Rogue. And that is one where I really feel it could go either way, because Rogue has seemed kind of back and forth. And with Rat Enterprises really also going to be needing a win there, it's going to be interesting to see how both of those teams respond to that situation just in general.
Looks like we're going to have just a couple minutes while NRG gets situated, is dealing with some stuff, and then we'll get going. So we're going to have to do some actual fill-in here. So talking about what we're going to see on the field right off the bat. Again, I liked what I saw from Justin and Squishy up on offense. It seemed like they're starting to connect a lot better. Garrett's speed has been amped up. That was one of the things early on in the day that I was a bit worried about. It looked like he was still waking up a little bit. We expect a lot of consistency out of Garrett. So it kind of threw me off a bit when seeing that. So now it looks like he's sped up a bit, and that's going to help Justin and Squishy feel a lot more free on offense. And again, with Justin's mechanics looking pretty solid, I'm pretty sure that we're going to see a lot more Squishy Justin on offense. Squishy setting up those plays. He loves to be the playmaker, and Justin finishing a lot of those off, or even Garrett in as third man to put away any of those cleanup goals.
Yeah, and NRG, again, one of those teams that really do feel like when they are on point, they're unstoppable. Because it was when Squishy got signed to this team, it was one of the things I said. I was like, people think that combining a very mechanically skilled player with another very mechanically skilled player isn't going to work. And I think that it's actually a very smart choice because, like you pointed out, Squishy, with his ability, is able to set up these plays. You can tell he really enjoys sort of coming up with new and exciting ways to get the passes off. And Justin, as he always is more than willing to just knock those through, and them combining for sort of angles and ideas that I don't think some other teams are really prepared for is massive because they're able to catch them off guard, even if they might not have opened up normal space for them to score on.
Yeah, on the other side, I got to say, I'm kind of coming in with a bit of a bias here on this one on who I'm cheering for. Mektos is actually the only American on this team. Usually we see it with like one Canadian on a team. In the case of NRG, that's what we see too with Squishy. This is extra Canadian power. So that's an actual factor in Rocket League. You got to have at least a Canadian. With this many Canadians on the team, Plot Twist is going to look good. It's a measurable factor in the universe. But I'm excited to see what they can do. We've seen that Mektos is a beast. Taraka's a beast. So all three of these guys are nuts on the mechanical side. So as long as they're able to be team oriented as well and keep connecting with passes, which we have seen from them, then they're going to be a force to reckon with going forward just throughout RLCS as well. Plot Twist is going to be a team name you're going to be looking out for. And hopefully they're going to be at LANs a lot as well too, so all these gamers can get a good taste of what good posture looks like. Sosa has the best posture I've ever seen in my life. Like straight up, like I don't know if we're on camera right now, but straight up he games like this, like shoulders back, chest out. It's just, and controller in front. I don't know how he does it. I have to slouch to play, but it's incredible. It is straight up the best posture I've ever seen. I had to shut him up.
Like a 90-degree angle, just like a board sat straight up.
Yeah. Fair is the opposite. Fair is perpendicular to the ground.
It's just full engage into leaning forward. It's like the farther forward that he can get to his screen, the more power he's able to get into his shots. It's incredible. So we're still looking to get this game sorted so we can get things underway. We'll be getting game one started very shortly. We understand that everyone wants to get in the action, and to be 100% honest with you, so are we. So in just a moment, we will be able to get them on the field to get started playing. And I think we've been talking a lot about how NRG is able to connect with themselves on passing plays and whatnot. But I mean, really, Plot Twist, we've seen in this day so far, they haven't had the greatest of lucks, but they've been taking wins off. I mean, you mentioned it a little bit earlier, but that game 5 against Rogue was huge, and it really felt like they should have been able to take that series. Rogue just finding a way to kick it into another gear there. So coming into this game, I really think that Plot Twist just needs to have the mindset that we can take down anyone as long as we're playing at our peak, and just hope that they can find holes that NRG may be leaving behind. This could be a very critical game, not only for this tournament, but them moving forward, especially with RLCSX on the horizon. And if they're able to get a win here on NRG, that would be a massive boon to their confidence heading into these.
I don't think NRG wants that, though. I mean, like, they just made this massive trade. I mean, taking Turbo off this roster is huge. I thought Turbo was great on this team. Even Garrett, in an interview with Octane, said that himself, that, it's not that he wasn't the position. Garrett didn't want to make a change, right? But they thought that the team overall and the atmosphere, they needed that. So bringing Squishy on and then not getting results would be devastating to making a large change like that. So I'm pretty sure that they're going to pull it out here. It seems, again, like they had the momentum coming off the last one. They had everything they needed to look like NRG going throughout the rest of these qualifiers for the rest of the day. So I'm still in favor of NRG. Expect some really good highlight plays from Plot Twist. But you're absolutely right. Plot Twist, they just want to keep it at least close. Because going forward into RLCS X, as you said, this is going to be a huge confidence booster.
Yeah, and I want to make it abundantly clear as well. I really do expect to see NRG come away with a victory here. I mean, with just the raw skill that they have on their side, it really would feel like a massive upset if Plot Twist was able to take it away. But that's the thing with these big teams is you can't afford to let yourself get comfortable. You can't afford to let your foot off the gas. You have to just go in there and dominate like everyone expects you to, because things can get out of control very quickly. And it looks like we finally have the server up and ready to go. Apologies again for the delay, but now we can get started with game number 1. We've had Talkit League. Let's get into Rocket League.
NRG versus Plot Twist, game number 1 in a best of 5. We finally get the players in their jerseys down on the field.
Oh.
And ready to score. Almost an early one as Garrett has to figure out how to get that one to the side, wondering if someone was rushing him down for a dunk.
Going to be Justin, but he gets stuffed again there from Mektos. So now we're going to see NRG, what they can do with this early pressure in the half. As Squishy gets beat. Taroko leaving, good decision off the corner. Justin just able to pick it up. Now he'll have control back. He's got Garrett waiting in the midfield. Pass over to Garrett. Redirect on target, but a double commit, not a problem, as Taroko getting the save all the way back down the other side of field. Squishy again going to be looking for Garrett G. Backboard not going to quite make it through for him. Squishy trying again, but it's back into Sosa. Sosa again finding the beat. 1 minute gone. We've seen a little bit of pressure from NRG, a slight bit of pressure from Plot Twist, but really we haven't seen too much in the terms of sort of just plays that seem like they're very close to going through.
Yeah, again, this is what I was talking about with Plot Twist is like, I feel like sometimes, it's a close shot there, but sometimes you get some really good mechanical players, but they might miss out on some of their positioning. And again, NRG's trying to capitalize on that as quick as possible here. But Plot Twist is holding together pretty well. I do like what I'm seeing so far. How long is it going to last is going to be the real question.
Well, they're getting some good pressure still here and now. NRG having a hard time getting out of their own half. This drop down again. Justin will pick it up. He's got Sosa and Mektos to beat. He's able to get it around 1. Garrett back, but he's not able to maintain control. It'll be Squishy and Mektos on this left side. Justin all the way back in goal. Mektos by himself. Sosa far out in the halfway field. Justin now air dribble back down the other way, and Garrett following too close to really be able to jump back on top quickly enough.
I was going to go ahead and shout out Plot Twist Mind Games right now. Sosa incredible. Trying to get in Justin's head, I think. Like, yeah, I can do what you can do, and maybe better as I force it through. And exactly, he does that on Justin as well. A bit of a fake there. A little bit of a wiggle. Justin doesn't know where the shot's going, and it goes straight to the bottom corner. That's a flex.
Yeah, and Squishy reaching for it, but not quite able to get there in time. And so Plot Twist going to be the first on the board in this series. That's an unfortunate touch there from them. As Squishy wraps back around, it'll be a look for Justin. Wasn't quite able to find it as Garrett unable to make it pass. It'll be Sosa now, back down the other way. Taroko waiting back in support. Silco look to take this from Garrett. It's back on the other side of field. Squishy with the powerful clear. Not a whole lot of openings for Plot Twist right now as NRG gets set for another attack. It's a great clear from Sosa. It pops up straight down. Sosa still with control. He's been maintaining it well, and now it'll be up to Mektos to try and get this one away from Garrett. Side wall again, Taroko. Got Sosa in the midway point. Gonna opt to take control, but he loses it again, and NRG has been doing a really good job of keeping themselves spaced just the right way to prevent Plot Twist from being able to do anything meaningful with possession they've had so far.
Yeah, again, for NRG as well, though, it just feels like I want some more of those low, short passes to connect from them. Maybe they're just kind of scared because Rogue was getting in the way of a lot of those, and they're wondering if that's not going to work. But I'd like to see at least a couple more attempts at that. That's where they excel. That's where they can get that defense a little bit lost. But they're going for a lot of solo plays right now. See it from Justin and Squishy.
60 seconds is all that remains. Plot Twist still holding on to that 1-0 lead for now. Squishy almost came close to making it level. Garrett will look, and he does, off the post, and a wonderfully placed shot will get NRG back level.
Let's just talk about the incredible save first from Tarako, and then Justin comes in with a sideboard touch. Garrett G, the angle is pristine, and he throws it to the back of the net. They needed that in that final minute.
Now let's see what sort of response Plot Twist will have. Final 40 seconds. We could have another opening overtime for NRG. Seem to be fans of it so far. It's Taroko going to get another clear down straight into Squishy near, but Mektos able to get just a touch. 30 seconds left on the clock. It'll be Sosa looking for the connection, doesn't find it. Taroko was pushing forward, caught a bit out there. Gotta be careful with NRG just looking to open this space. Squishy unable to find the touch. It'll be Justin off the sidewall. Gets one touch through. It's not powerful enough, but Justin off the pass from Garrett, who I don't really think was looking for the pass at first, is going to propel NRG into lead.
Yeah, that defense just couldn't get it out there. I don't know how Justin ended up in the perfect spot there, because it looked like he was ready for it. There's that 50-50 beautifully. And the fact he was there and ready, I feel like it might have been called. Garrett might have said turn, knowing that he was going to get a 50 straight to the other side.
Well, 4 seconds. They've got to score right now, Plot Twist, after holding the lead for most of the game. It's in the corner. Squishy's going to look to knock it down. And after holding on to a 1-goal advantage for really most of that game, NRG able to storm their way through and take the victory right at the last second.
Yeah, no, that's not what Plot Twist wanted. They were looking pretty good. They had a 1-goal lead for a majority of the game. 48 seconds in, NRG ties it up, and then 10 seconds left, NRG takes it. Again, I think it was just off of just a great call. I really feel like that was a call that I believe it was Garrett got the pass over to Justin. I mean, Justin stopped, hit the brakes hard on the other side there. Either that or he was still, either that or he was still landing, and he just happened to catch him there. But it seemed like he was ready.
Yeah, it really did. And, you know, whether or not it was a called play or whether it was just fortunate, either way you swing it, NRG was able to get that goal when it mattered, and they're able to secure the victory there. So now heading into game 2, this really tiles up the pressure for Plot Twist, who are already coming in as underdogs, and they're starting the second game from behind.
There's a momentum. We talked about it coming out of that last series they had earlier against Rat. Now they're holding it up against Plot. Plot was doing pretty good at the beginning, but I talked about how long is this going to hold off, or I asked that question in game number 1 at the beginning, because I did think that eventually the floodgates would open up. This is what we're seeing, 3 goals in the span of a total of a minute across these 2 games of game time. NRG is looking good. The solo play, of course, Taroko's there to stop it.
We're going to see some more pressure from Squishy. Pass over to Garrett. It was a good kill. Sosa able to clear it away as Mektos found the initial save. It'll be Sosa again. Pass over to Mektos. Blocked by Justin. It's back up. Plot Twist holding on to possession, but not for long as Squishy connecting there. It'll be Garrett. Back wall. Couldn't find the second. Squishy going to hit that one off the ceiling. That's a very poor touch. Garrett taking a shot, and Mektos somehow able to get in front.
You're absolutely right. That was a terrible touch there. Mektos, a clutch save to keep his teammates in it. Make sure that goal lead didn't get extended by 2. Want to watch those touches, but that was what I was talking about on defense, man. They got the offense. Sometimes it might fall apart back there, but they're holding it together for now, but it's been all NRG this game.
NRG holding on. That's the initial pressure that they got from that opening goal, and really that they got from their storm back win as Garrett looked to punch that one through. It'll be Justin back with control. Kuroko relieving that stress just a little bit. Squishy unable to find the touch. It'll be Sosa farther downfield. Mektos back in defense, has to pick it up. That's going to be another giveaway straight into Justin. Mektos, the intercept. Garrett G trying to clear some room. Sosa's going to put this one into the corner yet again. Blocked yet again by NRG. And it feels like it's back and forth, but every time NRG is able to handle the pressure confidently without allowing anything too dangerous to slip past them.
It's crazy too, because you even see some physical play coming in from Plot Twist, and physical play is reciprocated on the other end by NRG, but they still can't break NRG's defense. You're right, it's just composure on the defensive half for NRG.
On sidewall again, Mektos in this corner. Bushy trying to connect. Justin realizing that there wasn't too much that was going to happen there, backing off, and now he'll have it on the left side. Mektos, back wall clear. Sosa storms forward. Squishy getting the beat on him. Some open space behind it. Squishy maintains control, gets it out in front. But Mektos with the touch. It'll be Garrett looking to connect with Justin again. Good double commit. Almost able to sneak it by Sosa. But the pressure still mounting from NRG here as they try and just keep it up for long enough to force Plot Twist into a mistake.
NRG's trying to get physical. You saw a demo attempt on the side there to prevent Plot Twist from breaking out of their own end. And even with that missed demo attempt, they're still on the offense. This midfield control from NRG is phenomenal right now. They're staying boosted up. They're not overcommitting if they don't have to, just holding that midfield. They got a goal lead. They don't need to pressure anything. They just want to make sure the Plot Twist doesn't have any scoring chances.
Oh, it's a good drop down. Sosa was looking for the return. Garrett G finally clearing it away, and that's going to lead to an open net. And after such a good opportunity, Plot Twist unable to convert, and it gets sent all the way back down the other way.
What did I say at the beginning of the series? That they got the offense, but sometimes that defense just gets forgotten, because all three of these players love to get sick goals. And they almost got one there, but they gave up defense as a result. And NRG is a strong team. They're going to notice that hole you left them, and they're going to shoot that ball straight down through it.
Squishy looking to make it three there as well. Came really close. So did Justin. So did Garrett. But they're unable to punch past that defensive stand. Squishy trying again to take advantage of the space downfield. And Taroko close, but no cigar, as Justin able to get in front. You can feel them as they finally slide it past. Plot Twist getting on the board, and you really feel like they needed that one for this game, especially with how much limited time is left.
This is what I like to see a lot better, though, from them. Instead of sending all three guys in to keep that pressure, just get that guy on rotate to cut. On his rotation back to midfield, just get back on the goal line and put that one away. Super smart. I like to see it, and you don't give up a lot of that defense as a result.
Now 63 seconds left on the clock. Plot Twist trying to take that goal and turn it into momentum as they're pressing in the NRG half right now. Mektos was trying to get it off the back wall. Squishy with a powerful clear. Sosa last one back. Has to get the clear back down the other way. It's a drop down from Justin. Not going to be enough from Taroko. Mektos has to try and do something with this. As the demo comes through, Squishy with control. Gets one over, bumped away. Excellent play to keep them in possession. But time very much so not on their side. Garrett on the line, but Taroko with the save. Justin, and that one's not going to be able to get saved in time.
Beautiful pass from Garrett here. He saw his opportunity on the way out. Placement, though, from Justin. He uses the side to make sure he can sneak it past that defender, puts it high, and the one on the goal line can't get it either. 2-goal lead with 24 seconds left. NRG looking like they're sitting at match point.
Well, we'll see if Plot Twist can pull anything out at the last second. We've seen crazier happen in Rocket League as Taroko pushes. Squishy with the clear. Mektos back on top, but it's intercepted by Justin. And I think you are right. Yes, you are. We are going to be seeing NRG go up on series point. They're going to be looking to take 2 sweeps in a row if they can get away with it.
And that's going to help them huge. That's going to be a great position for them on the board. It's all going to be actually up to how Rogue performs after that. But this win is needed. Great to get the sweeps as well. I forget how the ties were, if they went for game differential first or if it was the if it's goals.
I believe it's goals scored.
Is it goals? Okay, so the goal differential is a little bit less important here. So getting as many goals as possible in the series is going to be good. But hey, I mean, what a team to try to do it against then. Plot Twist, if they keep leaving you those open nets, you can take advantage of that. But Plot Twist is looking good. I love watching Plot Twist. I love what I see on the field from these guys. Just great fun players to watch. But of course, you're seeing it here. There are areas they can tighten up. There are areas that can be punished by teams like NRG. Any of these other top teams, top RLCS caliber teams are going to punish those kind of things that Plot Twist is giving them. So if Plot Twist starts to cover those things, though, they're going to be a very dangerous team that people are going to have to continue to keep an eye on. And they are going to have to continue to watch them. This isn't a team you just count out right now because of those mistakes. Because if you just count on those mistakes, all of a sudden you're going to have two guys flying at your net doing some highlight plays and flipping on you. So you still have to watch out for them on that offense.
And I mean, if you think about it as well, when you're talking about this Plot Twist team and the mistakes they're making, this is a team that, while making mistakes, is still getting goals past NRG. They're taking Rogue to game 5. So they've got so much potential that once they can iron out these mistakes, are definitely going to be a team that this region and this sport as a whole is going to have to pay a lot of attention to, because if they can get things running, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with just in general here.
Well, I'll find out if they can turn it around. I'm sure chat would be happy with a first sweep situation at game 5, but NRG again still with the momentum. We'll see after these 2 games what Plot Twist has learned.
It's going to be Garrett pushing. A little bit of a double commit, but Sosa finds the clear. It'll be Justin back with control. Squishy in the air, Garrett in midfield. Looks to get it on target off the back wall. Drop down, not quite enough. He looked to get one final third touch, but he couldn't quite get his wheels on the ball. Back flips and Squishy as Garrett goes up for it. Another double commit there from Justin and Squishy, but Justin still with control and almost able to drop that in on target. It's Squishy again with the center, and it really feels like Plot Twist spending a lot of time defending in their own half right now.
Yeah, that demo on midfield might help him get out, though. He's going to set Justin back, but he's going to be able to get boost hold that midline. NRG's been so good at holding this midline, and there's just no opportunity for the 3 players on orange to get out, and that's just going to float down in front of the net. Garrett's going to get credit for that one.
And this is like a punch in the gut for them here, especially with how important it was for them to try and get out ahead, and with it being on series point, that is going to be huge. A major factor against their mentality.
Demo might help though. Get it past Garrett. Did he fake it through on the goal line? A finish. Sosa is going to send that one from a lot of help from Taroko. Garrett, goodbye. Goal, hello.
And it's a close one there from Taroko. Almost messed it up. Unfortunately, his team able to get wrapped around Sosa to knock it through. Taroko is going to be breathing a sigh of relief after that one, because, man, you talk about sucker punches. Giving away a goal early is not a great feeling, but not scoring an open net can be even worse. We're going to see Sosa, though, trying to get it back down the field. Touch from Squishy, drops it in the corners. Justin will recapture. Able to get it around one, looks to connect. He actually maintains pressure. Garrett G can't get it on target. Squishy pushed very far forward. They're able to maintain possession, at least for now.
Yeah, that's 2 times I've seen Squishy in questionable spots. I don't know if he's not understanding what Justin's intentions are, if that needs to be calmed better, or if it's just a weird synergy thing today. But a couple just in this game alone, I've seen Justin and Squishy kind of being confused on who should be going for it. So hopefully that gets cleaned up. Otherwise, it's going to get punished by Plot Twist.
Well, that giveaway from Squishy should give a little bit of space for Plot Twist to work with. Mektos opting for another boomer. Sosa off the back wall. Taroko there, but Squishy with the beat. And now this very dangerous is Squishy. Grabs that boost, able to put it up and around the back wall. Garrett trying to get that pass off to Justin. Not quite the touch he was looking for. And that bump from NRG almost open space. They're able to get recovered just quickly enough. But Plot Twist being given some opportunities here. And NRG's got to be careful that they don't start giving away momentum as well.
Almost a great pass there. I like what I see. And again, you see it's Justin and Squishy working that offense with Garrett trying to finish him up. But Man, NRG's getting a little scrambly here. You see them? It's just squishies all over the field. And I'm not sure what's going on, but that's like probably the 4th time I've seen Squishy all over one of his teammates, and it is going to result in a goal. They couldn't fix that scrambling mess that started on the other side, and there's the punish I talked about.
Yeah, and it just feels like Squishy in that situation didn't really know where to go. He started to push the front post, realized it was coming across, wasn't in the best of positions, and I mean, it's one of those situations where Plot Twist was in the right place. They executed well and took advantage of some honestly poor positioning from NRG in that situation. They are scrambling around, and you know, it's leading to holes, and I think Plot Twist is starting to realize that if they wait long enough, they can take advantage of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna want to take a look back at this game later, because I just didn't see whose fault it is. Is it Squishy? Is it his teammates? But what's going on here? And I want to get to the bottom of this. I didn't catch it there.
What's going on right now is some pressure from Plot Twist. They're doing a great job of maintaining pressure in this NRG half as Sosa comes so close to Roko on the line, and it won't get saved. It's going to be a 2-goal advantage now for Plot Twist.
Oh no, that mistouch there caused Justin. Justin did his best, but I think it was Squishy. The mistouch there went straight in front of the net. It's not where you want that ball. And there's not much else to say besides it was a mistouch on that sidewall.
A mistouch putting them in an even worse position here. They're still on series point, but unless they're able to grab 2 back very quickly, we're going to be headed to a game 4. Mektos looking to connect with Taroko. They were close there, final 10 seconds. And with that final touch, NRG is not going to have the time to send this all the way downfield. And so Plot Twist, they're starting to take advantage of the holes. They're executing when they need to. They're able to grab one back.
Well, I like to say that I called it early on in this series that this would happen. I don't like to see it happen. It's close. I almost got it. You don't like to see it. I mean, it's great for Plot Twist. They're happy. They're going to take what they can get. I mean, even if it's just a couple mistakes here and it's not of really their own accord, why not? I mean, you were in the right spot to punish it. You deserved that goal. You capitalized on your opponent's mistakes. So credits to Plot Twist for being there for all those opportunities. But for NRG, we got to ask what's going on here. What's happening with the team? What was causing some of that miscommunication? What was causing all those guys to kind of be on top of each other there? And then, of course, again, a couple of those missed touches. And before you answer that question, I'm just going to say ready up.
All right. Yes. Everyone falls victim to not readying up. You see, because what happens is I think I click it, and then it just doesn't register, and I completely don't even look to check if I actually went through. So that one's on me. But, you know, I'm right there with you. I think it could potentially either be a comm issue, or I'm not really sure. There's so many different factors that could play into why a team feels like they're grouping up on top of each other, why it feels like they're not ready for the passes. But whatever the issue may be, NRG needs to figure it out, because Plot Twist, I mean, even though they're still facing series point, they're going to have a little bit more confidence heading into this game.
Yeah, no, they needed that. Chad asked for a bit of a reverse sweep. They're on the start right now. NRG still at match point. But that doesn't mean the Plot Twist can't take this series, but they do need 2 more wins to be able to do that. That's going to be hard against the Titans of NRG. Let's see if they fix their mistakes coming into this game.
It's Justin able to withstand a little bit of pressure as it comes back to Garrett G. Touch, bit of a giveaway there to Mektos. Taroko. Good 50, sends it across field. Garrett will clear it back down. Sosa trying to drop and kill as much momentum as he can. Justin in control. Taroko challenge with Squishy. Quick to get around, looking for Garrett G, but another great clear there from Mektos. Taroko will send it through. Mektos was looking for the redirect. Sosa up quickly as he drops it into this corner. Straight back down again. Sosa looking for Mektos. Close. Taroko was reaching for it, and it felt like a stretch of an opportunity, but an opportunity nonetheless for Plot Twist.
Did you see what happened, though? Taroko actually got Goomba stomped in the air a bit there and forced down so he can get up to it. I forget who it was that was flying by, but yeah, that was fortunate for NRG that he just whoever it was sat right on Taroko.
An excellent play. It stopped what could have been a promising attack. Garrett G just gonna get tackled like a linebacker out from that one. Straight back down to Squishy again, but Taroko on top. Seeing a lot of balls hit off the ceiling and come straight back down, and it's not really allowing Plot Twist to do a whole lot with their possession. Sosa is looking for that double touch. Mektos again, but that's just another giveaway of possession, and it feels like every time that Plot Twist starts to have some open space, they're just throwing the ball away.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's their answer to having more defense, is just get the ball away from defense.
They're on offense right now, or at least they were before that miss from Sosa came through. Squishy looks for Justin, back to Garrett, into the corner. Justin again looks for the redirect. It's close, but across. Sosa, a little bit of trepidation as he tries to recapture, and Squishy getting it mid, but Garrett too far on that right side to take full control. And Garrett forced to rotate back around as Justin getting demoed out of that play. Into the corner again. Justin back wall. Squishy around. Gets a good solid touch. Garrett looks to finish it through, but Mekto somehow playing both angles at the same time is able to find that save.
Yeah, and I think Plot Twist is okay with this right now. 0-0 is a good scoreline for them. I mean, they haven't been scored on. They don't have to fight back. Especially one goal lead would spell a victory and series over for NRG. Sosa getting the first goal. They're still looking for the reverse sweep.
And it would be absolutely massive if they can come away with this excellent shot. Justin looking to get up to that top right corner. Can't make it in time. So like you said, Plot Twist, they get that goal. It puts them up 1-0. But more importantly, it puts them up with 1-0 with less than 2 minutes to go in regulation. So NRG still on series point. All they need to do is win. But right now, they really just have to start getting things back level. They've been giving away far too much space. Squishy, not enough power. And that is a goal that you have to score in that situation.
Not much more to say than, yeah, you're right. I mean, that was a shot that Squishy should be hitting. Not the easiest shots, of course, but shot you should be hitting if you're Squishy. And that was the goal they needed. Otherwise, they're going to have to hustle it up in that final minute of play here.
Oh, it's close. Mektos wraps around. He's going to make it a 2-0 game as Plot Twist finally starting to find their groove and figure out what they need to do to break this defense.
That was unfortunate. Garrett just did not respect that second touch that came out from Plot Twist, and that was just right over his head. There's not much he could do. He'd already committed to that far post, and with no teammate behind him, it was all but over at that point.
Mektos again with control, and Plot Twist do not seem like they want to slow down a bit. They want to try and get as much separation as they can from NRG, and that is exactly what they will accomplish. 3-0, and they are just racking on the points right now.
Yeah, they're just demolishing this defense right now. Half the time, NRG has one person home, and that's not the defense we saw earlier. And Plot Twist is just saying, okay, we'll give 3 players to your 1 and keep scoring if you're going to do this. Great punishment coming up from Plot Twist. Sets themselves at a 3-goal lead in that final minute of gameplay, and they're looking to bring themselves to game number 5.
39 seconds. Unless NRG can start to whip up some magic, we will see it. Justin with control. Squishy in support. Gets a great shot all the way downfield. Is just fairly high. Mektos putting it back down the other way. He's looking for Taroko. Keeps it for himself. He was able to get it around Justin, and he's still on top of it now. Crossfield yet again. Sosa off the corner. Taroko not be able to make that one happen. It's a clear downfield from Justin. On target, but just off the post. And they're not even going to be able to get one unless they're able to get something here in the 0-second point. But we will, either way, be headed to a game 5 in Plot Twist. 5 minutes away from potentially a reverse sweep.
Yeah, this is not what I expected. There are some obvious issues going on with NRG right now. Not to take away from Plot Twist again. Like, I'd like the fact and credit to them that they are punishing these things that are happening for NRG. That's some teams' play styles are built around that. I mean, you looked at Veloce in their prime time, right? That is the play style was built around punishing your opponent's mistakes. Now, Plot Twist can generate their own offense. These guys are great on offense, and they can generate it. But I think they're taking a step back to try to balance it out a bit. But they're also being handed some of these opportunities from NRG. So I think right now, this has just been a prime mixture of a bunch of events that have happened. Plot Twist making adjustments, and NRG kind of making a bit of questionable decisions on the field here. So we're going to find out now in game number 5. This is whoever wins this one is going to take this series, this best of 5. If NRG has figured out what's going on, or if Plot Twist is just going to keep doing what they did in game number 4.
Well, only time will tell. But at this point, NRG not really able to make any more mistakes moving forward. Neither is Plot Twist. It all comes down to the line here. Game number 5, every single goal going to be absolutely critical, especially, again, for Plot Twist, who is looking to get a reverse sweep. Squishy starting off the pressure for NRG. Garrett comes close to a shot that goes through, but it's blocked by Sosa. Back into the corner, Mektos up, able to get the beat off the back wall. Comes straight down, pass to Taroko, but he's not able to beat Justin, who's got the speed to beat him there in time. It's down to Sosa again, shot taken, save from Garrett, and Plot Twist finding some early opportunities.
And that's what they want, carry that momentum through. Don't give NRG any of that time to sort things out and get themselves with their feet on the ground.
Another good touch, Squishy keeping control. Taroko fighting him for it. Justin will jump in, but it's back into Mektos. Garrett, last one back. Gonna have to try and get this one off the wall. It's a great clear, but straight back into Mektos, who's looking to maintain. Squishy takes it away from him. It's Justin on this right side, able to get it around 2. Taroko reaching and just able to put it to this left side, but it's right back into Garrett yet again.
That's not sure what's going on here. Bit of confusion, but again, there's that midline hold from NRG. Let's see if they can take control, because this is where they start their offense. If they can keep that midline, keep Plot Twist in their own end, which they didn't, but if they can get that started, that offense is going to start to ramp up. Or we just see the classic, there's no one. That's an option.
I mean, yeah, you can try and attack with your fancy passing plays as much as you want, but if you're not having at least someone back to recover, Justin is going to have no problems with just lobbing that ball back. It's not even really that quick of a ball, but no one from Plot Twist able to find the positioning or speed to get there in time. And Garrett looking to make it 2 back-to-back goals, and NRG trying to prevent this reverse sweep.
Yeah, that was just a kickoff that did not go in favor. It simply comes down to that kickoff. That was too hard out. It looked like they wanted to cheat. Garrett shoved it to the side, and he was able to follow it up. So good on Garrett for just winning out that kickoff.
Mektos back in control now, but an intercept from Justin falls back to Taroko. He's got Sosa waiting at the midfield mark. Garrett G just behind, trying to get the save. Great shot placement from Sosa. They're able to grab one back, and now the floodgate of goals starting to come through.
Yeah, not on even just one team, it's both teams. Great pass. Look at how fast Sosa was up for that. That's the offense I'm talking about. If they get moving together, it's scary. There's not much you can do to save it. So just great momentum shift off that kickoff there to take control on offense quickly from Plot Twist.
Plot Twist still needs at least one more to get this game back level. It's a great clear from Sosa. Taroko is going to be up for it, trying to finish it off, but he can't beat Justin. It's off the backboard again. Taroko, unfortunately, playing that one away from Sosa. That's an opportunity that they probably want back.
Yeah, that's what they got to watch out for on that offense. They committed all 3 there. Taroko was up there for that. Played it away from a teammate, so they got to be careful on the offense. Otherwise, Energy's going to punish again.
Looks another cross-field pass, Taroko to receive. But he looks to follow it up. Got to bump on Squishy. Tried to get it through in the midfield, but couldn't find the touch. It'll be back over to Mektos. That's from Justin off the back wall. Squishy able to clear some space, but all 3 of NRG in that same corner as they reset to open the space back up. 50-50 Coming through, Justin was looking to get it past, but Taroko now back up in the air. He's going to get a shot on target. Garrett got bumped, but he managed to recover and find the save anyways. Plot Twist, try as they might, still trying to find this equalizing goal.
Yeah, a lot of wide spread out rotations from both teams right here. So you're seeing the ball kind of fly back and forth, which is going to result in a lot of possession changes too. We're seeing a lot of that happen now. Good shot, but a fairly easy save for Justin.
It was a great pass as well there from Plot Twist, but NRG, it really feels, is focusing on just playing defense right now. They're taking shots when they get them down the field, but their main priority is keeping this 1-0 lead. Sosa able to get past one almost on that second follow-up. Be Mektos again, back over to Sosa, who's on the line. And what a play that gets them back level.
I watched him sit there for about 12 minutes. He was just there, waiting. He had his goalpost camouflage on. NRG didn't see him. It's like Solid Snake hiding in a box over there, and he just tucks her away right into the bottom corner. 1 minute left, tied up. This is as close as a series can get.
Started out with a 2-game victories for NRG's. The Squishy going to take advantage of a missed play and a half right there on Plot Twist. They try and avoid Plot Twist coming back of their own.
I don't know if that was a misplay. I feel like Garrett was just going for a block, but since the touch didn't happen, it went out to Squishy. That was a great pass out, though, from Justin to start that play off. Good control of momentum off the kickoff.
Now that puts Plot Twist in an even more awkward position. They just got it back level, and now they're down again, but this time 38 seconds is all that remains for them. Squishy looks to connect with Jarrett again. Back wall clear from Sosa. Taroko will retake control. Into Justin, who gets demoed on his way through. Mektos to Sosa, shot taken. Save coming through from Justin. Sosa wrapping back around. Taroko at the midfield. Too far forward to handle that one. Final 15 seconds counting down. And it's Taroko that has to get it away from Garrett, but they've got to do something with the ball now. The final 10 seconds on the board. It's going to be off the back wall. Mektos pass over to Sosa. Garrett with the intercept. And if they can keep this on the ground, and that they will be able to do, NRG escape by the skin of their teeth. So close to that reverse sweep, but in the end, they keep it through.
That was as close as it could get there. I mean, Plot Twist almost had that turnaround at the end. You saw them getting bullied. You saw them starting to pull out that Plot Twist offense where they're all over you, and it almost worked there. But NRG, thankfully, had fixed any mistakes that they were having in game 3 and 4. That where defensively they didn't really know what was going on. They only had one person back, and they maintained their composure on defense, and that's what held NRG in there. They brought that a lot closer than I think they would have liked to. And I feel like after this series, NRG is going to be going back and sitting down with each other and saying, all right, guys, what happened? Or they already know, and they're going to say, all right, guys, this happened. Let's not let that happen again, because not to take away from Plot Twist again, I really think that there was a lot of misplay from NRG there. Credit to Plot Twist for punishing that. Credit to Plot Twist for making it some seemingly good adjustments to their defense. Their overall play in those later games kind of fell apart again at the end there. But, you know, I'm excited what I'm seeing from Plot Twist. Plot Twist is fun to watch. Plot Twist is dangerous to any team. If you try to sleep on them, they will take advantage and they will move in and get some goals. So I think Plot Twist is a team to keep an eye on in the future, but a couple changes for sure I'd like to see to their play.
Yeah, but no, I mean, entertaining they are to watch. I mean, we see 2 of their games going to game 5. Unfortunately for them, neither of them landing in their way. So I think you're absolutely right. They've got some changes to make, some things to work out. But as we continue to see them play against these top-level teams, I expect to see them continue to improve and get better because they have what it takes. But it just didn't today. And moving on from that, we are going to take another quick break. And when we come back, we've got our last match of the evening. It's going to be Rogue going up against Rat Enterprises. It's going to be fantastic. And you'll be right up after a couple minutes.
Never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up.
My whole team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business. My whole team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business. My whole team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business. My whole team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business. My whole team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business. My whole team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business. My whole team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business.
It's the arrival. I came in the league, went straight for the title. No time to idle. I finna get it, put that on the Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move made like the final. One by a mile. Nobody believe it, they all in denial. Look at me, look at me. Still in the show, that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since Auto. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out, they flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ESPN Invitational. And we've got one more match on the docket for you here tonight. It's Rogue It's Rat Enterprises. We've seen both of these teams several times tonight, and this is one game left at looking at it, especially with the performances leading up. I really don't know who's going to be able to take it.
Yeah, this is again, Rogue with a 3-0 sweep over NRG, but then earlier we had NRG 3-0 sweeping over Rat, so like this should be a 6-0 for Rogue over Rat, right?
Right? Is that you would think? So, I'm not too good at math. I don't know what sort of numbers, but it sounds right for me.
So I'm just trying to get these guys in here. So give me your thoughts on. Do you think Rat's figured it out? I mean, Rat kept it close. Like it was pretty close to NRG, but we also know that NRG wasn't in full force today. So is Rogue gonna come out, or maybe just Rogue just had NRG's number with those intercepts? I
mean, it's very possible. It's with the way today has been. Let me just be straight up and honest. I think anyone's really got a chance. I mean, we saw NRG dominant start against Plot Twist, and then Plot Twist is like, hey, let's try and not do that. They bring it back to a game 5, and they look really good, and then they lose in game 5, similar to how they lost the first 2. We saw Rogue with Plot Twist even before that. Plot Twist had a 2-0 lead, and then Rogue bringing a reverse sweep. So at this point, coming into Rat Enterprises and Rogue, I really don't know who is going to be able to take this just looking at the performances so far, because they've been so back and forth. This has been such an interesting day in the terms of results and how these teams have looked that I really don't think we'll get a good idea until we see the first couple of minutes of the gameplay between them.
So on this, just to make sure, because again, it's not game differential, so that's not. So we already have Plot Twist out at this point, and then Rat Enterprises and Rogue will be fighting then basically for this could end up being a 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. So I haven't been keeping track of the goals, Sleegy, so I'm not sure actually how that's gonna work out on who's where. Oh, that's interesting. This could be really close group.
We could have a very very interesting set of numbers for us to do that fabled thing you called math on. But no, I think it's going to be really interesting. I think if I'm going with my gut, especially with seeing how Rogue has played, I think that they've got a chance, but I am very open to being wrong because, now that you pointed out, I kind of want to see the 2-1, 2-1, 2-1 come out here.
This would be a 3-way tie at that point, and then admins would have to start doing some extra math and work back there, so I don't envy them. But yeah, or if we just want it simple, we want Rogue to win this one. So if you'd want to do some less thinking, we want Rogue to win. But I guess we may as well get it underway, Sleegy. This is our last match of the day. Rogue versus Rat Enterprises. Group A is almost done. This last best of 5 stands in the way. Rogue, Rat, we'll find out. It's going to be complicated or easy.
Well, only time will tell, and it starts with some interesting plays to get things underway early on here. AXB going to be able to move it downfield. First killer back on top as he tries to go back the other way. Back and forth so far. Let's turn Turo off the wall. Crow's got to dive for that one. Torment was close. It's going to be Crow again, looking for the goal. Blocked from first killer. As Gimmick able to find that touch. He wraps back around. Could have had open space, but the recovery takes him too long, and he's not able to get on top of the ball quickly enough.
Yeah, I think both teams, again, trying to figure out what they want to do. It looks like physical play is what Rat's going to go for, and I don't blame them. You got a lot of speedy boys over on the side of Rogue. Take them off the field, they ain't speedy anymore.
We're seeing both teams trying to slow it down to stop the speed. The AXB is going to be up for this one sidewall, but it's straight in the first killer. Drop down, Crow a bit too far. Follow up from Gimmick comes dangerously close to his own net. This Crow will get back on top. First killer drop, but recaptured by AXB. This Gimmick was looking for Torment there, back down the other way. First killer is going to try and connect on this shot. Turo not able to get the bumps necessary to open up space. And with a minute and a half gone, it's still 0-0 in this game.
Yeah, again, both trying to figure it out. Solo plays, it looks like, from Rogue for the most part at the beginning here. They're still trying to probably deal with all this physical play. But they are getting close, so we have to watch, or Rat has to watch out. We don't have to do it, we just watch them watch out. Rat has to watch out for some of this offense. It is getting a little pressure heavy, but Rogue needs to be careful not to allow any open nets and long clears to go in their goal.
Well, it's a good wraparound for Turo there. Crow with the clear away. Kimmick unable to get back on top. Bit of a back pass there from Crow. Turo able to get there in time to send it other way, and Torment forced to jump for it. It'll be Gimmick. Side wall, looking to beat Crow. Gets it through. AXB gonna get demoed at the midfield as Gimmick almost able to make it happen. Torment's there as well. He can't drop it down. Close call for Rat Enterprises, but it falls just short.
Still scoreless, 2.5 in. Oh my goodness, first killer. We know he's nuts, and he almost showed us exactly why right there. That was almost the dirtiest of angles. And if I was Rat, I'd be scared knowing that first killer can score from literally anywhere. Way back like that.
AXB again, first killer, power shot. Torment forced to make the save. It's Turo again, that's straight to AXB, takes the shot. It's just side, does he have the follow-up? Yes, he does, and AXB able to capitalize off the smallest of mistakes, gets Rat Enterprise the lead.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Crow first didn't know who was going to go up. Someone should have been going off the backboard to greet that first. The second you allow that to go off the backboard, it's a goal. It's already over at that point. Someone has to be up to at least get in the way of that attack.
Well, it looks like we may have had a bit of an observer issue there. So in the meantime, I'll try and radio cast it for you. We've got AXB right in front of goal. First killer was looking to clear it away, and there we go. We got the feed back. 90 seconds left. AXB getting the clear, but Crow back on top. Turo trying to make it back in time. AXB straight to Torment. It should be a pickup from first killer. And it is, so look to take it off the wall. Turo waiting in midfield, got it on target, but a block from AXB. And Gimmick gonna be able to sink it through 2-0 in favor of Rat Enterprises.
Yeah, that's a good start for Rat. It seemed a little bit slow in their games earlier, but they've kept up the momentum in their second series and now in their third series. Gimmick's just been a beast since the beginning. Torment stepped it up huge. And AXB's always just been a solid rock for any team that he plays with, and that's what he's doing today. So good start for them, but it's a long series, best of 5. Rogue at least wants to get one on the board before game 1 is done.
They've got 63 seconds, getting both on the board, not completely out of the question. But right now, it feels like Rat Enterprise is really connecting well on these passing opportunities, and Rogue just trying to find space to work with. It's going to be in the midfield again. Crow is looking for a double touch, but blocked by Torment as he picks it up off the back wall. Gets it through Kronovi, wrapping around. It's 1 touch, 2, but into the corner it goes, and AXB will get a clear back the other way. Time really running thin here for Rogue, as it looks like Rat Enterprises might be able to take this game number 1 with relative ease.
Yeah, they've been pressured. There it is. I talked about first killer being able to score from any which way. He comes in from the underside. Turo looks like the play is dead, and there's first killer. Beautiful touch.
And there's the curse wrapping its head around. As soon as I say Rat Enterprises doing it with ease, Rogue immediately comes out, gets it back within 1. Fake kickoff as they connect on a passing play back over to first killer. Almost able to get that through. 15 seconds left, and it's still in Turo's control. He gets a shot on target, and they're going to get it through, and Rogue. My goodness, I thought it was going to be an easy win for Rat, looking at how they were playing, but what a turnaround in the final moments.
Yeah, this one's all on you, Sleeky. You called it, which means you cursed it. The turnaround with 8 seconds left. The pressure was there. It was most certainly there. Lack of structure. But now, looks like they're still in the game.
We may just have overtime here, and that is exactly what we're going to see. Game 1 and overtimes today. Name a better combination. We've seen it 3 series in a row. But this one seems to be the most miraculous, as I really thought Rogue wasn't going to be able to get them through, but they get those 2 quick goals. We'll see if Rat Enterprises can respond early on in this overtime. It's a shot from AXB. Torment dropping it down. The bumps and demos opening up space, but they can't get wrapped around to make it happen. AXB dropping it again. It'll be Crow back in the air. Gimmick. Give away to first killer as he sends it down. Will look to follow. Was an attempted kill from Torment, but Turo able to get back on top. And it feels like possession just transferring hands very rapidly at the moment.
Torment was hoping that would just bounce over everyone. It doesn't. I was kind of scared there. First killer had a flip reset. That usually just means he's about to get a goal. It doesn't. The pressure on now. 2 defenders here. No, 1 defender. This Crow tries to set up a play for his teammates, or at least buy some time. And there they are at midfield to keep the pressure. Rat still on the backside.
Well, it's another clear into the backboard. Torment putting it away again, and right now you can really see Rat Enterprises playing ultra defensively in their own half. It's a clear downfield from Torment into the corner. Torment was looking for the double. Gimmick and first killer gonna demo each other. Nothing comes of it. Minute and a half of overtime gone, and we're still trying to find the 5th and final goal of this game. This is back to Torment again. Shot taken on target. First killer forced to make the save as Crow wraps back around. Will be AXB stopping it well. Gets it past Turo. First killer clearing it away as Crow starts to charge forward. It's Turo into Torment, and back and forth down this field we go as both teams looking for holes. It might be Gimmick able to find one here, but an excellent recovery from Turo keeps him on top of it.
Yeah, heading into that 2 minutes, a lot of times once we see it get past that minute and a half mark, the overtimes start to get pretty long. And having this happen at the beginning of a series, that is just going to make the rest of the series extremely hard. Especially that both these teams have played earlier today.
It's another clear out. AXB shot saved by Turo. Gimmick will get a good turn. It's demoed for his efforts. First killer was in the air, but AXB beat him to the ball. Off the back wall again. Crow too far forward. Will be popped up yet again. AXB is going to find the beat this time. Off the corner it goes, and first killer will send it back down the other way, and it feels like neither of these teams finding themselves in really favorable positioning here. They're just trying to open up space. Torment with possession. He's got 2 to beat, and he gets bumped out of the way of it, but he's still with control. It's a bump coming through, and Kronovi, oh no, with the own goal, and Torment gonna get the credit as Rat Enterprises take game number 1.
At the same time, he couldn't do much. First killer got taken out by Gimmick. Crow saw that on the goal line. He had to get it away from there, and he just gets the nose on a bit of the wrong part of that ball, and it forces it just into the net. Unfortunate, yes, but not much you can do about it in that situation. It was just a great play from Rat. They got the physical play started. You saw them from second number 1 in this game. They were there trying to get physical, and that's exactly how it ended as well. So Rat's got a game plan right now, and they're following through with it.
Yeah, and you know, I'm right there with you. It's a super unfortunate own goal there from, but in that situation, there really was one touch that he would have had to have been able to make out of the thousands of options available to him, and to have and try and execute like that in that sort of situation with that much time. It's unfortunate. It gives the game to Rat Enterprises, but there's still plenty of series left for them to try and work their way back in here.
Yeah, for me, it's just been Rogue with a bit of, again, forceful offense. Just seems like they're trying to improv their way through everything. And of course, Rocket League is a very reactionary game, but it's been a lot of improving. And you're just going to see a bunch of cars just slam at the ball right now. I bet you that's what their offense is going to be.
Well, let's see how it turns out here. 30 seconds through. Haven't had too much really to talk about up to this point, but it could be. As first killer taking control, 50 with Gimmick coming back down to Kronovi. Is that shot going to be coming near Torment? Straight into first killer. AXB turning back around. AXB keeping it up. It's back down again, and Gimmick clearing it back into the side. Dangerous opportunity cut just short. killer into Turinturo. Clear from AXB, it'll be Kronovi. Look to connect with first killer, but sends the shot wide. First killer follow-up also wide. The demo coming through, but no one able to do anything with it. As now Rat Enterprises make their way back down the other side of field. AXB had an opportunity. It's back in midfield again. And it just feels like right now Rogue taking whatever shot they can get away with. Meanwhile, Rat Enterprises, they feel a little bit more patient when they get on the ball.
I feel like they're still trying to deal right now with a bit of that aggression from Rat. Trying to get themselves around them. There's always just someone in front of them, always someone near them, threatening them. And finding a spot just to even try to put the ball towards the net is deeming difficult right now.
Well, it's straight back down. Kronovi not able to find the touch. It'll be AXB back into the corner. Turinturo on top. He's able to get it back over one. There's been another opportunity there for Rogue.
Oh, do it!
Oh, what a save, though. You got to give that one to Torment. It's such a great read there.
And Torment's been playing great, except for at the beginning of today. Ever since then, he's been playing phenomenal. And you know he's going to make those reads, but that would have been a great shot.
Another good block coming in. AXB beating Kronovi to it as he still sticks with it. First killer putting it back into midfield. Turo back wall straight into first killer again, but he can't get it on target. It's Gimmick. It's a good 50 straight back out to Torment, who will look to connect with AXB. Gimmick left side, but AXB opts to play it off the back wall, and he looks for the double. We keep seeing these players go for the doubles, but they're just having the darndest of times finishing them off.
I mean, that's what happens when you're up against a good defense. You might get one opportunity. If it gets saved, you can be sure as heck they're not going to give you another opportunity.
AXB back in control, but he plays it right into first killer. He's taking it super slow. Torment. Back wall, Crow with the clear. Will be another hit here from Crow. Torment, good 50. Gimmick starts to push forward. We could see him start to get potentially out of position, especially as Rogue continues to push it downfield. First killer trying to find these 0-degree angles, but not able to get one through there as AXB finding the touch. Another giveaway straight into Turo. 68 seconds left on the board, and it's still 0-0 here. We could have a second overtime in a row if things continue the way they have been.
First killer was almost the one to finish it again. Or get another cheeky goal there, at least. With that final minute of gameplay, no goals. That could have very well have been this game and brought them to a tied series. Rat Enterprises won game number 1.
Another reverse field here from Torment, who's able to maintain possession. It's a weak clear from Turo. AXB dropping it down. That's an unfortunate touch. You talk about Rogue making own goals. Here's an unfortunate accidental own goal from Rat Enterprises.
Oh, it went off the nose of Gimmick. I was wondering how it got so much speed. I'm like, yeah, it was on the nose. It was a good shot, but off the nose of Gimmick, you're right. Very unfortunate. He probably thought he was clear, thinking it was going straight towards the net. I think he braked a bit even. Straight to the net. Not the goal you want to see be the first one in this game. I'm sure Gimmick's going to be looking for an answer right here.
He's looking for the pinch off the back wall. Great pass. AXB in a perfect position, but Kronovi somehow reads that play beautifully and is able to get in front. Final 8 seconds ticking down. First killer into the top corner, and that's going to kill the game. Rogue responding here in game 2 with a beautiful shot.
Responding late, though. They didn't get their goal to the end. The momentum starter was an own goal, but at least they're carrying through. With 5 seconds left, they'll be able to bring this one to a tied series. You didn't want to get down to match point after only 2 games, so this is a good turnaround from Rogue. And game number 1 didn't look like they'd be left in the dust anyways. I mean, Rat looked a little more composed, but the skill level just oozing out of Rogue was very apparent in game number 1, and that showed up with a little more composure in game number 2. So Rogue, again, is one of those contenders for one of the best in North America right now. And they're showing it. But the fact that Rad Enterprises has been showing up all day today with AXB on the team now is really, really exciting, at least in my eyes. Being able to see this team be another potential contender for the top in North America. The top level is getting so deep now.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. And it's been shown all of today with, again, the surprising results we've seen. And so now, in a 1-all series between Rogue and Rad Enterprises, this next game is going to be absolutely critical because it's going to set one of these teams up on series point. A good initial shot there from First Killer. Came close. AXB forced to get in the way. Gimmick. Good 50. AXB taking back control. Slows it down. Takes a shot. Great flick into the bar. Torment's there. It's going to be a double touch, but he can't get it on target. And that's another situation where I understand it's a difficult shot to make, but it's one of those where I really feel like you've got to try and get that on target. Turo back with control. He's going to be able to get it around. Beautiful air dribble as he sends it through, and Rogue will be taking the lead.
Yeah, just past one. A nice second touch, just barely sneaks that one in there. Dominus versus Dominus. You'd think Gimmick would be able to just squeeze that down, at least straight in front of the net, but good follow through from Turo.
On side wall again, Torment on target, but it's just high. First Killer credited with the save. That's a beautiful shot. I have to go back and see exactly how he made that because it looked like it was high, but this should be easy, and there it goes through. Gimmick grabbing it back. 1 minute gone, 1-all on the board.
Yeah, that's a quick answer. What you like to see. I don't know if that's what you like to see, but you like to see at least the ball go in the net if you're Rad Enterprises. That was honestly one of the most turbo goals I've ever seen from another player that isn't Turbo.
Torment back in control. A good block there from Crow, but AXB will have a lot of time to get to it. First Killer in the corner. Torment wraps around. Crow still pushing. First Killer finding the demo. Gimmick now with possession, keeping it all the way through on his descent. Side wall, Torment gets it over. AXB needed one more slight touch to get it to Gimmick. Couldn't quite find it, so now it's Turo the other way. He's got Crow really close to him, trying to sneak his way past to put it through. But nothing comes of it, and the bump on Torment there opened up space, but Kronovi again, just a bit too far away.
This actually could be a goal here. That was just a good save. Gimmick was sharking. If that was a miss from first, but shouldn't expect a miss from first. But if it was, Gimmick was sharking there.
It's another hit into the corner. Drop down, but Kronovi another clears. Gimmick wraps around and beats two. Just got Turo to beat, but he's taking a lot of time. Rogue finally able to get back in defense. AXB sends this off the backboard. Power shot in on target. And AXB gonna be putting Rat Enterprises back in the lead.
I always say AXB is a great third man, but when he finds an opportunity, he will move on to offense, and he very likely will score. AXB all around is a powerhouse. There's a reason, of course, that Rat would have had no hesitation to be like, yeah, you're open, get on here, man. Because AXB is just a solid teammate to have.
Turo taking it off the wall again. See what his solid teammates can do with this as it comes back down. The First Killer straight back in the Crow, but he can't get it centered. Gimmick now. Good touch. Back over to Torment, but the pass going to be to no one as AXB left in the dust, quite literally, and Turo getting it back level with an excellent drop down off the bar and in.
Crow is always looking out for his teammates. What a shot, man. Bar down ski. That's in. Tied up 2-2. What a beautiful play. Crow, the heads up pass. Turo, the phenomenal angle.
That's the sort of teamwork that we were talking about, hoping to see, and it comes out right there. So this series and this game continuing to stay very close. We've got 2-all with about 2 minutes left to play. First killer looking for Kronovi. Gets the connection off the corner. First killer has to get the touch to keep it away from Gimmick. He comes back out in the midfield. Up the side wall it goes as first killer. Ooh, get a good initial touch. Had a lot of control on the ball, but bumped away. It's Turo again. Clear away from them there as Torment trying to keep it going forward, but doesn't get the best of touches. Now first killer looking to get the double touch, and it's cleared by Gimmick. I think if that clear doesn't come through for him, Turo absolutely is going to be able to do something with the ball there.
Yeah, you're not going to see Space Station leaving that backboard open like that for first killer to just get a straight up double touch with at least no effort put into defense at all.
Corner touch again, AXB unable to get it around, so first killer will retake control. Pass from Torment to Gimmick. Gimmick off the bar. It was an open net. His team had bumped the final defender out of the way, but he's not able to get it through. And that could be deadly considering how close this game is.
And by space, I mean rat. But sorry, it's the AXB, man. It's fresh. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. It's fresh.
And I think it's still fresh for him as well. But we will be seeing Space Station tomorrow, so no worries. And in this game right now, it's still 2-0. Might be 3-2 Turo, but he can't finalize on it. And it feels like both sides in the final minute here have had really solid opportunities to prevent this game from going into overtime, but they just haven't been able to make it happen yet.
See if they can keep it up. AXB wants it. He's looking for it, but he doesn't want to get a 50 that goes to his net. Yeah, you could see him just, the twinkle in his eye. He's like, oh, I want to go for this, but teammates aren't ready in case there's a pinch. I guess we're a little overtime. And that they do.
Ooh, AXB has to get a critical save there because Crow was looking for it. Turo back over to Crow again. Is going to be all the way back down. Torment with control. He's going to get demoed. It's back into first killer. He's got it in the air. Gimmick going to come off the wall. He gets the touch. AXB finds the save, and first killer almost with an insane mechanical shot.
But this overtime is going to continue. Both teams going to reset right now. Rogue not in the best spot. First is going to have to work some magic and make sure it's not a 3-on-1. He does exactly that. It's good heads-up corner play from first killer.
So drop down again there, Torment into Gimmick. Gets it around, first killer. Gonna be in this corner, grabs the boost, but AXB beats him to it. The drop down was there, but Torment was not. First killer sending that shot just wide. AXB forced to clear. Pro playing very aggressively as third man, but he's able to find the touch into the side. First killer into Gimmick. One to beat, almost able to wrap around, but he's not able to find it. First killer unable to get that touch. It'll finally be Turo that comes close, but it's just high off the corner again. Gimmick finally going to be able to get it clear to buy them some breathing space, as that follow-up shot from Gimmick had another open net, but he's unable to get it on target.
Yeah, that was almost a rough spot there. Oh, is there no one home? Pro just gets back there in time. A lot of pressure from both sides. They're both setting good plays, but they're all being very smart about this in this overtime, knowing that you don't want to commit too much. When you've lost the play, get back to your own net and just get ready to take possession back.
Well, possession still changing here as we're 2 minutes into this overtime of game 3. It's another drop down. Gimmick to intercept. Turo should be able to have this clear. It's not the greatest. He comes straight up. AXB able to beat. Kronovi again going to place this into the corner. Torment, last man back, has got to play this smart. He gets 150. First killer off the wall. He's going to look to follow it up. He's trying to work his way past Torment. AXB still there. And Rogue are having opportunities, including this one right here. First killer open net off the bar, and he can't finish it up.
That was also a risky thing. Gimmick was coming back here. I was still just like ready for an own goal off of him too. as he rotated back to the net there and the clear, because that was just a rough spot. And a lot of teams get panicky, but First Killer is not going to give up on that offense. That's going to drive home, and Rogue take game number 3.
And I tell you what, Rogue really needed to finish that one off there, because that shot a couple of moments ago, I'm going to be blunt, should have gone in, if not on the initial shot, on the follow-up. So Rogue gonna be wiping their brow a little bit. They kind of get away with one there. We see a really long overtime. Opportunities really galore for both teams here. But in the end, it's Rogue placing themselves up on series point, and it's going to be Rat that have to try and respond from behind here.
Yeah, no, this is a close series. I mean, like, Rat is still looking good. Both teams almost were playing similar at the end there. We still have a bit more of high-flying play and just pure aggression on offense from Rogue. But they're both being smart about going back and forth. All right, we're on offense. We've lost it. Get back. Wait till we get control, then move it back down. And then Rat Enterprise is doing exactly the same thing. So you like to see that smart play in overtime. It's just that power of all three of, well, basically Turo and First on offense and Crow just as a smart teammate to help them out where needed is just ended up overwhelming them on offense. So Rat's not out of this yet. Rogue is on match point, but Rat is still looking pretty good. And I like what I'm seeing out of them. So this still could go either way.
Yeah, I mean, it really could. It's been so back and forth. You don't have that long of an overtime without teams that are pretty good in the same neighborhood of skill. So going into this game 4, it's going to be very, very important for Rat Enterprises to gain a lead and hold on to it. Meanwhile, Rogue, I mean, they've just got to focus on finishing it out. But you know how they are. They love their game 5s. And they're trying to avoid it right there as well, with First Killer just knocking it through.
Yeah, just sends it straight home. First Killer has been just an incredible striker for this team. Everyone knows First Killer. Everyone knows how good he is on offense. And that's exactly why. They grab the momentum off that first kickoff, 10 seconds in, an early goal. That's the way to start it if you're Rogue.
And sometimes First Killer just absolutely astonishes me with the amount of car control and ball control that he can put on display. Meanwhile, Torment's just like, you know, you don't really need car and ball control if you can just lob it downfield and there's no one there to save it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let this one be, you know?
There's not too much you can say. It's an empty net, he took a shot and went through. There you go. So, I mean, after a really fantastic goal from First Killer, Rat Enterprises gets a goal and is able to get them back level. But, you know, regardless of how you get the goal, garbage goals can win games, and especially when they're in situations like that. I mean, it's not really a garbage goal because he's able to take advantage of the space, and Rogue have just got to be careful about leaving that much space in behind.
I like to see this. They're just kind of funneling and driving that ball to First Killer if they can. They're getting physical plays. They're just touching that out. Hey, First Killer, you're over there. Here's the ball. Do some magic with it. And that's just smart. If First is feeling it today, get that ball to him, you know? There's nothing wrong with that.
It's back up again, Turo. Back wall and down. AXP almost had a very unfortunate spawn. Could have very well blocked his teammate there. As Torment and Gimmick double commit on that one. Crow wrapping around, tried to get the flick over. It's First Killer again. Back into Gimmick. Back wall to come through. Almost an own goal, but they're able to get it off the post this time. Torment going to come away with another block for Novi. Just trying to send this off the backboard. It's a miss from Gimmick. First Killer back on top, but AXB will round it back up.
I was going to say earlier, it seems like Crow's very good at being aware of where his teammates are and just sending that ball high, you know, into the opponent's side and getting it to teammates that are up in the air to get some nice redirect. But there was no one there that time. I think he just puts the ball up there and just hopes that someone's up there to redirect it. That's the game plan for Crow.
Sometimes if you just do it consistently enough, you'll eventually find your teammate up there, but you got to be careful with that as well, because I mean, another team might start to take notice like we have, and that's when you start to run into problems. Right now, the problem is Rat Enterprises trying to get this ball under their possession. We're crossing over to the second half, and it's been a lot of attacking pressure from Rogue. Turo's going to start taking it back downfield. Into the corner, clear from Gimmick. It'll be Kronovi. Connection with Turo, first killer. Takes a controlled flip, close. It's just high. Turo with the follow-up, but it's going to get saved by AXB. Sent back down the other way. That attack falls through, but it was a really solid setup. See reverse field again. Kronovi will send it all the way down. Torment block. First killer there. It's a soft touch. AXB should have this. And there he goes off the back wall and a clear into Gimmick. Not able to beat Crow on this one. And with the final 90 seconds, again, next goal could be very critical.
Absolutely. I mean, one goal is going to spell out, if Rogue wins it, exactly how our seeds are going to go. But a goal there for Rat keeps them at least alive in this series. They're going for the complicated route here.
Torment was trying to get it over Turo there as well. Such a close game right now. Every opportunity is really being taken advantage of well, but the defense is so good. But in that situation, the defense can't get there in time. And Torment will just launch it through 122 kilometers an hour.
Fact check me, but I think he was in the Octane later, switching over to Fennec Gang. He's feeling it right now. He's been feeling it all day. Defense, offense, it doesn't matter. Torment is feeling good on this particular Friday.
Rat Enterprises trying to get this game number 5. It's off the back wall. Crow able to get the touch, but AXB's back on top. Cleared over to the right side. AXB able to find that save. Crow able to take it again. It'll be AXB now, moving upfield. Gets one touch, first killer into the corner. Turo, side wall again. That's Torment keeping it up. Final 20 seconds. AXB looking for the double touch here. It's not there. Torment follow up, but what a save from first killer. Now going down the other way. Turo's got an open net, and that's going to be tie ball game.
I thought that. I'm not going to lie, I don't blame them for the all-in here. It almost seemed like a guaranteed goal for Rat. But that incredible save from first killer sets the motion the other direction. With 11 seconds left, it's all tied up, but I thought it was a guaranteed goal. Rat thought it was a guaranteed goal. First killer brings Rogue back into this and is trying to end this series early.
Sidewall it goes. Gimmick with one more opportunity downfield, blocked from Turo. And that will be overtime. The stakes are high. Rogue with a goal will win. Meanwhile, Rat Enterprises need one to send it to a game 5. And it's been one heck of a turnaround here for Rogue as they were able to get that goal to get them back level. It's been so back and forth. And Crow gonna end it right there. No game 5 for Rat as Rogue cements the win.
I certainly thought the way this was going, the first killer, maybe Turo, was going to be the one to finish this off for Rogue. I thought that's how it was going to end, but no, Crow, just watching the whole game, delivering passes, taking care of his teammates, is the one to finish it off.
An excellent showing, though, from Rogue. I mean, with that victory right there, they won all 3 of their games in group stages. But what a game. I got to say, Rat Enterprises really giving it their 110%. And I really felt like they had a solid opportunity to go into game 5 there. But Rogue, there's just something in them. When it gets close to the end of these games, that Rogue just sorts of turns on and really puts the pressure to the next level.
This is what Rogue fans have been wanting all along. They've been waiting for it. Rogue fans always seem to find, Rogue always seems to find themselves in a situation you never would have expected them. So then you start cheering, and then they fall just a little bit short. And that cycle continues. But now, Rogue has continuously held themselves at the top of North American Rocket League consistently for weeks on months now. And I'm really, really enjoying what I'm seeing out of this Rogue team. And we got to give shout outs. The fact that Rogue is playing so good consistently the past while, and Rad Enterprises kept all these games looking close against NRG, against Rogue. Rad Enterprises, with a little more work, I think is going to be one of those top contenders, if not at least just right on the outside of those top kind of 4 spots there. But North American Rocket League is starting to look incredibly close on the top ends, Leaguey.
And really is. And, you know, with that, let's go ahead and take a look at the Group A results, because that game finishes things off. You can see their Rogue 3-0, securing that #1 spot. And then NRG taking that number 2 seed at 2-1. Rad Enterprises, they had a couple ups and downs, but they're able to secure that 3rd spot. And unfortunately, plot twist, they tried their hardest, but in the end, they couldn't make it happen when they needed to, and so get eliminated at 4th. But I mean, throughout all of today, every team involved just played so fantastically, and I hope that we see that going into tomorrow, because the Group B has equally fantastic teams just waiting to battle it out.
Yeah, no, tomorrow's also going to be absolutely insane too. I mean, I was talking to some people earlier, and just looking at that group, I actually almost would have rather have been my team be in Group A here, because Group B, I mean, like, first off, Envy has been looking phenomenal lately. Turbo has fit extremely well on there. Space Station Gaming, I think they're feeling pretty good with Reynolds. They actually won an Astronauts recently, did they not?
Yeah, they did.
Reynolds, yeah.
Space Station with Reynolds has looked very competent, especially with how well Sypical plays. It feels like they really play off of each other fantastically.
Yeah,
you know, looking at the schedule for tomorrow, there's 2 just absolute bombs of games, with SSG versus Envy, and then right after that, SSG versus G2. My goodness, those are 2 humongous games that are just laid back to back.
Okay, oddly enough, and maybe you and everyone else disagree with me here, but I'm actually excited for the G2 Alpine match. I really feel if G2 is still on a bit of a slump there, Alpine could take a win there, and any win for Alpine, I feel, in this group is going to be a huge victory. So I feel like there's an opportunity for Alpine to upset G2, but maybe not. I don't know. G2 at full force? No way. No way. G2's one of the best teams in the world at full force, but they haven't been lately. So
yeah,
I'm actually looking forward to that one, despite the obvious hype matches that you mentioned. Like these SSG Envy matchups. But I'm looking forward to that one, because I'm really interested to see if it does swing a different way than most people would expect it to.
No, I mean, I'm right there with you. Any opportunity I get to see Magic Bear play is always a fun time for me. But
yeah.
It's just fun games all throughout tomorrow as we try and get set up for the playoffs. But, you know, that's going to close us out here today. We've had a lot of really good games. I think looking at the results, it's not too surprising. But the way we got here, a bit unorthodox. But this is such a good setup for so much more good Rocket League to play tomorrow.
Yeah, Sleeks, I just got to say, hey, it's day one. We got 2 more days of this. I'm excited that I got 2 more days to cast with you. And it's a good thing that I'm with you, because, again, due to the situation, I'm using my secondary mic. So I sound like poo, but you sound phenomenal.
No, you sound just fine.
No, to you, yeah, you're hearing my good mic. They're not.
Oh.
So you sound great. So it's a good thing I got you to carry me through this weekend, because it's already been a phenomenal couple of games with you. So I'm looking forward to some more awesome Rocket League and hanging out with you watching them, man.
Yeah, same here. It's been a fun time, but that's going to do it for us here, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. Don't forget, we're going to be back here live again tomorrow with the ESPN Invitational at 2:30 Eastern Time with the opening match between Space Station Gaming and Alpine Esports. You're not going to want to miss it, but we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah. You better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no